Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second. Good morning, everybody. This is Best Spy Live Trading. Today is December 18th, 2025, Thursday. What we will do in this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Time is 9:27 on the board. We have some bullish news coming out on CNBC. Market is broadening out, so expect new highs before near year-end. Carson Group says.
Stats on the markets. Let's bring in Ryan Dietrich.
Still a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only.
S&P by the end of the day. We're talking about 8.5 trading sessions until we're done.
We're close.
It's like a 3% move. So I mean,
It
what gives you confidence it's not that we get all the way there, that things still should get a lift?
Yeah, you know, I want to talk about yesterday for a second. So,
legal advice.
You see the headlines.
It's not financial advice. Time is 9:27. The market is opening here in 3 minutes. It is very important to mark the CPI candle top and bottom of the 8:30 a.m. candle spike on CPI data.
I mean, the reality is, we all complain only 7 stocks going up. You know, Mike, we are seeing more of this broadening out, and I get it. Tech is such a big part of it. Last comment, you know, you look at advanced decline lines, they're still pretty solid. And one more for yesterday. I think there's a mantra under the bed with Oracle and tech and AI.
We are at 610 on QQQ.
High-yield corporate bonds are very. They're less than 1% from all-time highs. This volatility is legit, but I don't think it's like the first domino to fall for everything to fall apart.
High WM has broke out of the downward trend line, and we are
specific credits like Oracle's, but not maybe bleeding over into the broader credit picture.
Yes is also bouncing. We are still in the middle of the gray box now, breaking above the downward trend line again.
I say stalled. The S&P 500 closed yesterday at levels of 2 months ago, basically, from before last third quarter earnings season started. And yet you have seen traction in parts of the market like banks and some cyclical stocks, transports, even energy gets a bounce. Is that the formula we're looking for next year, or do you think
the 9:30 open and the 4 p.m. close
kind of tech reassert leadership?
No, we think it's probably more this broadening out. You know, you mentioned tech. If I were along with you a week ago, we'd be saying tech's up 13 days in a row, longest win streak ever.
Opening somewhere here,
one of the
filled
largest
gap.
5-day losing streaks, you know, since April, I guess. So really, tech is where it was 3 months ago. So we're not minimizing.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tyler. Good morning, Mouse. Good morning, Oscar. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Coffee. Good morning, Vlad. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Isorez. Good morning, Antonio. Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. Mr. K and Stella. Vinny, good morning, Brian, Kevin, Donna, Turner, Harry, Ethan, Steph, good morning, Edison,
we've seen for the past
Chris,
20 years.
Shakima.
We think, you know, hate to say this time is different, 4 most dangerous words. We do think this broadening out global theme, Mike, is legit as we reaccelerate the global economy next year.
We've had, it's interesting, sometimes you get the consensus for the year ahead, like last year.
Set the likes as we all come in today. Good morning, everybody. The market is opening at 677.49.
I'm not sure you have people confident about the global trade, but it's really worked this year. And so maybe a year later, that starts to come together, right? I mean, do you actually think that,
on Tesla today.
That we can get positive returns if the Mag 7
next
is
week?
not really
I don't think I want to redo Friday of this Friday, but
everyone's going to be talking about midterm year.
Market is trying to be bullish off the top of the CPI candle here at market open.
All that stuff is out there, but if you don't have a recession, and that's our base case, you know, the S&P 500 is up 10%.
Opening right at 6,777 and pushing up.
You're going to have a
wind direction is north showing.
But one of the things we've talked about, this is still a young bull market. It's just entered its 4th year.
Market just opened 50 seconds ago.
And you've had a bull market at this point, been 5 of them.
I'm watching.
The average has been 8 years. The shortest has
Bulls
been 5.
Are pushing off of 9:30.
To think this bull market
time is 9:30 for another minute, 2 minutes, and then 9:35 is coming.
From 2007. So there are some parts of this market, and transports. I mean, my goodness, transports just broke out last week for the first time in several years. So there's some parts that are probably going to keep taking this baton, and we like that.
No, by looking at the pre-market from the 5-minute. It is bullish since 8:15 in the morning, 8:05 MACD at least. So there might be some sort of help pushing up, which there is right at market open. This is a spike push, right? Wind direction was north into 930 from 930. Let's see if it pushes into 935 here. 935 is coming in 2 minutes. 930 to 930 at the minimum. Wind direction is north, which makes no sense because technically that's not even 5 minutes, but that's basically pre-market power. It's helping this open. Look at this. CNBC doesn't really push videos out right at market open, but look at the news that they're pushing out right now.
Carrying an awful.
Stock futures jump after lighter than expected CPI just came out 2 minutes ago. They don't really update that
consensus
fast.
view, Jim, going into 26.
Yes, you got to go with what Lennar said to Giant Home Builder.
935 is here in 20.
You go to Gemini.
IWM is now back in the purple box.
You put in home prices, Lennar.
Right. That's what they want to do. That's where they want to be. Let's see how it does. The purple box is. It means it's at least hovering. We're deciding what to do. So the bulls are in control here into 932, 930. 935 is here right now.
Connect the dots
Cycles are
with this CPI,
deciding how to handle this bullishness at the top.
And the direction is amazing.
Whether to
and then we have a
create a 930 algo range, whether to break out into 935, which could be 936, or cycle right before.
Whatever you said.
Wind direction was north into 930. Now the market is cycling at 930.
Go right to Sanjay. He rated for not coming on.
You want to just move past CPI like that?
Because you left me on the traffic.
I got nothing. What do you want?
Belinda Kramer. What am I doing? I'm like balancing.
Spiked above the algo range.
I got nowhere to go.
The CPI pre-market 8:30 a.m. candle. Let's see how it handles it.
And or our esteemed colleague here.
The market is creating a cycle.
Memory prices are going up.
Well,
this is not bullish or bearish. This just was bullish, and then now it's pulling back. That's all it is. It's not bullish or bearish. The market is creating a cycle here. Bulls and bears are all getting excited. They are
home this winter.
Deciding what to do with everybody.
9%. I think energy overall, utilities up 13
like
since the president took office.
930. 930 has created an algo range. That is not 935 HOD. That is 930 HOD for now. The market wants to decide. Coming to the midpoint. Alright. I literally said in the WhatsApp group, right? Wind direction is north from 930 to 930, right? Pre-market is helping. Since 8 a.m. MACD is helping basically this open, but that does not mean 935 yet. 935 is actually down here in the middle, so 935 is deciding what to do here. Let's create the algo ranges off the morning. To be honest, I don't even want to personally think about downward after all the shit that happened, but I mean, we'll see. I don't even want to fucking think about downward after all the shit that happened, but I mean, we'll see, man. Oh my god, yesterday and the day yesterday, bro, it was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, the last fucking 3 days has been absolutely wild, so I just want to be a little bit relaxed today, honestly. I'm watching Tesla more likely, mostly higher time frame, so if this shit flips, I want to go in a little bit, but I'm just watching the market. Market is evaluating what to do. QQQ broke the floor into 935, so now there's an algo range at 935, and they want to flip the wind direction south on QQQ. Let's see what happens here. I'm not going in on this shit on SPY or QQQ. I'm just watching here. I don't really care. I don't really need to play every single fucking morning at all. So 930, pushing south, trying. IWM, evaluating the purple box. This does not mean bullish or bearish. It's just still evaluating. It's still cycles are just creating. QQQ is the one saying bearish here. If SPY breaks the floor, which it did, now. Okay, now wind direction south on SPY and QQQ at the same time. Now algo range broke down, but that could trap the morning cycle at algo range and then bounce and then hover here or come back to the roof immediately. So I don't care. Morning cycles can cycle. Tesla is now trying lower. I'm gonna go in small in Tesla here until next week. 475 again. All right. Let's see. IWM is evaluating the bottom of the box. QQQ has the floor at 935. 935 is cycling, trying to create a bounce, trying to create a morning cycle bear trap. We do not know if it's going to bull trap or bear trap. Why? The MACD is barely bullish, barely bearish. Market is cycling. It was bullish off the pre-market into 930 from 930. That's true. They've spiked above the 930 CPI algo range and then came back into it. So QQQ is still above it. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's not really bullish or bearish. It's just, it was bullish and then now it's pulling back and now it's just slowly cycling. Not slowly cycling, but it is cycling. Time is 9:40. Market bounced here at 9:36. The last minute of the 9:35 candle into 9:40. It just switched to 9:40. That does not mean bullish or bearish. That literally just means it's actually trying to create a cycle off this algo range. It could turn bullish or it could turn bearish or it's actually chopping. I have no idea. I'm not going to call shit out until I see it. So, you know, candle traders be bullish, bearish, bullish. No, they have no fucking clue. But I mean, right now the setup is CPI and they're bearish right now. Time is 9:40. They want to go lower slowly. I don't know. This shit ain't going yet. We'll see what happens with this shit as well. The trend line on Tesla. Time is 9:40. They bull trapped off of 9:30. Morning, right? I literally said that is not 9:35 yet, and I said that's 9:30 actually from 9:30, right? And they created an algo range, and they're morning trapping. Let's see what happens. This is now the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish cycle. Morning cycles could turn very fast. If it bounces, the low of the 938 candle would be the bottom of the 3/3, and until it breaks, they're going lower into 939 at the minimum. Until the low of the lowest candle breaks, all bears and all puts, hypothetically speaking, are going to be trapped. But this is the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 cooking now from 9:30. Let's see where this goes. They've been going south for 10 minutes. People can't really tell because the cycles are super tight. And the cycles are super fast that morning open. 9:30 to 9:30. And then 9:35. Let's see what happens. Tesla pulling back down, trying. IWM rejecting the purple box, trying. But this could go right back in. So that doesn't mean shit. ES open at the middle of the box. SPX opened way above and then came back to the filled gap. So maybe that's a play too. Maybe that filled gap is acting as a chop area as well right now. And they could bear trap the fuck out of people here easily. They could bull trap and then go a little bit more and then bear trap too. Why? There are setups. Setup as in this. This could be a setup. Setup as in this. This could be a setup. Staying inside the box. Setup as in this. This could be a setup. So there's a lot of things to watch. Tesla also a different kind of setup. But let's see. Time is 9:40. Now we're going to draw the wind direction. Wind direction is going south again off of 9:30 market open like the last 3-4 days yet again. It's terrifying because I don't know. That shit's fucking 4 days in a row now they've been doing this shit. So I'm expecting some sort of trap at some point. That's why I'm not fucking going, to be honest. This shit is too fucking... Right, it looked really bullish and then it looks so, you know, so there's no need to panic. There's no need to be like, oh, what the hell going on? I don't know, candle, bullish, bearish. It's literally CPI candle testing on QQQ now. So, let's see what happens here. There's always things that make sense. Why? Because smart money deductors don't really do shit on candles, right? Those are basically fake online gurus and furus and furujis, and basically 1929 fake bullshit, and then yeah, amateur, all that. But honestly, it's the good stuff because technically speaking, the most and the average and the majority of the people are not supposed to know what the fuck is supposed to go on and why it's happening and why. And the average and the most gets like caught up, and they literally, I mean, it sounds fucked up, but I mean, it is the truth. I'm not trying to like say like just historically speaking, like you gotta just go do some educational historical search and all that. But this is the reason why I am so and so strongly talkative and blah 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 about the shit I do, because yeah, there's definitely something more than just bullish MACD, something something. So yeah, clearly. Let's see, time is 9:40, and the thing is, I'm not saying there's something. The something is the wind direction, the pivot point, the time confirmation, the trend direction, like the setup. That's the reality. But the reality, right? In times of when times are so like not real, the reality seems like it's the crazy option, if that makes sense. And those that always seek the truth, and those that truly try to find the reality in the future, I think will have a way beneficial positive time from that journey finding truth than living in bullshit and like being, yeah, basically. Because I swear, bro, that's why I am the way I am. Like, time is 9:40. 9:45 is coming here in 50 seconds. Now they're back in the CPI PPI or CPI candle top. CPI candle top. Look at Tesla. I think it went back to the 0.50 Fibonacci drop or something too. Something like that. The MACD was bullish and it turned bearish all of a sudden. On QQQ slightly too, but IWM and SPY mostly. That is insane. IWM the most bearish right now. That's actually insane, bro. What the fuck? Look at this shit. Look at this rip down from 9:32, the last minute of the 9:30 candle, into 9:45, and SPY is just getting dragged down. And what was the news they were pushing at market open, right? All things are super bullish or something. Wow. Like, wow. It's this thing though. Like, how is this possible? Because in after hours they push this shit up from the bottom, break the top, nuke it out with CPI, go to the purple box, and then pull back. It's actually fucking crazy. I would not have expected that. I was expecting them to push up like this and hover here. To imagine they pull back, or to be like, oh, it's gonna go back right down, is bearish fucking leaning and bearish bias as fuck. You feel me? You guys understand what I'm saying? Like, that's bearish bias as fuck. But like, when it happens, and while it does, like, you kind of see it's not doing that. But I'm just saying, like, you kind of see the purple box is being used for something. But that's absolute. This is 9:45 floor now. They went down for 15 minutes. 9:45. I'm expecting a bounce, to be honest. It's just getting red and red and red and red and red. So bounce real or not, I don't know. I mean, I'm expecting it because 0DT needs to reset, recycle, and confuse and trap or whatever the fuck. But I mean, it is really just. It is really just. I'm in 475 until next Friday here, not this Friday. So I'm not really not that stressed. But I basically put in my profit 5K. That's like my average 5K. So putting my profits back where my mental mind deduction lies. Even though the market bouncing on CPI, all that, I mean, Tesla definitely bouncing with it. So 465 to 480, not bad. CPI, IWM, 476 to 450, $13 push with data, not bad. Not saying it can't go higher, it could easily, but I'm just saying that's not bad overnight. Man, why is the market pulling back every morning? Time is 9:45. There's a divergence at the floor now. This is dangerous shit for bulls. There's a divergence at the floor, and they could break the floor and show even more bearish and then bounce. So time is 9:45. Look at this divergence at the floor, though. That is weird. Every single morning they did this, and now they showed bearish today into the 4th day of FOMC. I think there's a pretty big risk for shorts today because there's so many bears from yesterday and the day before. But I mean, I don't know, man. That's why I don't even want to think about that much South. I don't even want to think about South, to be honest. I just want to watch if they want to fucking rip it down or fucking, I don't even know, balance and then maybe confirmation and then MACD volume comes and then maybe I can think about some sort of something up north maybe, but even then I'm just being patient right now. Things are too dangerous. Things are so unsure. The only thing I'm kind of sure about is kind of Tesla is the only setup I see. Things are just setting up. CPI. Things are just setting up for me. Time is 9:50, 9:45, bounce to 9:50. Morning cycles are so fast too. Things are kind of just. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's a hit or a miss. Like things move fast. Time is 9:50. Look at this cycle they're creating on QQQ2. This shit is not. This is not normal cycle. This is just morning cycling at its best. Things are crazy. Things are crazy. Are they still bearish, man? I don't know, man. They are really showing bearish since the top of the CPI candle, though. Wow. IWM. If this shit really breaks the floor, but I mean, look at the IWM 1 minute MACD coming in now. Look at the ES being dragged down. QQQ, SPX below the gap again. If that breaks that candle, they might spike it for a minute or two, but then I expect a 3/3 bear trap too somewhere. I don't know where, but maybe VWAP. But wow, candles are coming in crazy. I think IWM is the most bearish right now. Look at the MACD on IWM. I think it's the most bearish, unless I have it zoomed in. But I mean, IWM looking like it's coming in the most right now. And it's Dragon Spy, QQQ. Look, the divergence at the floor means there's a risk for it. Long term, yeah, they cleared the divergence. Divergence is cleared. This is 3/3 bearishness, alright? 3/3 bearish here. Divergence at the floor has been cleared on SPY and QQQ now. Let's see what happens. Time is 9:50. Wind direction is full on south from market open. MACD volume came in crazy bearish. Let's see if they bounce here though at the new floor. 9:35 with the divergence cleared. Right. With the divergence cleared. They could. Why? They rejected at 950 and then went lower into 950. So if they bounce in this candle or at 952, that would count as the 950 bounce into 953, and then it would come back into the algo range. So while people are looking at candles right now, I'm kind of doing mathematical probability analysis right now to see what could happen, but I'm also not speculating on it. I'm just seeing what could happen, if that makes sense. So if 950 does bounce here and holds this shit is what I'm saying, it's going to create an algo range here at 950. If it goes lower in the next 2 minutes, the algo range would not be holding. So we'll see what happens. There's another algo range here now, 950, 950, 950, 950. So do realize that, because a lot of people, 85% to 95% of the population, are not caring about that, and they do not realize what's going on. So algo ranges are used in the market to create liquidity. Algo ranges are created at the floor and at the roof to create more volatility. So realize that, and let's see what happens now. Time is 9:50. It's only 9:50. Algo range is trying to go south showing, but I mean, shit could happen so fast here. Why? Because this is pivot point trading. What is pivot point trading? Pivot point trading is when the market goes up and then down and comes back to the LOD or the HOD to decide whether to break the floor or whether to bounce. That is called a pivot point. Why is it a pivot point? The pivot point tells us the wind direction is pivoting. The trend direction is pivoting, trying to. I'm not saying that's permanent, but I'm saying for short term, temporary for now, trying. So until it breaks, it hasn't, is why the pivot point is important for smart money deductors and institutional players. Right? People don't really realize this until they practice and practice and practice, and they try to understand what it is that is coming out of my mouth in their own understanding way. But that's what I have to do. So low of the day and the high of the day, there's a 20-minute difference, 9:30 and 9:50. There's a lot of bears, a lot of bulls involved now, and they are cycling. So what I also see is that yes, they went south, but now it's dangerous as shit to even think about southward while they're doing cycle bounce chopping whatever, because this is pivot point trading. Until even if they, unless they decide to break the floor, or unless they decide to flip it all the way here and then maybe roof break. That's risky as shit, roof break. But if they roof break, that's under the safety for a minute or two, tier 2. But I mean, right now, this is people just trying. There's a lot of candle people coming in now saying, oh, this is bullish, 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 bullish. But I mean, that's basically a chance, if that makes sense. Just gonna watch. There's a CPI here. See what happens, man, for the next 4 or 5 days, 6 weeks, 6 months. It's just gonna be. Alright, now they're bear trapping off that real fast. Alright, hella bulls trapped and hella bears trapped while they were coming down, and now they are truly cycled here. In 5 minutes too, that is now. Coming in with a spike candle on Tesla, I'm playing 480, 473. MACD bullish and then pull back and like still trying to decide. So market deciding. 5-minute bullish, 15-minute could do whatever. It's best to let them clear momentous confusion out. Why? Because there were 3 massive move days in a row. So one directional massive move days in a row, and they are spiked up chopping now. So spiked up chopping in the island. There are some things that smart money avoid. Some being dependent on the environment, but looks nice playing down, looks nice playing playing up, but I mean, I'm okay. Like I'm positive as fuck for the last 3 fucking days, so I'm good. It's relaxing, market relaxed. All it's doing, it's just playing with the people that were not really doing setup or whatever the fuck the last 3 days, and they were chasing or they got fucked, and then now market is just saying, oh, look at this shit, oh, CPR day, and it's just gonna chase them and make them chase them and then fuck them too. So all over again. So I'm chilling. Is why I'm the way I am. Brutally honest speaking. Like, I swear. Why do I think like this? Is because, right, it has been like that in the past when I did really good. There would just be a day where it would be a massive fucking confusion, chop, chop, chop up, or chop, chop, chop down, and it would just fucking fuck everything that I made. And it would just literally, I would wake up and I was like, dude, something is fucking weird. And like, honestly, if it's like easy days, something means for the next couple of days, or whatever day, whatever next day, consolidation or fucking option fuck at best. Like reset a little bit at best. And I don't know what the fuck that means, reset. So I really don't. I just don't want to fuck around and find out. That's all it is. I don't want to fuck around and find out. Like, sure, it sounds easy, everything easy, but like life is not easy. This shit is not easy. It just fucking looks easy, and they want to make it look easy. And then people that want to fucking scam fake bullshit is like, oh, this shit is easy. Fake scam bullshit, fake paper trade bullshit. It's not. What the fuck you talking about? This is mad fucking not easy. It is if you are in the right deducted, environment. But like that shit is kinda, you gotta be patient as fuck to wait for setups and all that too. Like it's not just based on candles. Like people think setups are all candles. Is it really? No. Setups are fucking built and cycled on, and candles are just one part of 50, one part of 10 things. Like setups are just everything. You need some time, you need some, technical analysis here and there. I'm not saying technical analysis all the time. I mean, people are just, I guess they fake it till they make it in the Ferrugi world. It's crazy.
That's good. Let's get the opening bell here in the CNBC real-time exchange. And the big board, it's Picard Medical, maker of the Syncardia Total Artificial Heart, celebrating a recent IPO. And at the NASDAQ, it's IT and enterprise software company.
We're back above the CPI candle now, so this is technically
IPOs,
bullish.
What'd you think of Midday
8:30
yesterday?
I was very impressed.
AM spike.
I did a piece last night saying
QQQ2, but I am not going. Why? This is the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and they're rushing to break the roof, so.
I think it probably comes in a little, and then you can buy it.
Let it be.
Well, there it is. Okay, it's coming down a little.
Yep.
This is a very good company. It was the way, David, this was the best one to start the process. Very good growth, accelerating growth.
Yeah, and obviously an established
$3
company that's been
up
around
from
for a
9.50,
long
20
time,
minutes, so.
Not obviously in
Maybe
AI
they did go lower to
world.
go north, but things are so dangerous still. I guess the only people that did go long here, I guess, and the reason why is this top of the CPI candle, but now that it is above, it is whether deciding to break it above or to come back to it, but it's going up so fast. But I did say down there, once it gets up here, this is basically like from here to here risky, but if it breaks the HOD for a minute or two, sure. But I mean, 950 to 955 kinda safe. 955 to 10 in the 3/3 risky as shit, and then 3/3 evaluating the roof. So there's no confirmation rejection. MACD is still not, pulling back. It's like bullish, but it's testing the roof. So this is technically a HOD roof test happening here, just like what we happened. Happening. Testing, hoping. This does not mean, right, it can't cycle here for 20 minutes and then break the roof. All it means is that right at 10 a.m., it's deciding what to do. They did this yesterday at the floor, and they did this the day before yesterday at the floor too. And they broke it a couple of times, they bounced it a couple of times, so we'll see. $10 a.m. Reverting up 481 IWM. I think the top of the CPI candle might be aligning with this gap candle. The MACD still coming in bullish. So either this is truly bullish or there's just no cycle rejection yet. They're just going to chop here. And then if it does chop at the roof and hover here for 20-40 minutes, then statistically they do rather break the roof and then create a divergence or not, or rather break the roof and then figure it out if it's so bullish. But right now, it's running for literally 10 minutes, 9:50 to 10, like nonstop. Above all the algo ranges on QQQ2. 950 to 10 non-stop. What do you guys think? Fly or chop or reject? This is getting way too ahead because the MACD hasn't done anything, but let's see the first opinion poll of the day. All right, let me post a poll in the WhatsApp group too. Candles coming in, so I guess it's too late, but I mean, things can change.
Economic Studies Senior Fellow Wendy
Opinionated
Edelberg
poll.
and American Institute for Economic Research, Monetary Economics
I think
Managing
chop.
Director Lydia
We'll see.
Mashburn-Newman.
This is
Welcome
just
to you
straight up.
both. Wendy, I mean, I know you haven't
Nothing
kind of
happened
been
yet,
able to
so
dig into the guts of this report,
what
but it seems
is-
like a pretty benign reading. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's frustrating because they haven't even posted the information that I would need to really parse all of this, given the confusing way they've displayed the information. But the important number is the year-over-year change in the prices of core goods, and that was 1.4%. And that may not sound like a lot, but this is a category that in normal times has negative inflation all the time. And
Thank you, Shivy.
this is where we're seeing
We have
tariffs.
3 people that voted
So
fly, 3
I think
people
this is the
voted chop,
category
1
where we
person
know
rejected,
that
and 1 person
tariffs are
voted, I
having,
don't care.
in some ways, the
Fair.
absolutely expected effect on inflation.
Yeah, so for that subcomponent of inflation where you would be able to isolate perhaps the tariff effect, maybe we are seeing it, although Lydia, I guess not necessarily feeding into by this number a broader lift in CPI.
All right, we're gonna close the poll now because
The headline
candles are
number
gonna,
definitely seems to be a step
time
in
is
the right
10:05.
direction.
10
At
is
coming
rejecting
in at
to 10:05.
2.7
Cycle is
year over
trading.
year. We
There's
should
no
keep in mind though that
confirmation
that's
rejection
on some higher
unless
inflation numbers
this is
that we
lower
saw
high.
with the
But
Federal
that's the
Reserve's
fucking
last
riskiest
rate
shit when
hike
they're at the
cycle starting
when
at
they're at
the
the
end
roof
of
like this and the MACD's
2024.
bullish and
So we
hovering.
would expect
It's
this
gonna chop,
these
chop, chop, chop,
upcoming
chop more
readings
than likely.
from November and then
So,
December and January and
at
February
the roof
to
and
look
then
a little
decide
bit
whether to
better
break it or
because
not.
the
So
relative year-ago
it's
comparison
dangerous as shit. 10
was
to
also
10:05
relatively
and
high.
then squeeze
But,
candle coming
as Wendy was
already.
saying,
So we'll
those
see
goods
what happens.
services
Cycle
prices,
is
or those
testing
goods
already
prices
at
rather,
10:05
are
too.
definitely an indicator
Break
of
the high at
inflation
10.
showing up in tariffs
See if it
showing up
does.
in inflation, and but we still need to keep an eye out on
The
services
MACD coming
inflation.
in.
While we have seen housing come
on
down a
what?
little bit,
I don't know.
services are still elevated, and that is a monetary issue. That is
squeezing up.
related to the Fed's
All
monetary
things
policy,
from
and so
950
we
to 10.
do still have some pent-up price pressures from both the Fed's last rate cutting cycle last year and even some overhang or maybe hangover from their post-COVID policies.
Wendy, given
Man,
that we
MACD's
are
so
able
bullish.
to
No
identify
confirmation rejection.
perhaps this
They're
tariff
burning the
affecting
bears
core
for
goods,
now,
what does it
showing
mean on a forward-going
do
basis?
they trap
Because
off
you do
this
hear
shit?
some folks who are
At
kind
the
of,
HOD roof
inflation,
testing and hoping, man.
doves, who are
Or they
essentially
chop
saying
it
we're
here,
gonna,
stay here,
anniversary the
bear
initial
trap
tariff effects,
everything, and then
kind of
blow
will
it
come
up.
out in the wash. So
Clear
what's
the
your
divergence
expectation for
and
how
change the
inflation
wind
tracks from
direction.
here?
I don't think
I mean,
we've
the
seen the
MACD,
last
I
of
don't
the
want to say
tariff effect
probability
by
because
any
like shit,
stretch.
every
I
time
think
is so
we're only
fucking different,
seeing
the chances
a
wise, but I mean,
modest
I
part
don't
of
know.
it so
The
far
environment,
for a whole bunch of reasons. One
I
of
really
which
do
is
want to
that
say
we,
they want to chop,
you know,
and then maybe
firms
MACD stays
hoarded
up and then break roof,
inventory
but I mean,
ahead of the
things could be
tariffs and are
so
probably
different because of
still
the
working
environment
through
the 3
that.
days that
So
has
I
happened.
think
So, you know,
tariffs
whatever
are
has
going to
happened in the
continue
past
pushing up
does
inflation
not mean it's
through
going to mean perfectly
2026 and
today.
maybe
So, you
even
know,
into 2027.
having a
And
little
then at
bit
the
of a
same time,
bull bias
by
here,
my
bear
reading,
bias here is
the labor
absolutely
market is
dangerous when
just
the
a
market is
tick
all it's
soft.
doing is just
I
confirmationing
think that
and slowly
the
building
monthly
rejectioning
payroll
and
employment
slowly
gains of
building
around
pullbacks and
20,000 a
bouncing.
month
And
are just
it's
slightly
just best
below
to
what
let them
my
do these
estimate
confusion
is of the
cycles,
break
right?
even, given what I
Why?
think
Confusion
immigration is
cycles, we're at
doing
the
to
roof.
labor
This is
supply.
pivot point
So
trading
what
at the
all that
roof,
means to me
deciding
is
whether
I
to
think we have more
what we
inflation in
rejected and then we
train, and I
bounced
am
and we came
very,
to
very
whether to break
puzzled
the roof
by
or not.
market
Smart money is
expectations.
just sitting out this
Markets
shit and
right
they're like,
now
all right,
are
let them do whatever the
expecting
fuck they want to
the
do, and
next
then when
Fed
they break
chair
out or when
put
they
in
fake
place
out
by
break out or when
President
they
Trump
reject or when they
to
fake out
cut
reject,
by a
then they can
sum
decide
total
what they
of
can do
40
with setup.
basis points. My
They have
guess
what
is
they
if
had,
that
but
came true, President Trump
some
would be
people, smart money,
incredibly disappointed
don't even
in
care
his
about
Fed
parts
chair
like
pick.
this. Is
So
why
I
our
think we're
fourth
in
poll
for
was don't
lower
care,
interest
you know?
rates, higher inflation.
Someone voted don't care, but like it's literally not a
More
joke
boxes,
answer. It's
more
just,
options. Granger has over
some
1,700.
places are just absolutely dangerous to care. right? And a lot of retail, a lot of furugurujis want people to care at every single moment. Get them riled up, get them trapped, and get them fucking faked out on fucking bot views, and then be like, don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's absolutely fucked. So be careful in this world, man. Straight up tell you, there are some evil things going on in this world that are apart from things. So you definitely gotta know who the fuck and what you're getting into for sure. That is something that will not change throughout the history of time. Inflation data, inflation data today.
Sure. My word of the day is grounded. We saw a little bit of that yesterday where investors are getting grounded, thinking about the stock market and that it can't go on forever with double-digit returns. So taking a pause, taking a breather, taking some profit taking, but investors really being discerning and asking the right questions.
We are literally
when do we
hovering
see
near
the
the roof
benefits of
until we're not.
AI?
So
What are the use cases
until
for
we
it? How
get
long
near
will it
somewhere
take?
the halfway
What's
point
the
of
ROI? So the
677
word of the day is
somewhere,
grounded.
we have not. So 678 is near the
Sebastian,
roof.
I also want to get to your pick for us today. It's
IWM
Meta. So we're
bouncing
talking a lot
bullish.
about some of the data
So
center
this is still
concerns when it
chopping at
comes
the
to
roof.
Blue Owl and Oracle. Are you also concerned about some of the debt financing with Meta?
Just looks
and
bearish,
also just the ability to do this build out that both Meta and some of these other big names
going
need?
on here at 10:05, 10:05.
So in terms of the debt levels,
liquidity
Meta and
is what also
Oracle,
is going on.
I'm concerned about
This little
Oracle.
spike down,
Meta,
spike up
no,
candle
not as much. Yes,
at
there was
the
some
where?
news that
The
they took
roof.
out some
What
debt
do we say
recently,
down there,
but their
right?
balance
I
sheets
literally said
couldn't
down
be
there,
more different.
algo range creating, and why do
Meta's
they create
balance sheet,
algo ranges,
Fortress
right?
balance sheet,
It
if they
creates an
wanted to pay
algo
off the
range to
debt they
create
took out,
liquidity at the floor.
they could do
I
it with
also
the cash
said
that
they
they
also
have on
create
hand and the
algo ranges
expected
at the
cash
roof
flow
to
that they're
create
getting.
liquidity at the
Oracle
roof
is a very
to
different
decide what to
story.
do, whether to go
They
higher or
had
lower, right?
$80
So
billion
that's
worth
what
of
they're doing right now.
debt
They're building
about a year
liquidity
ago.
with
That's
these algo
expanded.
ranges.
It's going to
And
be about
candle traders and
200 plus
MACD
billion
only
just a couple
watchers
of
are going to be
years
like,
from
this is
now.
bullish, this is
So
bearish, and
Oracle
they
is a
have no
very
idea.
different story
This is
than
just
Meta.
market
Not
doing what
concerned
it does
about Meta.
best,
I'm buying
which
the
is
dip
every
on
single
Meta.
day. Cycling,
Oracle, I'm being more
algo ranging,
cautious. And
liquidity
unless you're a
building,
very risky
liquidity
investor,
grabbing,
I'm
volatility
I'm not
building,
liking Oracle
volatility
right now.
loving,
So Meta is the pick of the
volatility
day.
creating.
All right, very
Wind
quickly,
direction is,
your thoughts about CPI coming up
I don't
later
want to
today.
say
Do you
wind
expect it to be
direction is
hotter, cooler? What's
rejection
the
is
impact on the markets?
coming.
Impact on the market, I think, is benign. I think we're going to be in this 3% CPI
Thing is, though, it's
range,
dangerous as shit.
and I
Why?
don't
There's
think
an
it's going to
algo
have a
range
big
here. I'm
impact.
not
What the
drawing
Fed
it
has
right now,
shown
but
is they're
if they go
focused a bit
lower
more
here and then
on the
bear trap
labor
everybody
market,
at
not
VWAP
as
and bounce up and
concerned
come
on
to
inflation.
HOD, people are
And
going
I
to be
think we're
crying.
going to
So
see that
realize
today
that
as
too.
well,
Just
where
because it's
we're
showing
not
big
going to
ass
get a
red
hot
candles for
number
1,
that
2
makes
minutes
us
here does not
concerned
mean
and
they grabbed
have
1,
an
2, 3,
impact on the
4, 5
market.
minutes. Bearish. No. All it means is it's fucking just doing spike down, spike ups to create cycles and shit. So I'm gonna see what happens. Time is 10:10. This does look nice bearish, but I ain't going still. Why? There's an algo range here. We're very near their roof. They're going though. I mean, I'm in fucking Tesla here. I don't give a fuck. I had a good week. I'm okay. You can chop it up. CPI candle. Market is cycle forming. Market is cycle forming. Time is 10:10. They could come right back up to 677.89 because there's an algo range at 10:05, but 10:05 also confirmation rejection lowered into 10:10 because of that algo range. So now that time is 10:10. We will see if it goes lower into 10:11, 10:12, which is 10:10, or whether they bounce at 10:10 to create a cycle from 10:10 bounce to 10:15. There's 1/3, 2/3 being used from the roof too now. From 10 o'clock HOD roof test, HOD hoping. This does not mean they're not going to go break the roof. All it means is 10 o'clock rejection from 10 a.m. is standing as that for now. MACD and volume was hovering and holding, and then started to go lower. Guys, if you guys have a problem with the CNBC volume, I'm sorry, there's nothing you could do. I might have the audio up a little bit, but if you guys are a new watcher and if that's the only thing you want to say, I'm sorry, but it's gonna have to be, because yeah, there are people that have been okay and they've been here every day. So And the audio has been even louder than that, so I understand where you're coming from, but there are things I want to watch too with the group. Other groups might not care about news and setups and all that, but I mean, it is what it is. It is what they feed the mass, so I mean, I need to have an understanding of what it is that they are saying and what they're feeding. Why? Because I actually do the shit I do. Instead of fucking faking and bullshit and being like, I did it, and then faking, and then everyone believes it, and then, yeah, it's retarded. Sorry for that language. I'm just saying the hypothetical situation of it is a little bit, because people are so naive to believe what they do with no proof of it whatsoever because of a guy saying it. That is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I meant to say the situation. My bad. So. Look at this. MU earnings boost tech, it says.
Correspondent right away to help set up the action today. So it looks like, I mean, futures are catching a bid, but this has happened basically all week, and it's been a bit of a head fake. Now it does seem
Said MU earnings boost tech.
Right now.
Did anyone do Micron? We were talking about that yesterday, right? But I guess earnings pushed the market
right now,
again.
At least to start off today, we are seeing some strength in the tech sector after Micron's earnings, and then also maybe the possibility that the inflation number that we will get at the bottom of the hour here may be better than the street's expectations.
Turning really
so
bearish
you are seeing some buyers really step in, but as you've talked about, we have seen this kind of fueled rally overnight and then selling into the U.S. equity open. So guilty until proven innocent at this point in time when it comes to this market. But we did see yesterday obviously a little bit
crazy.
more of a rotation.
It looks like they want to pull back to the bottom of the CPI candle.
Communication services saw some weakness here.
Look at the MACD coming in 30 more bearish in the second wave down here.
Now,
10,
from a technical
15.
standpoint, you can make the case that maybe
I am not chasing this shit, but wow.
Right shoulder for an inverse head and shoulder pattern. If that's going to be the case and buyers do try to step in, that could actually be bullish overall here, but we are seeing elevated volatility.
Wow, look at the MACD going way more bearish than earlier, way more faster
maybe some
here.
Other bad news coming from this AI narrative, not so much from the memory names.
Wavy.
They obviously are seeing demand. It looks like they have.
Man, they destroyed calls again,
really
but I mean they had a cycle too.
Or those that are providing the
go from the bottom to the HOD. So destroyed calls, destroyed puts, and then destroyed calls. Market cycling, nice
really
for
dragged down the market and provided a lot of this
cycling deductors, basically non-hoping deductors on candles.
We have the expiration for quarterly options tomorrow.
It is HOD roof test hoping and then rejection off the roof for now.
Lack of liquidity is really something that you really want to keep your eye out on. We are starting to see liquidity coming out of this market, which is also creating some of these aggressive moves, both to the upside and downside. So once again, I would say it's a nice start to the day, but be very nimble in this market because it can turn around on a dime.
Absolutely, to your point, nice start to the day. But let's get into that in the memory sector. Micron, the wind is at its back. And listen, some analysts were worried about this stock going into its results, given the strong run it's had so far this year. But let's dive into some of your takeaways from its latest quarterly report.
Yeah, we are seeing both a beat on the top and bottom line here. We have revenue coming in at $13.64 billion. Street was looking for $12.72 billion.
1015 is bounce drawing off the floor.
Basis, and the adjusted
see what
earnings per
happens.
share really is what the shocker is. Not only
it looked crazy bearish down there in their cycling. So now this is LOD floor testing and hoping now.
And they did increase their
Can you believe it? They made a HOD roof test, and now this shit is LOD floor testing.
For Q2 is at $8.42.
And hoping.
Street was looking for $4.78. So they continue to see a significant amount of demand when it comes to high bandwidth.
Look at this shit.
Memory,
LOD floor hope.
Also shows that they have some pricing power, and they are not actually seeing this type of inflation on input costs when it comes to producing a lot of these
cycling
as well.
wild today.
Once again,
I'm going to send the SPX put to call
now,
ratio here.
Conference call, it was a great conference call. It seems like the market is okay with the fact that
I
Micron
can't.
is not going to be able to meet all of its demand. They did
Thank you so much, guys. Let's get the like button on the video up on the live stream up, please.
And around 67% of the demand that they are seeing. So at the end of the day, that's going to drive not only top line growth, but as well as profitability here. But they do have some room to run when it comes to trying to expand that capacity, gain additional market share, and maybe surprise the street once again. So the stock is trading close to that $260 level. Did catch a significant bid this morning because of a lot of the rating upgrades as well as the price target upgrades for this stock here. So the narrative is still intact when it comes to the memory space.
Got it on the reload.
Enthusiasm there. It's also kind of giving a little bit more optimism when it comes to the tech trade, at least for now. And the hope for today, Diane, is we don't get any negative news regarding delayed data centers or financing issues. That's really what has been the driver for a lot of these downside moves.
Yeah, the market, especially for the bulls, does not need any speed bumps today, and it looks like this is an accelerator when it comes to that for Micron, with the shares up 13% in the pre-market. I mean, this stock is already up more than 150% this year. Let's get into
IWM looks like it wants to go. There might be a SPY candle, the LOD divergence, or LOD break real quick.
Next year. So what's your take when you look across this list?
Yeah, so Bank of America is still optimistic that the AI trade is going to carry into 2026.
I'm in one SPX mad late, but I'm going to hold this shit for like an hour or two maybe.
Now, they do have a couple of
targeting
stocks that they have
674 here.
NVIDIA being one of them, the GPU space. Obviously, they command this space at this point in time. They continue to bring new products to market to really outpace
LOD
their
floor
competitors,
test hoping. I think it's going to break.
And we have not seen any type of cracks yet when it comes to that refresh cycle and maybe cannibalizing their own business. That has not been the case, so they're still optimistic that it is going to be a very strong winner, not only on the GPU or the hardware side, but also the software side when you're looking at the CUDA environment. They are also looking at Broadcom. Now, this is going to be the custom chips. We're talking about TPUs and XPUs and things of that nature. This has been a beneficiary. We have seen the news reports that demand is starting to ramp up for that side of the market as well.
Look at the MACD fucking crazy bearish right now.
Really that great when it comes to
Look at the MACD going even more bearish right now.
They are getting some orders in, and that is another pick that they have. And then last but not least, Lam Research. Now, they are looking at this as the picks and shovels play. This is the provider for a lot of these fabrication facilities in order to build out
the Tesla fucking squeezing me for $400 right now already, man.
See some tailwinds in 2026. So
I'm up 200 on SPX right now, but what the fuck?
Around this industry, the industry itself and the AI narrative is still going to grow over time, and they believe that some of these bigger players are still going to be the beneficiaries of not only positive growth when it comes to demand, but also maybe investor enthusiasm. So. Not surprising that we are seeing this.
LOD floor test hoping 1020 is bouncing trying. This is the 3/3 from 10 into 1020.
Shares are moving higher in the pre-market.
1020 is deciding
and
in the 3/3 what to do.
Let's talk about another quarterly report that's on your radar. Darden out with its results. The shares are moving higher off the back of this. Take us through the numbers.
Yeah, I would say the results are a little bit
crazy.
Mixed,
I don't really usually do 3/3 here, but
that's really where the optimism is.
I'm hoping because of Tesla, to be honest, this is the floor.
At a miss here when you're looking at the street's expectations. It came in at $2.08. Street was looking for $2.09.
This shit is looking crazy
Quarterly
today
sales
too.
came in at
$3.07
billion,
something, I guess,
beating the
like
street's
Nvidia,
expectations of
like it did 2 days in a row.
Around $3.01 billion, give or take here. But you are seeing restaurant sales on a year-over-year basis for some of their key restaurants still growing. Olive Garden grew by 4.7% when you're looking at sales on a year-over-year basis. Longhorn Steakhouse also grew by 5.9%. Now, they did call out that the adjusted earnings per share miss, as well as maybe some of the headwinds that they're going to see in the near term, is because of price inflation for their input costs, especially when you're looking at the commodity side of their business. But the foot traffic and their pricing power on the menu has been able to kind of offset some of that weakness.
Maybe this side they get bears involved. Shit ton of bears from yesterday, the day before.
They are seeing the traffic. They are not seeing a massive drop when it comes to consumer demand here, and I think that's why
like
you're seeing
KG
a little
said,
bit of optimism.
I don't see a massive drop. I don't like it. I see a massive drop. I like it.
That optimism. Let's talk about the optimism around the S&P 500 today. Got futures higher, but what are your targets to the upside and the downside today?
Yeah, so for a potential area of resistance, 6,800. That's where we're seeing the majority of the call flows this morning. To the downside, 6,650. So you're still seeing some hedging activity taking place. VIX sitting at around a 17, so implying a little bit more volatility here, Diane. I think that it's going to be a make or break after the CPI report. Streets
Come on, Diane.
3.1% year over year when you're looking at headline CPI. Cleveland Fed is pricing in around 3%. So if we're able to hit 3% or lower, I think that's going to be a tailwind for equities today.
All right, thank you, KG. That is Kevin Green.
Hit me with it, Diane. Thank you, KG.
And look ahead into 2026. It's Jay Woods, Chief Global Strategist at Freedom Capital Markets, who's got his eye on the ball on what's set to move markets to Jay. The rest of
Coffee said, "My dream is to. I have a dream."
Today,
yeah, you might be dreaming for a couple. You might be dreaming for quite a while.
Across this one.
Yeah.
And I saw what your thought was, a little squeamish at given the run it's had this year. It delivered a big earnings beat. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The stock was already up more than 160% coming into today.
Yeah.
But does it feel like a crowded trade now for you?
Well, let's see how this one shakes out. My concern about Micron wasn't concerned about their earnings and what they were doing. They've been crushing it consistently, time and time again. My concern is how it
nasty ass bear trap now.
We're going to get that big rally back, but the stock sold off on the heels of two other chip makers, NVIDIA, Broadcom, that had great earnings, and price action didn't follow. So as a technician, I follow price action, and when I look at the
1025 is here in 30 seconds, and they're bouncing at the last minute of 1020, trying into 1025. This shit is nasty.
Into this earnings, held the 50-day moving average. Let's see where it opens and how it holds. The good news is we just got that CPI number, so it's got some a nice tailwind behind it. But I think this will give us an opportunity, if my thesis is right, and we're moving out of those semi names and going into safer plays to start the new year, this will give someone an opportunity to take some profits, say, hey, we had a great trade in Micron. I don't know if it's going to get us to new highs.
Plus 200 to minus 400 fucking immediately.
Congrats to those that own it.
Let's talk CPI. I mean, with a 2 handle on it, I mean, that's moving in the right
1035,
direction, better than expected.
1025.
Headline or core.
They made it look bearish as hell on 1020.
Stock exchange in the form of the CPI. I know the Santa Claus starts on the last 5 trading days of the year. The first 2.
Man, this is the literal reason why I had a feeling.
So we were
this
hoping
today.
for some news to
This
get
is
us
something.
That year-end rally, and
this is something.
We give you the CPI.
What?
It's not quite.
A little gift.
Yeah. I was trying to do a little Die Hard there, but
this is
anyway,
completely a bear trap. It happened so fast. Off the floor too. Again, back to the roof.
About the Fed cutting rates, the one concern was inflation.
This is. I don't even know, dude. Dude, people were thinking about chop here and then bear trap, but they literally ripped it from the floor to the. I mean, what?
All right, that tariff impact was digested by the market, and now we're.
Man, I don't want to fucking believe this is real.
Let's see if this is the trend change we need, and then
5 minutes. It's like yesterday, that crazy pop. Now it's like coming in, being real.
Real-time CME group is saying about the January odds of a cut.
Oh my!
Yeah, we can do this in real time. You know, like this is what happens on live television. When these data points come out.
It's shifting, but not by much.
Okay, well, you know,
this is not house money. My Tesla is house money.
This is what the market needed. This is what the Fed
squeezing.
Needed. If we want to keep that rate cutting narrative going.
I put in small though, 1.7K, but it's crazy. That shit just got dragged out and crazy.
It does not change the overall trend, so I'm optimistic, but we'll see. This is good for now, right now.
Are you optimistic for 2026?
I'm optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about what leadership is going to.
So I guess even showing crazy bearish late chasing, I was right with the fucking not trying to be bearish today because holy crap.
Year over year. I think the bull run continues, but the stampede. No, it's going to tell.
The HOD. I'm about to break the HOD now.
More stagnant moves.
Changes the wind direction. Show.
I think transports are breaking out to new highs and leading us. When staples are starting to mount to come back.
That's a $3 pop.
This is good, but it's coming at the
sacrifice of
some of these big tech names. And when you look at the Mag 7, only 2 are beating the S&P 500. Thank you, NVIDIA. Thank you.
It just popped crazy, bro. Somebody look around the market. There has to be something.
But that rotation,
some shit related.
It's good for the lifeblood of this bull market run, but the numbers may not suggest it over the long term. So if staples lead, financials continue to lead, which I think they will, that will bode well for the market.
Wow,
but we have some pockets where you have Oracle, a lot of red flags there. Meta still not rallying back. Stagnation in Broadcom and NVIDIA, 2 of your top 10 names out there. I still think we'll go sideways to
it's so fast. I'm
higher
so
in these
fucking
names,
speechless.
but it's not going to be enough to give us double-digit returns. So when I look at next year, I see 3 to 5% gains.
Wow. In the S&P 500?
In the S&P 500. Once we start the clock on 26 going into 27.
This shit is 3.2% too today
and we
now.
have a few hurdles here. We still have, we're going to have gridlock in Washington. It looks like the House is going to flip. That bodes well for a year from now. But next year, I think we're going to see some interesting sideways price action with leadership that won't lift this market to new highs.
Because the cap weight is just not large enough.
Exactly. Look at the Dow. If you want to see some performance, I think the Dow will outperform the S&P 500. I think small caps will do okay. I'm not running into small caps, but
they
the
broke
CPI
the wind direction.
Makes me change my tune a little bit. If we can get that inflation down and have a few more rate cuts, then small caps will probably be where you want to be. Not in my overall thesis.
Running into 10:30 now.
Did well this year, but I don't think we're going to get that runaway bull. But I'm not calling for a major pullback. You know, small gains, a boring year.
So, but then 3 to 5.
I have
that
one
means,
SPX, but I'm not leaving this shit like this.
Opportunity elsewhere, right? Because you can, you know, 3 to 5. I mean, you can get that.
Now there's a divergence at the roof, though.
I think the opportunities are going to be in some of these beaten down staple names, the Cloroxes, the Procter & Gamble's, the General Millses of the world. This isn't exciting. I'd love to come on and be exciting. I do, however, think Tesla is poised to have a phenomenal year. Not from a fundamental standpoint, because, you know, the car sales, that story is not really growth there.
Oh, yeah, Tesla's an AI company now.
It's the AI side, and it's the Musk-Pay package. And what has he done
the
over his tenure? He delivers. He delivers for shareholders. And what I see technically is a breakout on a 1-year chart, a 5-year chart. The stock has really gone sideways for 5 years, and now all of a sudden it's breaking out as we go into year end with momentum that he's not distracted from Washington. He can focus on his job.
W
he has the
divergence hasn't cleared
yet. Things going, autonomous driving, slow, but it's steadily
insane
growing.
W coming on
and that's
everything.
why I think Alphabet is where you want to be over Tesla over the long term. But I think with momentum going into the year, Tesla is one of the picks that you have really high upside potential. And the risk, you know, 420 is where I would get out of this stock, you know, give myself 10 to 15%. And yes, it's his favorite number. But technically, it's a key level as well.
Yes,
so, you know, we can joke about
it.
But
right, now the divergence is cleared.
Level I'm pinned to get out if things do turn negative on Tesla.
All right, we'll leave it there. That is Jay Woods, Chief Global Strategist at Freedom Capital Markets, with a look ahead into 2026.
Wow. What a fucking run. What a run. It's like they were waiting and hovering at that shit to blow it up, but what the fuck? Honestly though, not surprising. They do this shit every CPI. On the CPI candle like this shit alone, but wow. To see the W is absolute. Won't lie, that is some technical trading win right there, W. Check. Technical trading W.
Are you committed to lowering interest rates?
You know, I think the president's got a choice to make, and so I don't want to like lean in front of news in that direction. But the president and I talk about the economy all the time. We talk about monetary policy all the time, and I agree with him right now that there's lots of room for interest rates to go lower. I think it's a database thing right now. If you look at where we are, it's appropriate to lower interest rates right now.
On inflation, President Trump continues to insist that it has come down, but the data doesn't show that. It's still 3%, which is what it was when he took office. So
HOD divergence, everything is cleared.
So we're
in direction is north
weird
though.
Embargo moments that the consumer price index comes out at 8:30.
MACD is still super bullish, showing so.
Until 9 o'clock. I apologize.
Man, this guy has our next Federal Reserve chair, I guess. Now, what an epic W.
I thought it was a real
what an epic W.
And the thing that
oh
really,
my lord.
Made me the happiest was how much attention he paid to details, so much so that we were going back and forth with him with charts for each of the things that he was talking about throughout the day.
It's a $4 candle.
One of the things that I just talked with Joe about that I found kind of interesting was that a lot of the networks, while he was speaking, the intent was to show some charts so you could actually see the data of what he was talking about. And then some networks showed the charts.
This shit doesn't reject here.
It's kind of interesting. It was a bad choice, but I think
this
it's
shit is never coming back. Holy crap.
He put a lot of effort into showing the American people exactly what's going on with the hard facts that were in the charts.
25 points up on SPX
so
now.
Committed to Morning Joe to come back to the charts because MSNBC was one of the places that didn't show them.
During that address, he actually blamed a lot of what Americans are seeing in the economy on the former administration, on former President Biden.
That's so fucking fast and crazy. Shit.
As an economist, what I would do is I would say I would blame bad policies of the past and try to not make it so personal. But I guess if you're a politician, you have to talk about the person who you've competed against. The bottom line is there are really terrible policies that drove inflation very, very high. And they're very easy to understand if you go back and look. I was criticizing the policies
even
right
Tesla.
when they were happening, called for 7% inflation before anyone knew inflation was taking off.
Look at the whales right now. Oh my god, they're playing on top of the fucking trend line again.
To people in the US,
can you believe it? Can you guys believe this shit on trend line? On Tesla? Can you fucking believe this shit on Tesla?
Demand goes up, you get inflation.
Oh my god.
And so what President Trump understands is that that sort of Keynesian view that the only thing that matters for the economy is demand, that doesn't work. And that what we need to do is we need to increase supply.
They're like burning the 0DT, or not 0DT, but Tesla puts it to Friday too. Holy crap.
While he was here before, and he's
Thursday.
Do it again. But I'm not talking about inflation until after 9 o'clock.
So would it be fair to say that come 2026?
No way. Wow.
Oh, when is it become Trump's economy? Or let me explain like a way to think about it. So for the typical American buying a new home, the annual cost of a new mortgage went up by $14,000 because of inflation plus the higher interest rates, and we've got data on that. In fact, I think we even showed it last night in the chart that some people saw, some people didn't. And so
SPX is up 1.2%.
Reduced the deficit quite a
Super
bit,
bullish. QQQ is up 1.8%.
Then that $14,000 hole that
Tesla is up 3.8%.
Of the previous administration
is
now about $12,000. So we've made up ground of about $2,000 a year by lowering mortgage payments with the policies we've already done. And so, we're making progress. The American people are making progress, but in some places, the hole that's been dug is a really deep hole, and it's going to take a while to get out. People lost purchasing power of about $3,000 under Biden. They've gained purchasing power of about $1,200 so far under us, but that's still a negative number if you include the Biden number, right? And so at what point does it become the Trump economy? Well, it's a Trump economy now. Our policies are changing people's lives, but when are we going to be able to point to numbers and say that we fixed the problem, we filled the hole that Biden dug? That'll depend on what things. So, for example, we're way past success on eggs, but there are other things that are going to take longer.
Would there be any way to address first-time buyer housing? Young people can't buy a house unless it's at 4%. They can't take a 6% mortgage with local property
taxes. It's so bullish right now.
Northeast at $10,000-15,000 a year. On top of that, homeowners' policies are $5,000 a year instead of $1,000 now. Is there anything that the Fed can do to address that?
Well, or not. We don't have to have necessarily. Like right now, the president mentioned in the speech that there's a really aggressive effort. Coordinated by us here in the White House, the economic team, to present to the president policies which will lower home prices, especially for first-time home buyers.
This shit never coming back at this point.
Year, as Congress gets back, we expect to have proposals for them which will make housing more affordable. But we don't have a thing that we can announce yet. Okay, one last question, folks.
I want to talk about unemployment because you can't talk about inflation, but similarly, the president also is arguing that employment is going down. In his speech last night, it was 4% when he entered. The most recent numbers we have is 4.6%.
I want to go in on Tesla. Holy shit. This is crazy. It's looking crazy.
If you look at the numbers, then there's really one big factor that
SPX is fucking
and
up.
that is that
Okay, I'm going in Tesla right now.
Tightening
to tomorrow.
Government spending. We've reduced the deficit so far this year by about $600 billion. We've reduced federal employment by 250,000 workers. And so if you adjust
490
the unemployment rate for the fact that there's been a large loss for government workers, for federal government workers, then you get numbers that are consistent with what the president's saying. So thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on.
Yo.
Watching it zip away.
I'm in huge on Tesla. SPX I have not left. I don't fucking trust this shit. This pump is crazy now. 10:35. I mean, definitely it's real, but I'm talking about the edge here. Doji candle and yo, every 10:40. Wow. They want to regain everything back. Wow. That is absolutely crazy. Oh my God. And this is the bullshit I was talking about at market open today in the morning. They do some crazy ass move for fucking 3 days, and then they do some fucking crazy ass shit. Someone said, I am cooked. Thanks for something. I mean, bro, if you're the one out there full on something and then getting destroyed by one move, then I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, that is something. Hopefully, right, you don't find hate in that, but maybe you find some value in truth seeking in that, if that makes sense, because that's the part of the market that people don't want to deal with, that, you know, like this is why it's like this, like it just gets you to go on full, like people just be scamming like 100 contract at deduct, and then at one point it's that makes sense. That's what it is. Why? Because the majority and the most is always out there, full on everything, not looking at anything. I'm talking about every moment. And then at some point, like this is why people do, you know, their life savings or whatever the hell at market open on anything, man. I mean, this is why, because the market is just like that. But you can't, you gotta just understand after it happens that it's literally what happens. If that makes sense. But that's the reason why, you know, people that sell the fake idea of, yeah, I guess people love that though. People live in those type of things, is why they want to be like that over there. But nothing can be done about, what do you want to call it, scammeroos, because you're gonna get scammerooed by some bullshit scammerood, because that's how life is over there. I'm sorry we keep going to that topic, but I mean it is literally what I'm talking about. But you do have to realize that too. It's insane. That's why I did one SPX. One SPX is my lowest risk value. But the thing is though, people think it's like the truth and the easiest in real life to be like 100 contracts good and done because it just sounds good. But I mean, I mean, along with the candle hoping and fucking candle speculating, like add all that shit in together, like mathematically speaking, good luck into the future because it's not possible. That's what they fucking feed though. Why am I saying the shit I say? Because it's literally what my admin has fucking said. He's brainwashed, man. Like 1.7k is still big money to me, but I mean, I'm not leaving on this shit. I don't care. Right. Oh, yeah. I don't know, dude. Something with risk analysis and mental preparation though, because that's what I was saying in the morning too. Like as we were coming in, I said there's been massive move 2-3 days, and like now I'm just there's a lot of puts last 2 days, and I don't want to think about down. But I mean they did show down, and I got in at the 3/3, and I got in with one tiny. But I mean that's when you gotta do some thoughts about why the market gets the majority and why the market is like that, because it's literally like that. Only if the market was so easy, right? Only if people could just do 100 contract up and down and then if and that, but that is like it's so overbought. RSI MACD pullback is must happen at some point, but to where is the question. IWM back to the purple box. Full W. Alright, realize this. Go on YouTube and type in best scalper, best trader in the world, and you'll see a video by Andre something, and he talks about his setup. His setup is 1K, 2K, 3K. Why do you think professional traders and the best scalper, quote unquote, does setups like that and have setups? Because the only people living in the world of I'm going to full port this to do this, or 100 contracts to every single time on every single risk level based on candles, based on nothing but candles alone, literally is delusion. Because at some point the market's going to get them on candles, 100 contracts or 1,000, whatever the fuck or not. And that literally just means real, real fucking money. Just literally, paper traders, yeah, don't matter. Sure, and they could just be like, oh, or they could charge people a fucking $1,000 and then make it up. Sure, but I mean, even if you do that, at some point, it's fucking rough. Why? Like last 3 fucking days, man. This thing's set up And you could argue today with CPI set up too. You could argue we weren't, you know, CPI setting up, but I mean, they did look hella bearish at the bottom of that right before. They do it too. Nuke it on it. The program. Previous all-time high breakout point. We lost it yesterday. And we back in one day. We lost it yesterday and we back in one day. Back in one day. But yeah, man, I'm sorry. Things are a little bit different in this channel. And the other channel, it seems like people are used to the full whatever the fuck every moment and then 100 contract bullshit and then live whatever the fuck good or not and then get fucked and then, you know, pretend like it never happened and then forget what happened and then come back and try again type shit over there. But I mean, over here, completely different. So people that are kind of from over there that are hovering around that are coming here, you know, for the, you know, last 4 or 5 streams might not understand because it needs a lot of watching and a lot of time to understand what the market does with the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 and cycles and power and all that, right? So that's something to take note of as well and to understand. And I think people like 87 to like 120 people that are here that were here for a long time, you know, a month or 2 or 3, understand what I'm really saying because there are people that are here since August, September, October. So yeah. This is a CPI pump for now. CPI pumped, and then we are now deciding what to do with all this volume up here. Tesla, same thing. I'm in 6.4K 1DT on Tesla. 490 at 485 I went in earlier, so I'm in my SPX1 still that got cooked $1,000 basically from 1.7K. So I am Tesla and SPX. Time is 10:50. IWM, purple box, evaluating what to do. Going from the bottom to the top, that is unreal. Yes. Went from the bottom to the top of the white box actually. That's what it's showing as. Yesterday we went from the top to the bottom. Now it's going from the bottom to the top almost. The bottom to the top. Time is 10:40. Tesla nicely pumped up to destroy, puts into tomorrow I think on Tesla with along with everything. And tomorrow is 0DT. Purple boxing on IWM. 10:45. Guys, let's hit the like on the video. Thank you very much. Yeah, it seems like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. People that have been maybe here 4 or 5 days, maybe 6, 7 days, they might be having some sort of confusion with what they see on the chart, or they might not really get 100% of what. But yeah, I do know that there has been people here that's been here for literally 67 to like 80 something days. So truly, when I mean that it takes some sort of time to understand and be active in the YouTube chat and to want to participate and to be understanding and to learning, it takes some sort of effort to do all that. The market is not just yeah. Only if, right? Only if. But only if. I mean, I know I'm fine because yeah, it's just people that are literally been here for 4 to 5 streams, maybe coming from over there, always saying something. So sorry, I'm just talking about it in front of everybody, so we all know what's kind of going on. What's kind of going on?
Let's get the opening bell here in the CNBC real-time exchange. In the big board, it's Picard Medical, maker of the Syncardia Total Artificial Heart, celebrating a recent IPO. And at the NASDAQ, it's IT and enterprise software company NetSol Technologies. Speaking of IPOs, what'd you think of Medline yesterday?
I was very impressed by it. I did a piece last night saying it's a little too high for me now. But it's the kind of deal that I like to see. People making money on both sides. I think it probably comes in a little, and then you can buy it. Well, there it is. Okay, it's coming down.
It's a time extension candle or what? This is not the best.
One to start the process.
What are they gonna do with this here?
Accelerating growth.
Yeah, and obviously an established company that's been around for a long time, not obviously in AI world.
Cycling.
Joining me now is Hennigan & Walsh Asset Management President and Chief Investment Officer Kevin Mon. Also with us is Mark Tepper. Kevin, thank you so much for joining the conversation. Good to see you. On a day that the market has a firmer tone, futures indicating a gain at the start of trading. After an upbeat forecast from Micron Technology, the largest US memory chip maker, sparking a rebound in technology stocks. President Trump addressed the nation last night from the Oval Office, laying out his economic vision and key policy priorities for 2026.
Get a timeout.
Watch this.
Real quick for a minute, man. Think about what you did. Relax. Let's get the like on the video up. Thank you very much. Those that have always been supporting and always hit the like button when I ask. Thank you guys so much. 40 or 50 of you that always watch and that never hit the like button, I please implore you to hit the like button and to participate, to be part of our community. So, welcome to the community. We love you all. We all hope you have a Merry Christmas. We all hope you buy some good, beautiful, Christmas gifts, gift cards for your loved ones and yourselves. And have a beautiful holiday. So, shit. Let's get some motherfucking likes up in chat, everybody. Enjoy your holidays. Why is Tesla squeezing?
Kevin, you've got to believe that we're going to get a little bit of a tailwind
is squeezing.
in the early parts of
next year
because of this big, beautiful bill. What kind of a backdrop are you expecting?
I fucking hate this shit.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think
IWM is dropping.
Of this bull market run in 2026. I think you can find investment opportunities if you look into all the areas.
I'm in 490 into tomorrow here, huge, and they are trying to fade burn or some shit. I'm in fucking huge, and they are trying to break even or some bullshit here. I am low key scared. This shit is 1 DT into tomorrow.
And it also involves the outlook for moderating inflation and modest to not above average economic growth. That's a
Don't do it.
Don't
fucking do it. Look at the IWM 1 minute gap down there. We'll see what happens with this shit today. IWM 1 minute gap.
I think there'll be more volatility in 2026 than
there
was in
49.60.
Because we know we got certain key dates on the calendar. One being midterm elections, 2 being the continuing funding of the federal government, which comes up at the end of January. So expect volatility, but over the long term, I do believe 2026 will be another good year for investors, Maria.
Yeah, by the way, we don't know if we're going to get another government shutdown at the end of January. It seems that all the congressmen that I asked keep telling me the same thing, that, yeah, if they can shut it down,
it looks like QQQ touched the top of the bottom downward trend line or whatever.
Louis Navalier, who has been spot on this market for a long time, he's been a growth investor. He told me to expect 5% growth in the economy at some point next year. Watch this.
David, the movie.
I will not be afraid.
What is your assessment of the macro story? How do you want to be invested in 2026, Louis?
We're going to hit 5% GDP growth. Running 3.5 to 3.8 now.
Wow, Tesla really trying to rock 4%, man.
Trade numbers. The trade deficit's the lowest in 5 years. The exports the second highest ever recorded with low oil prices. So that's going to big upward revisions. Obviously, a lot of the growth was onshoring, but even and the data centers.
It's showing so bullish on Tesla now.
Are up 20% quarter over quarter. So we're going to enter the new year with
showing so fucking bullish on Tesla now.
Growth.
Wow, Mark, I was struck by that 5% GDP growth. Were you expecting that?
That's high, but here's what I'll tell you. I mean, when you think about GDP growth, if we're not adding a ton of jobs,
I am feeling it on Tesla right now. This shit is going squeezing mode.
Which of course a lot of that's coming from AI.
Crap.
Now, you know, we're next year, 2026, is a midterm year. And one of the things that I'll say, Maria,
is 11.
I'm expecting in this new era of AI
4.12% now.
I'm expecting a higher unemployment rate. Just by default, due to the fact that a lot of companies can do more with less. And I think that is going to be something that the Democrats are going to try to use, the Bernie Sanders of the world.
Ain't no way they dropping 4% and going up 6% today, right? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Again, as a solution to a period of elevated unemployment due to this AI productivity. So that's just something to watch out for.
Yeah, productivity is the right word to use in the new year. That's certainly going to drive this economy. But Mark, what'd you make of Medline? The stock surged better than 40% in its market debut. It raised more than $6 billion.
That is so annoying.
It was the biggest American IPO since 2021.
4.12%. Let's see where that shit ends up today, man. 4.12%.
a share, valuing the medical supplier at more than $50 billion. And look at this, it closed at 41. The strong debut signaling renewed investor appetite as bankers watch for potentially blockbuster 26 IPO pipeline. You've got companies like SpaceX, Anthropic, all considering going public next year, Mark. That should be good for the banks.
It should be great for the banks, but it's also great for the
terrible cycle
overall.
this is at the roof.
You're not going to IPO in a recession when your multiple is going to be low. You IPO when the economy is booming. Beyond that, I think this is also indicative of investors kind of getting back to appreciating profits. You know, over the course of the last few years, investors have appreciated.
What is this, man? SPX trying to burn it too. Like, what is this shit?
Past profits. This is a company that's been around for half a century, durable profits. So this is something that's going to be front and center again. Again, the economy, I'm expecting in 2026, good growth overall, but I'm expecting a broadening of the market. I think you want to be in some of those other sectors beyond just being concentrated in AI names.
Yeah, it's a great point. You're right. We need to see a broadening out anyway. I think there's tens of billions of dollars in IPOs in 2025. What do you make of that, Kevin? 5% economic growth, and I want to also take a look at the Fed as we've got yields this morning on the 10-year. Once again, we're looking at around 4.1%, but the yield is now pulling back almost 2 basis points. We're waiting the consumer price index this morning. It's out in about an hour and 10 minutes, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. This will be the first inflation data piece released since the government shutdown ended last month. We're expecting, economists are expecting an increase of 0.3% for the month over month and 3.1%
IWM leading again.
Kevin, rather.
Yeah, I'm still recovering from Louis' 5% GDP forecast for 2026. As I recall, just last week, last week, the Federal Reserve updated their forecast for real GDP next year to 2.3%. So Louis doubled that. I hope we get there. But to get there, we're going to need
just to be fair,
my Tesla's frozen.
Talking about it'll be 5% at one point in 26. I don't think he's expecting 5% growth for the whole year. But go ahead, Kevin. Sorry. I know it's a big number.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But to get to that high of a number, even if at any point during the year, we're going to need the AI revolution to be alive and well, and we're going to need AI infrastructure spending to continue, Maria. During the first half of 2025, AI infrastructure spending matched the contribution to GDP of consumer spending. So if the consumer does pull back at any point in time in 2026, we're going to really need that AI spend to increase going forward.
Yeah,
Aside from that, inflation, we're looking somewhere between 2.9 to 3.1% today. I think we continue to see moderating inflation in 2026. That will give the Fed more reason to lower interest rates.
Sounds like you're expecting another good year, Kevin.
I am expecting another good year. I'm cautiously optimistic, but if you follow the money, there's many investment opportunities ahead.
And we'll do that. Kevin,
What a
good
slow
to see
chopping.
You. Thank you so much for being here. Mark, you're with us all morning. We're so grateful for that.
Hello.
Oh, yay. What a slow chopping at the roof. Super bullish off CPI, and we're hovering. Man.
Hour away from the opening bells, check futures. We are expecting a triple-digit gain at the start of trading this morning. The Dow Industrials right now up 107. Check out the NASDAQ up 204. Interest rates, meanwhile, pulling back as we await the November Consumer Price Index out in about 7.5 minutes. This is the first inflation data piece since the government shutdown ended last month. Economists are expecting an increase of 0.3% on the CPI and a year-over-year increase of 3.1%. Joining me now is Unleash Prosperity co-founder, former Trump economic
Tesla is
advisor,
pumping
Steve
and
Moore.
pumping and
Steve,
pumping.
Good to see you. What
oh my
are you
God.
going to be focused on when we get this CPI number out in 8 minutes' time? What's most important?
Wow,
Well,
squeezing $800
$800
now on Tesla too.
I think
Oh my
it
God.
will come in below that level on an annualized basis.
That is unfucking believable. Oh my God.
In so many areas of the economy. I mean, one of the key ones, obviously, that you talk a lot about.
Using the gap as a hope for now or something at 11.
You know, I just paid $2.69 a gallon. That's a big reduction in where we were a year or 2 years ago. And by the way, energy, as you know, is the master resource. Almost
IWM is bouncing and QQQ is rejecting
and produce is driven by energy costs. So when those costs fall, everything else has a tendency to fall as well. We're still too high. Look, the Fed target rate on inflation is 2%. That's where we want to be. So we need to see those numbers edging down. And I think we're going to get a pretty good report when it comes out in 10 minutes.
QQQ wants to go lower and IWM is flying, so one of them
in 11 months.
faking or they're chopping here. Both of them doing
really
both.
Compelling is the speed with which he has
This is
accomplished
not
so
the
much
best.
in these 11 months. He has been moving fast, and yet we still have polls saying that voters are unsure. They're worried about the economy. Where do you see the trouble in terms of inflation? Is it food? Is it housing? Where still does the president have work to do, even after he's reined in inflation as much as he has?
Yeah, and by the way, people forget that, and we just did a study at this at Unleashed Prosperity.
Yeah,
88.5%
no volume bearish.
of the increase in prices that people are concerned about,
Candles
and
are
angry about,
trying.
people like my wife when they go to the grocery store.
Yeah,
88.5% of that increase happened under Biden as a result of his big spending spree.
Right.
So, but we're still running a little too hot in inflation right now. And where is it rising? We know that housing is a problem, no question about it. Especially people in their 30s who are trying to buy their first house and can't afford it. We know that health care, by the way, this is why this health care debate we're having in Washington is so important. Obamacare has just driven those costs
bullish.
through the roof. And then the other one that people complain about is the price of beef and steaks and hamburger have been going up. But people, it's almost a psychological problem right now. People are looking at all the things that are going up in price, but they're not concentrating on the things that are going down in price.
All right, let's take a short break. We got to get to the CPI. It's out after this short break.
Wow.
Steve, stay with us. Got to get your reaction. We'll be right back.
SPX, this shit looking like it ain't gonna come back, but wow. They are. I'm low-key scared on Tesla now, though. This shit is crazy. Even if VWAP comes, I'll take VWAP on SPX or some shit, but holy. 4.4% now, Tesla. Tesla, man. It really wants to go to 4.90. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's roof testing. He's using that as a gap right now on IWM, bouncing. This shit is being used as a gap hope right now and bouncing for now from 11 to 11.05. 11:10 is here in 26 seconds. Oh wow. I'm gonna leave it like that. 5-minute. Look at Tesla right now. 4.61% up now. This shit is burning hard on Tesla. Holy shit. $1K. That's fucking crazy, man. 1 DT is fucking terrifying. Oh my god. That is fucking some bullshit. Look, that's the algo spike candle. I think they're going to test it. Oh my lord. Wow. Burning the puts. To 11:10. 05. Didn't break the roof. Something crazy. Holy shit, this is crazy. I can't lie, this shit is crazy. That's some fucking power, man. Kathy Woody, crazy. Dude says, God did. Bro, you were here 4 channels. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but yeah, you are literally just gone, man. Just go back to the over there, dude. Be good over there, trust that. Hope to God it'll be over there. Good over there, man. Little guy. Don't bait me, though. I don't give no fucks about your little bullshit. Fucking 100 contracts over there, man. A lot of baiters coming in from the other community, dude. We don't have anyone coming from over here to over there.
At Post 9,
talking
always
shit.
good to see you.
Great
Welcome.
to be here.
Happy holidays. You think there's time for a rally to show up before year end?
You know, look, Santa Claus came a little bit to town this morning.
These
we enjoyed
trollers.
seeing that CPI print come in well below expectations. What particularly caught our eye was the core CPI reading. Nice to see 2.6%. You know, keep in mind 2/3 of the basket is core and services, and if that trend does continue, inflation was one of our risks for 2026, and hopefully that's moderating. I'd say, you know, 73% of the time the data shows since 1980 we have seen a Santa Claus rally between last 5 trading days of the year, first 2 trading days of 2026. Could we get it again? Absolutely. We're in this period where markets have moved a bit sideways, and so maybe we do see a year-end push. But more broadly, we feel pretty comfortable going into 2026 with the economic and earnings backdrop.
Have you established earnings or indices targets?
You know, we don't do targets per se, but we will say we know S&P returns are driven by 2 factors: earnings growth and valuation expansion.
4.8%.
We do see earnings growth double digits next year.
Now.
The scope for valuation expansion a little bit limited, especially in the tech and growth parts of the market. But could we get some catch up in parts of the market that are outside, you know, Mag 7, 493? We think there is scope for that. So
QQQ is
there
up
is a base case of
2.7%
positive
now.
returns for 2026.
You think that is most evident in, or continues to be most evident in banks, or healthcare, or transports? I mean, there's been a few.
There certainly has, and all those sectors you named are good ones. We particularly like healthcare and industrials here. We remain overweight going into 2026. We also actually still like consumer discretionary. We think there's some valuation potential there as well. But more broadly, the theme is let's get some non-tech and growth in the baskets for 2026.
Actually, to your point on discretionary, that's the leading sector today. And I wonder if you think it has to do, there's some desk notes today about what a stimulus check would be spent on, what income cohort would benefit the most.
Yeah. I think all of the above, you know, we're in an environment where the Fed is lowering interest rates. That's a good backdrop for the consumer overall, especially if we see that 10-year start to stabilize and maybe impact mortgage rates overall. But we think generally the middle and high income consumer is holding in there, and that's what really drives the economy overall.
Wow, does this shit really hold?
Chewing on this morning. We've got plenty to get across today, of course. Starting first and foremost with that delayed CPI report. That's given us the green light this morning. KG, cooler than expected. Obviously, it's got a few holes in it, given we didn't get October's numbers, so nothing to work with sequentially. But what do you make of it? And then, obviously, the market reaction this morning.
Yeah, a couple of holes within this report, but overall it's better than the street's expectations, as you talked about, and that's what's really kind of fueling this rally on top of
like last week,
earnings.
yet again.
We actually had headline inflation
Lord.
coming in at 2.7% on a year-over-year basis. The street was looking for around 3.1%. The Cleveland Fed had their expectation of around 3% here. So once again, better than the street's expectations, better than the Fed's expectations.
Everything went up together.
Core CPI
QQQ, SPY, Tesla, IWM.
Once again, below the street's expectations of 3% here. Now, if you're kind of looking at the year-over-year totals, shelter still sitting around 3% year-over-year. Medical care actually increased by 2.9% on a year-over-year basis. And that is one of the big drivers to the downside, Sam, because you are actually seeing a readjustment with the medical care portion of CPI. They are now taking out long-term care insurance, which has been a huge price driver for that particular category in general. So that's also kind of a little bit of a shift and a little bit of an asterisk within this report.
Gapping down and going, or gapping down and what? Let's see.
5.4% on a year-over-year basis. So once again, this is the right direction. I'm not sure if it's going to really move the Fed members as of right now, because the month-over-month prints obviously did not be were not reported.
Though. That is
you don't have the data,
nuts.
a lot of the data for October. This is the right direction. If we're able to have this confirmed within the January report, that probably could give the confidence for a lot of these Fed members to probably maybe cut additionally one more time.
Turned from a CPI rebound pump to an extra extreme
maybe we see
pump.
225 basis point cuts
HOD,
being priced in. So
11,
overall, right direction, better than the street's expectations, and that's why we are seeing this rally in not only in equities but also in treasuries. Bond yields moving lower. That means that bond prices
the RSI like finally trying to turn down now. Like
you would like to try to recapture some of these losses in the broader equity market.
Yeah, certainly going in the opposite direction to what we have seen for the majority of this week. The 2-year at 3.456 right now, the 10-year at 4.11.8. So certainly coming off a bit there, as you say, some rallying there in the bond market too. What about the jobless claims? I mean, that came in pretty much in line there, but I mean, you know, that's just another piece of this whole picture as well.
Yeah, so when you're actually looking at jobless claims, that actually came in at 224,000 for last week. That's pretty much in line with the street's expectations. Now, we did actually have this, pretty aggressive adjustment for the 2 weeks ago. We actually had the jobless claims coming in significantly below the street's expectations. We saw that re-rate a little bit higher last week, and that's because there were some anomalies within the Texas report as well as the California report. It looks like that's now adjusted, and so the 4-week
barely any volume.
Sitting at
I'm
around
not gonna lie.
17.5. When
Has
it
a lot
comes
of
to initial jobless
tippity
claims.
top right
so
now.
It's stabilizing for now, maybe a little bit higher than probably what a lot of
volume coming
economists
or
really
what?
want to see, but it really does not reflect an
IWM
aggressive
going bearish
market when it comes to job losses and claims increasing aggressively here. So the unemployment rate has inched up since the last report, but it seems like it's a steady trend right now, a stabilizing trend when it comes to the labor market.
IWM playing inside
talking about
two
a
gaps
stabilizing trend, let's shift gears to one of your favorite topics, KG, and that is crypto. What are we seeing here as far as Bitcoin? I mean, we still can't seem to reach this 90,000 level, which we've sort of been stuck below for the majority of the last couple of the weeks. But, you know,
IWM
today
playing
off
in
the back
between
of
two gaps.
better macro environment, obviously better news as far as the AI trade is concerned. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, so obviously this is more of a risk-on, risk-off indicator. We are seeing crypto as well as Bitcoin actually up today. Bitcoin's up around 2.8% if you're looking at the futures contract here. You know, it's the technical setup is very unique because we are hitting a key area of support. We tried to bounce off of it, coming back and hitting this 85,000 level, give or take a couple $100 there. And you really want to kind of see a consolidation and a breakout to the upside. That 20-day moving average in blue has been an area of resistance. We are seeing kind of a bearish cross, or some even call it the death cross, with that 50-period moving average moving below the 200-day moving average. But I think this is just an indication of liquidity in the marketplace. You are seeing a little bit of a bounce back here today. A consolidation, a comeback retest, I think is also going to be key. And any type of failure from here, you're really talking about around that 80,000 to around the 78,000 level for Bitcoin. So
490.
right direction
really
that you'd like to see. You'd like to see green on the screen when it comes to Ethereum, Bitcoin, all of the altcoins and things of that nature. That kind of shows a risk-on tone. Any type of reversal, though, Sam, that's where you get a little bit concerned that maybe this is a one of those situations where you kind of sell into any type of rip in the market, and that also can kind of lead to prices moving a little bit lower.
And just talk to us about the commodities patch this morning, KG. Obviously,
yeah,
we're watching oil, these prices ticking up. We've got the geopolitical risk premium being priced in here, as you mentioned yesterday. We've got Russia, we've got Venezuela, but we've also got the macro picture. I mean, Madame Lagarde talking this morning about, a positive economy out there in the Eurozone as well, no doubt helping things out too. What are you seeing as far as the energy complex?
Yeah, so you are seeing crude oil up about 0.8% at this point in time. It was actually higher overnight on the anticipation that President Trump, during his address yesterday evening, would actually announce a war with Venezuela. That was kind of the rumor that was out there. But you did see it kind of pull back here a tad bit. What's actually interesting from a technical standpoint,
I feel like it's going to pull back to somewhere here, 480 today,
at those lows, which once again is bullish, and maybe some buyers try to step in here. The fundamental landscape is still a little bit lackluster. Gasoline demand here in the United States is outpacing
back the VWAP and then maybe bounce or pull back the VWAP and then figure out a chop or something is healthy. This shit is not healthy.
So that's been something that's been on the radar.
Look at the MACD holding up, trying. Like, I don't. Is this shit healthy? Like, what the fuck is this shit? CPI sure, the W was healthy. 1030 was healthy. 1040 was healthy. Nah, 1030 was healthy. This shit was getting overextended, and now it's like overextended, holding crazy. Like,
as much of an impact on tariffs.
They chop here for 2 hours and then use that bearish method to pop up a little bit. I mean, maybe that's possible too, but like, what the fuck? I don't know. Dude, this is weird.
Which once again could kind of compress prices.
This is QQQ up 2%.
Patch alone, but I think the geopolitical risk premium that's being priced in right now still looks relatively cheap compared to the escalation that we are seeing in the Caribbean. I think the market, especially for these bulls, are really looking for that first strike or that first announcement
bearish
of something
days, and then one Super Bowl day
within that region to really try to push prices higher, and then you're looking at around that $58 level as your major
daily
area
candle
of
coming in.
Okay, keeping an eye on some of the commodities as well this morning. Plenty of moving parts for us. So busy this morning. Thanks so much for breaking down the data and what's moving markets this morning, KG.
This shit is coming in crazy. Does this ever? Man, that is absolutely something, though. From the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top, though. That is absolutely something. Top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. I don't know, maybe too many bears. Tomorrow is Friday, though, so everything is gonna... volatile shit. Volatile as shit. IWM coming with a 1 minute squeeze. CPI coming in crazy until it's not. It's just too strong. The narrative. The volume's sad as shit here too. What is this? IWM flying up in 1 minute.
Just coming straight across here, falling to 224 in the week of December 13th.
It's playing in between two gaps right now. This is the most dangerous shit smart money doing.
From 236, so not a big deal. Let's see, 4-week average rising to 217 because remember we had
IWM trying to rip up and QQQ and Tesla trying to rip down. Something is different.
Continue claim rising to 1.897 in the week of December 6th.
Not ripped down, but like it touched 490 is back into the orange box. Is what I'm
the prior week, but still not at 1.9%. Now, the number of the morning, the CPI, maybe coming in a little bit better than expected. 2.7%, a little light here. I'm not calling, I'm just reading the headlines here. Year over year, 2.7.
It went up.
Food and energy core, 2.6. So 4/10.
It went up in 1 hour.
A very good number here.
Look at this shit.
And it really, I have not looked at the
in 1 hour. It went up $13.
The internals are good as well. Let's see, year over year, over the last 12 months, there is no month to month, but some guys will be able to calculate. Seasonally adjusted index for all items less food and energy
went up $14.
0.2% over the 2 months. So, correct my math here, Michael Santoli, but 0.2 divided by 2 is 0.1.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's a very, very low monthly rate here.
QQQ went up.
The index for shelter increased, so you did get a really nice
$4
decline in shelter, which was 0.2.
$4.
So that was 0.1 per month. Energy index rising 1.1%. Over the same 2-month period. And what's good about that is energy prices have come off.
That's right.
And so the December numbers are going to pick up a better number here. Let's see. The all items index.
Oil has come off.
Oil has come off. I'm going to go and find right away here. All items less food and energy. That's the core. 2.6. So that's a very good number. With a big rise in like gas services up 9.1%. Electricity up 6.9%. This is the year over year rate.
Man, this is terrifying. QQQ.
Today, digital currencies trade lower as...
Oh, shit. No volume, but I mean, it could come. It's basically either right now or never. Right now or never. $11.25. The last 10-20 minutes, terrible cycles too, so maybe. SPY looks absolutely horrid. IWM chopping and fucking doing nothing horrid. Definitely showing. What is this?
If you don't
What the fuck? Someone said Nikai. What the fuck did they do overnight? Chop drop, chop drop, chop drop, chop drop. Yeah. That shit is wild. Things are wild and SPY and QQQ is showing bullish and Tesla and IWM is trying to point lower. It's literally now or never. Fuck. It's literally now or never. Too much time. The MACD needs to go bearish here and now, or it's fucked basically. It's now or never. It tried to show bullish in one candle and then yeah. Candle coming in thick. Come on, let's get a little proper. Let's get a little proper, man.
Actions that a child's confusion might resolve over time have been ignored, even though it makes common sense, and it turns out from numerous studies now in Europe to be true. Again, we outlined these in the op-ed. And this is not how clinicians respond to the care of other pediatric issues, but it's how we respond to pediatric adolescent mental distress. And the medically honest approach is to at least start slowly, the least invasive possible, psychotherapy, counseling, including family counseling, evaluation of other conditions like ADHD and autism, and of course treatment of the anxiety and depression that so often is included with this diagnosis.
Come on, man.
There's lots of reasons we're having this problem. Social media is obviously a concern. There's been an explosion of discussions within children's groups about these topics. The surge has also been accompanied by healthcare professionals advocating that there's not going to be any opportunity to push a child to think twice about the decision they might have wandered into mistakenly in a whimsical moment. And 57% increase in suicide rates over the last great data we have, which is from the teens, is also a concern.
Terrible, man.
With teenage children bearing the brunt of this. American taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for ideologically driven experiments on our nation's youth and hospitals that we deem must meet
give me a fucking abnormal fucking candle lower to VWAP. Come on.
Should not be conducting these experiments when we know so little about what is happening with our
drop
youth.
it.
Now the important part.
IWM looking
For these
weak.
reasons,
Tesla
and I can go on and on. This document, the white paper that Secretary commissions over 300 pages long. We're taking major steps at CMS to stop a funding process that has led to irreversible medical interventions with two major actions. The first, we're announcing a notice of proposed rulemaking that ends taxpayer funding of sex-rejecting procedures.
11:30 creating an algo range. MACD and volume is so terribly pulling back right now. It's like the MACD and volume's pulling back first and then the candle's coming. Like that shit makes no sense. Barely any MACD and volume. I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat right now. A lot of puts and calls here, but it's right in the middle of everything being at the edge. All the calls that are possibly up there are slightly out. All puts are under too. No movement. What? No movement. It's been 2 hours. There's risky shit for bears here too. Risky as fuck for bulls since 11:10 too. The slightest of slightest pullbacks. IWM and Tesla going first. Absolutely fucking sad. Absolutely sad. What the fuck? Fuck! Still in time, but oh my god. This cycle volume just says uncertain all around. It's like borderline uncertain, almost hoping, but like this shit is crazy. There is so many puts and calls, to be honest. Just on candles alone here now, going up, down, nowhere. Something bouncing on QQQ and SPY. And it ain't IWM or Tesla. For 5 minutes. Volume trying to be bullish. Gosh, it is so much. What a jack shit cycle, dude. 1140 HOD near. It's just doing whatever the fuck. Gap. $0.50 flat up and down. Crap. Oh. Yo, this shit is insane now, man. Nasty chop work today on IWM. QQQ bullish. 2% positively. Technologies. QQQ. Until it does something, it won't do anything, I guess. Too strong. IWM. Holding the tippity top of the flag, so ain't doing nothing until they do something. Oh. Someone said they're trapping. They want people to get long. I need VWAP. And not in an hour. I need it fucking soon. Oh, it's looking super bullshit bullish. It does look crazy bullish, I mean, but what? W and then flag holding. IWM entire day. W flagging, like. Oh my lord, it's trying to feed. Shall we do a poll? 170 people here, guys. Let's make sure we hit the like button on the live stream. Let's do a poll. Is this gonna hover and close, or is this not? Hover, not.
Joining us right now is Joe Davis, Vanguard's global chief economist, global head of investment strategy. Vanguard recently released its economic outlook for 2026. Good morning to you. Let's talk about the outlook in just 1 second, but CPI, what do you expect? What should we be looking for today?
Well, I think it's going to be mixed. I mean, I think we will see a trend that's in some components is coming down, but you'll see some pressures, the areas tied to either tariffs and then some of the food prices that we're all contending with. So again, I think it'll be a mixed picture. It'll leave the Fed in a modest, cutting or easing bias, but nevertheless, it's one of the challenges the economy faces.
And so, Joe, let's sort of leveraging sort of where we are right now, we're obviously almost at the end of the year. What is if we come back and discuss next Christmas what the year was, what do you think it'll look like?
Well, again, there are some headwinds that we're still working through. I think the ultimate factor will be how much AI-related investment we will see, particularly in the back half of the year. We start to see, upside risk to the U.S. economy. That's not to say there's not challenges in the near term. I mean, the labor market has effectively stalled and is in a holding pattern. There's several reasons for that. But the swing factor is clearly going to be investment, and with that, what does it do to job growth? That's the theme of our outlook, and so that's where the risks across the world are mixed, depending upon the velocity of the investment.
So what do you think is going on in the jobs market right now?
Well, as you're just mentioning, supply and demand, there are both forces at work. There's been acceleration in retirements,
Hovering at the roof.
Those over the age 65 in particular. Obviously,
Burning
immigration has
hovering at the
slowed, and
roof.
so that has pushed down the so-called, break-even rate. But we're still working through, some of the tariff uncertainty, which was delayed. It was not eliminated. It's not AI automation. Some of the job growth is actually strongest in those occupations that, at least right now, have high AI exposure. And our own 401k records that track job growth pretty closely show that, younger workers, it's at historical levels. I'm not saying it's booming for younger workers, but it's not some of the narratives that we hear. So it's both coin and, businesses holding pattern, as well as just lower supply of new entrants coming in the market. So again, investment spending and business confidence will really determine the risk to the economy in 2026.
Okay, but then speak to the other side of the story, which is the inflationary picture.
Yep.
How much inflation do you think we're going to see? How much of that is a function of tariffs? How much do you think it's a function of something else?
I think there is a lot to be said of tariffs, as well as what we believe we've said pretty strongly for 2 years. The Fed is not as restrictive as they think. And so, I'd say they're fairly neutral. I think there's a greater appreciation for that more recently. So I think if you put those two together, you can get inflation above 2%. Where we go from here, I think will be less a productivity story. It will be much more, let's settle down in some of the tariff related uncertainty, some of those volatilities. And then I think the focus for 2026, believe it or not, will be more on the growth than on the inflation side.
And then finally, if we could make you a candidate for the next head of the Fed, what would you be doing?
I would be looking at how high productivity could go over the next 2 or 3 years. I mean, there are some strong arguments, and we've made it, that there's a possibility of a late 1990s, somewhat of a surge in growth, which is non-inflationary. That has important implications for what the Federal Reserve should do. So that's always, not an easy exercise, but that's where I would be spending a lot of time because you can have policy that can accommodate higher growth, thinking that you don't have to be as restrictive. That's going to be important for the financial markets.
You think we could have lower rates without? Are you suggesting we need lower rates or not then?
I think you can have our research is clear. You do not have higher rates with higher growth. Not if it's given from higher productivity and innovation rates. That's what we saw in the late 90s. You can have a 4% 10-year Treasury yield and have inflation holding pattern, yet you can have a 2.5%, 3% GDP. It's because it's not just demand. You're getting higher capacity. That's the key area the Fed needs to look at for the next 2 or 3 years.
Shit is annoying.
It's not too out of the way.
IWM did not fill the gap above. IWM did not fill the gap above. Indexes are very misaligned right now too, slightly. QQQ is still showing hella strength. SPY is showing a lot of choppiness. A lot of them leading into fake outs. Breakout, fake out, breakdown, fake outs. We're in a range right now. Until the range breaks, we're stuck in a box up here somewhere. A box. A purple box looks like of some sort. And candle traders care, right? And fake papers traders care about how much they made in one day or whatnot. But what really matters to smart money deductors is what they made in a period of time and what they saved. Meaning what they actually got to leave and use in life with the profit. Because whatever people made, it doesn't really matter if they just, like, if it's all gone in a week or month or year or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever I make and I get to use in life, I think is the money I make. Unless it comes out of my account, it's not money I make or made. It's just money account, money market account going up and down. Because I know, as a deductor and a cyclical approacher, that I know that there is a cyclical thing to my account, and there are times when I go up, and there are times when I go down, just like how the market goes up and down. And when I am really up, I tend to take some money out so that I can make sure I made some and use some instead of, because that's what I used to do back in the day when I was younger, a year or two younger. I would just make, and then I would lose it all in a day. All the shit I made over the last 2 weeks, all the shit I made over the last month or 2 months or whatever the fuck, a month, a week, and it would just suck. 2 days, 3 days good, and then 1 day dog shit, and it would be like, oh, popcorn, and then it's like coin flip, and then you make it and lose it, make it, lose it, and it's just pointless. And I realized, right, smart money deductors aren't just doing this shit off of 100 contracts is bearish off of candles, and then you throw a fucking rice cake at the wall and see if it sticks. It's like they deduct, try to get it statistically right, numerically right, as much as they can, and then they do risk analysis and then see if it's they're what they like, and then what they do on what certain setups and certain blah blah blah, and then they get to reaps the benefits by deciding themselves by actually doing it to do whatever the fuck they want to do or whatever. But until it comes out and until it's paper trading, like, everything is literally fucking lies. I don't trust any of those people that say 2,000 amount and they show no fucking proof. Like, what the fuck? You can't fucking what are you talking about, bro? Anyone can fucking go on Charles Schwab and make up any fucking paper account and be like, I just bought 100 ... and then you can't fucking do that shit on Robinhood. Why? Like, fuck you talking about? Take a screenshot of Robinhood. You literally can't, like, how you gonna make up the fucking graphs of going up and down? It's literally a platform that everybody uses, but a platform that nobody uses and nobody fucking knows what the fuck person talking about is saying I'm 100. This is fucking all lies, delusional shit. It's the roaring 20s. It's the delusional shit happening. I don't care what anyone says. It's literally what it is. Some people are fucking just naive enough to believe in it all their lives, and some people just literally know, and they don't, they can't do anything because they're not, they can't get to the public reach and tell people what's the truth, right? But I mean, I know for a fact some people know exactly what I'm talking about because you can't fucking bullshit the market, dude. Some bullshit. Crazy. Candle trading fam Furuji. Guruji shit, man. I don't know. I don't think that's normal though in any culture. Maybe it is normal in some cultures, but it's just something weird. To think that's normal and to prey upon and to use that to do a little weird, dude. Market is evaluating what to do. QQQ is not going lower. It is 2.03% green right now. IWM is the only thing that is barcoding up and down. Tesla showing ultra strength. Kathy Woods, Dr. Barry, all things combined. Bull flagging at the tippity top 3 days in a row. Tesla has been pop drop 3 days in a row now, so that's something crazy to know too. Tesla pop drop pop drop pop, just fucking 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 days. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. Pop drop pop drop pop pop drop pop drop pop drop. Bottom of the purple box is evaluating what to do until a 5-minute, 15-minute candle comes, breaking the bottom of that purple box, and nothing is going on. It is faking out. If it does break the bottom of the purple box, then perhaps there is something bigger happening. Perhaps. Time to watch. Bottom of the purple box is evaluating on SPY. QQQ is holding bullish crazy. Tesla is holding bullish crazy. IWM is barcoding in between two gaps still. I don't think this gap filled up here by sense. So until that has filled, I'm going to leave a mental note that it has not filled. QQQ really going for a divergence at the top. And 610 was a strong level for hedge fund, I guess, long-term something, but it has been continuous. 610 QQQ regaining, dumping off like nothing. 6 fucking 10 QQQ, crazy. Wow. My God, bounce coming in. Bounce coming in. HOD testing on QQQ. Time is 11:55. Is this just visually bearish showing to bear trap? Why is it not dropping here? It's just holding. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. You guys watch this oil news while I'm gone to the bathroom. Taking my phone with.
Right now is Rebecca Babin, CIBC Private Wealth Senior Energy Trader. And Rebecca, these prices this year have been kind of phenomenal in how low the prices have been given all of the conflict we continue to see around the globe, things that you would anticipate could disrupt oil markets. But you say that crude oil is kind of in a war with itself. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so I think you really hit on the key point, Becky. We've had a lot of geopolitical risk escalate this year, whether it's been Israel and Iran, Russia, Ukraine, and now with Venezuela. And that has at times seemed to indicate that we would see supply reductions in the market, right? We've got millions of barrels coming out of Russia and Iran specifically, but none of these actual escalations have resulted in barrels being off the market. In fact, we've really seen.
All right, I'm back. All the calls are under. All the calls are under on the SPX put to call ratio. I just sent it in the group chat.
Reason that the market has experienced these short covering rallies. There's supply risk. The other side of the coin, and where we're doing the battle, is on the fundamental side. We're looking at a market that is significantly oversupplied. Demand is growing for 2025 at 1 million barrels a day, where supply, non-OPEC supply, is growing at 1.6 million barrels a day. So this is a market that has a natural buffer built in terms of excess supply.
1 minute gap here on SPY.
OPEC, which came in and started unwinding their production cuts, and you have a significantly oversupplied market. So all of these geopolitical risks kind of bump up against that supply, and it kind of becomes this narrative battle. Which narrative are we focusing on today? Is it supply risk, or is it the fundamental oversupply that's impacting prices? At the end of the day, the winner of the battle for 2025 has clearly been fundamentals. Crude's down over 20%.
Right, really important if the shit goes on the 5-minute candle, but there's a gap down. So
I think that battle will continue into 2026.
Even if they go, there's a 1 minute
where
gap.
We continue to see fundamental weakness and potential increased geopolitical risks.
Yeah,
5-minute candles going here.
It feels a little different to me than what we've seen in the past, and that's basically because normally on a supply-demand situation,
bearish.
it is the demand situation, demand
on the
side
5-minute
MACD
alone, candles are dropping
through. A down
through.
market like this, it's usually because there's economic turmoil somewhere in the world.
Time is 12.
What would happen to prices if we weren't dealing
a 1
with all
minute gap
these
here.
geopolitical issues, whether it be
scary.
Russia and Ukraine or Venezuela?
I want that 1 minute gap to
somehow got
fill and
miraculously
then go,
solved
but
if the geopolitical tensions came down.
they're leaving it for something. So
really good point on that, and I agree. This is different. Demand has actually outperformed this year, even though we were worrying about it in April. It's going to be around 1 million barrels a day this year, and maybe potentially 1.2 million barrels a day demand growth next year. If we start to see demand get shaky due to geopolitical or due to global growth risks, and we see the geopolitical risks fade, we will absolutely see crude test
5-minute
50
candle.
WTI, maybe the 40s. But the key here is when we test those levels, that's when we start to see a supply response from U.S. producers. So the market naturally resets itself back into balance. It's not going to just continue to trade lower. Producers are not going to produce at a loss.
Bear trap off
so that's
12,
where you
maybe.
see that mechanism step in.
I mean,
there's a gap, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they might be recycling to go a little bit lower here and then bear trap down there somewhere. But all the calls down here are now out of the water, so a little bit of a pullback is my deduction, I think. But
fertile fields elsewhere. And because
all these fucking bears are trapped down here too, so I just want VWAP, to be honest.
Are we already at the point where
call my 2.
some fields would be shut down or some exploration would not happen
SPX
because
down there
you
is
can't get
fucked, I won't
crude
lie.
above $60?
So for most of the U.S. shale producers, 55 is where you start to see some barrels start to be uneconomical.
I want Tesla to pull back to
it accelerates drastically as you get to 50 and below. The supply impacts at this price point and where the curve is actually not extreme. We might see 100,000, 50 to 100,000 barrels a day of production start to come off. But the key here, and I think this is a really important point, is U.S. producers continue to get more efficient and be able to drive down their break-evens. We've expected crude to start to come off. We've seen rig counts come down this year pretty dramatically, but production hasn't responded. They're drilling longer laterals. They're getting more efficient. So as we think about those break-even points, just continue to remember that we thought they were going to respond in the past, and they've been very resilient. So we are at that tipping point, but I would say maybe we need to shade that tipping point a couple bucks lower due to the efficiencies.
Deciding in the 5-minute candle right now what to do.
Watch, but I don't bet against U.S. producers cutting back dramatically at this crude strip. I think that takes place $5 lower from here.
They're leaving.
Ordering food for work used to mean stacks of receipts and spreadsheets. But with EasyCater, all that paperwork isn't even work anymore. View orders, access receipts, track expenses, all in one place.
That's looking terrifying.
Today, along with the equity markets, though hopes for progress on crypto regulation hitting a roadblock this week as a key hearing gets punted into the new year. Emily Wilkins joins us. She has that story. Emily.
Hey, David. Well, yeah, look, banking CEOs, crypto groups, they've been flooding Capitol Hill in recent weeks as senators are trying to come closer to an agreement on when to classify crypto as a security and when to classify it as a commodity and how to prevent crypto from being used for illegal activities.
Is letting go to VWAP, and then they're going to figure it out VWAP and then chop and then figure out if they want to go back to Gap or not. I don't know. We'll see. MACD is trying to be bearish here.
But we're not.
MACD is
It's
bearish
clear
on
to me
IWM.
anyway
Where would IWM go? Gap fill here, right?
Yet.
And then it would figure it out. So I think it's going to go to VWAP.
That's Senator John Kennedy. He's a member of the Banking Committee that initially hoped to mark up the bill this month, but that has now been pushed back yet again. Issues remained, and a tentative vote on the bill that lawmakers hope to take this month could be going now until January. Remaining issues include whether top government officials, like President Trump and his family, should be able to profit from crypto ventures while they are in office. Another ongoing debate is to what degree decentralized finance should be regulated. And there's also a battle brewing between banks and crypto over interest payments. Now, stablecoin issuers, they are banned from paying interest to customers, but they can pay rewards that look a lot like interest, which banks argue is too similar.
They want to extend the trading hours, man. On the NASDAQ. You believe it. I got on 2 SPX puts as soon as this fucking candle turned red, and I am still in. I got in for 2K and now at 1.5K each, but I want more here. I got deleted on my 1.7K put. I got deleted 1.5K almost, so I am wanting at least 1.5K back now. Tesla dropping like a Niagara Falls. Time is 12:05. There is a 1 minute gap here, so they're slowly doing this shit. They can bounce it whenever the hell they want, but for right now they're going lower with the 1 minute gap on SPY. To VWAP trying, IWM is going lower. QQQ is trying as well. MACD is in the negative territory. All these bulls are being washed out on the SPX put to call ratio right now. Let's see. It's a lot of bulls up there. They left. Now they're at VWAP. This is the midpoint.
Yeah, this seems to be one of the most divisive things I've heard of on Wall Street. So we have some people like the Wells Fargo trading desk. They go, it's literally the worst thing in the world. And you talk to other traders, they go, it's not a big deal. In fact, we had Carrie Firestone here on the show, and she said she actually thought it might smooth out trading during the day. Where do you stand? Does this increase volatility? Does it lower volatility? How does it impact investing?
I think a great question, Frank. And there's going to be, until this rolls out, we won't fully know. But I would call myself on the supportive side. When I was chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission, we already had found, starting in 2021 and 22, there was trade. Robinhood, you mentioned.
1.5K profit.
Their users wanted to trade sometimes at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you might say, well,
dog
I'd rather
shit fucking
sleep.
SPX put. I got fucked on the bottom 10-20
but
today.
I think that for
Let's
those
go!
of you, it's a good thing to get greater transparency. And so let me just say this. How does it happen now? Robinhood sends an order to something called Blue Ocean. Most of your viewers don't know Blue Ocean. It's called an alternative trading system. It's one of 4 or 5 of these things.
I'm not gonna lie. This
and you send that order to that. There's not much transparency. So when I was SEC chair, somebody came in, it was called 24X, and asked to register with the SEC to create an exchange.
I did
and
not
those
want to hold the
exchanges
VWAP.
would do something like the tape. You know, when the prices are coming across the screen. I think that's a good thing. for the investing public.
IWM.
All right, so you do see some upside. You're not on the camp of it's the worst thing ever that happened to the stock market or Wall Street.
So
you're seeing the potential for some upside.
Now let's see what happens on
I see another piece of upside,
W has
actually.
been destroyed
right
on
now, there's an
IWM.
academic study that was out
God did.
that
Holy
80%
shit.
of
Wow,
the
coming
volume
back,
overnight,
man. My
and
fucked
it's
up
thin,
put coming
it's
back.
not a lot of volume.
Can you believe
it's
it?
less than 1% of the overall
My fucked up put
24-hour
coming
volume.
back. Can you believe it? My
But
one SPX put coming back
80%
right
of
now.
it's
Oh
coming
my
out
God.
of Asia. Half of
God,
that 80% is out of Korea.
Yo, Tesla,
I was with the dentist the other day.
Tesla,
When you all reached out to have me
Tesla,
come on this, Rostami, my dentist. And he asked me, he said, Gary, why are you going on TV? What are you talking about?
Oh, my Lord.
And I told him, he said,
Purple
why do
box
people
left,
want to
right?
do this?
Look,
And I
literally
said, well,
once
some
this
people
shit
want to do
leaves
it.
in the
Why
5
should we
and the
say
15-minute
no?
candle,
But
right? Look at that
two
shit.
things
It's
are
fucking
happening.
gone, right?
One,
And they
we're
fucking
helping them get better
destroyed the fucking
transparency,
calls
better
up there.
regulation.
Look at the
in
SPX
overnight
put to call
session.
ratio I sent that 11:20,
And two,
11:40ish.
those
Look at this shit.
Asians that want to
Like
trade
I said, if the
during
5-minute and the
their
15-minute
daytime
fucking
can
candle leaves,
trade
it's gone.
the
And
big
literally,
names
it's
of
gone.
America. And isn't that good
One
for those
15-minute
American
candle, it's gone.
companies that those
It's gone.
Asian
And I said nothing's gonna
who
happen
wanna
until the
trade
5-minute
can do
candle
it in
breaks or some
their
shit, right?
day.
And the 1,
So
the
there's an
5 or
upside for those
15
investors.
minute,
I
and
want
they're
to ask
literally
you, what's
broken
really the
stacking.
downside for U.S. investors? Because
gone.
as you mentioned, people can already do it on
Wow.
Robinhood. They're already doing it. Why not
Oh
just
my
open
God,
the
that's a
exchange for that
fucking crazy
quote-unquote night
dumb
session?
Look at this
and
shit.
let
I
people do
literally
it right
told
there
you
on the
this shit
exchange,
looks.
and
This
like
is.
you
I
said, it would
told you up
increase
until 10:30
transparency.
this is healthy, right?
I think the other
And then
question
I
is
said
about
somewhere up
liquidity.
here it's
Do you think
fucking
it would increase
unhealthy as shit,
liquidity
right?
those overnight
Look at this.
Well,
now it's
interestingly,
healthy.
and again, it's just
Now it's healthy.
recent
Alright, we're at
academic
VWAP.
studies, but they say that
Now it's
there's
healthy,
not
all right?
great
Now the
liquidity
market's
in the
healthy,
middle of the
man.
night.
Oh
That
my
means
God,
the
look at
bid-ask
this shit.
spread is a little wider.
I literally said this is healthy,
it
but like
actually
something fucking here
tightens
unhealthy.
up
And
and
this shit
helps
was
the
unhealthy.
open in the morning.
Oh
So
my God,
remember,
now
at
they're dumping.
9:30 in the morning, the big core session happens. That's where
Big
90% of the volume is.
I need
between
somewhere below
9:30 and
480s.
4 o'clock in the
Below
afternoon.
480s, I'm up
And it will
big. I added
probably
when it was going up.
modestly, this one
I
study
added somewhere
says,
going up.
maybe
So
help in the
fucking
morning. Look,
480s.
it's about investor protection.
I'm in
And
10
some people
fucking
rightly
Tesla.
worry,
490s
look,
into
are we
tomorrow here, man.
moving
Fucking
more to sort of
huge,
trading in the middle of the
huge
night,
pullback. This is
day trading, now night trading,
huge
addictive
pullback.
trading, and all
Tesla
academic
fucking
studies
huge
show,
pullback.
all
Right?
economics
Look
show,
at this
the more
orange
you
box
trade,
playing, and they
you're
dumped it off the
lower
orange
your
box, man. This
average
shit is
returns.
crazy setup.
And so rightly people are
Crazy
saying, what
setup.
about
I can't believe they
investor
fucking ran
protection?
it up.
Well,
That's
I
why I'm
look
saying
at it,
crazy
and
setup.
I
Like it's
voted
unbelievable.
for this last November as well.
It's unbelievable.
I look at it and I say investor protection
Oh my
net
God.
goes up with greater transparency, greater surveillance.
I
That's
literally
a good
said
thing.
at when
We have to
11:25 at
recognize that there's
11:25 a.m.
there's some
pullback
risk
is
that
coming.
some
The WhatsApp group,
greater
right?
people will trade in the
11:25
middle of the
a.m.
night
pullback is
and
coming,
burn
in my
Gary, in all
opinion.
fairness,
And
there's risk in the
11:32,
middle
I
of the day.
sent
If
the
you trade between 9:30
SPX
and
put
4,
the
there's
call
still some
ratio,
risk.
and I
I
sent
want
the
to ask about one other topic. We're
SPX
looking at
put the call
Coinbase
ratio
this
again
morning.
at
Those
when
shares are up about
11:56.
3%. Coinbase, the latest company
And
getting
right,
in the
and
prediction
at
market.
12:02, I
How
said
are you
when
viewing the prediction
VWAP
markets?
is
Do you
coming,
think
in
there
my
needs to be
in my
specific
opinion.
regulation around them?
And like, look, 12:02 was the
it's
last time I said in the
interesting.
WhatsApp group,
All
VWAP is
capital
coming, in
markets
my
have
opinion.
a
And now time
feature
is
of prediction.
12:10,
We predict
and
the
VWAP fucking
price of a
broke through
stock,
crazy.
with earnings,
Right?
economic prediction. We predict the
I need,
price of
yeah, I need Tesla
corn
to
or
go more
wheat,
too, but
and
I
that's
mean, dude, this
important
shit
for
is gonna go
farmers and
for it.
merchants to
Setup
hedge
says,
the risk.
setup says we're going to
I think that
479.
there's
fucking
two issues.
Tesla. It's crazy.
One
they're gonna go
is
break
it
the
well
LOD. That's
regulated
turning
with
into a fucking dump
transparency,
yet
and
again.
we
Today's the
protect
fourth
against
dump
fraud
day
and
now.
so forth.
This
And
is disgusting.
two, and
My
this
put
is a
literally went
long-held
to,
view, is
dude, you don't understand. My put
if
literally
it's
went to
hard to
$170
ensure for
from
the
fucking
integrity of the
1.7K
market,
in this
and it's
fucking bag.
harder to to ensure for the
That's how fucking
integrity
crazy this shit
in
is. It was
things
at
around
$170 from
sports
1.7K
and
in this
around
fucking back. Like,
politics. It's trickier.
I'm telling you, bro. Fuck the candle trading.
So
Fuck the little candle
really
trading
important
bullshit.
to make
Little fake,
sure
little trend direction. I want the fucking
we
real
don't
trend. I want the real
undermine
direction.
either our
Real
political
setups,
system or
the
our
real,
sport system,
you know,
in these
real
prediction
traps
markets, but
and
we
the
have
real
to recognize
direction.
we have
That's
prediction
what I call
markets
it. The
for
fucking real
weather
direction,
events,
the real
and that's
wind direction, the
probably
trend
a
direction.
helpful thing for
Fuck
people
the
to
candle
hedge
direction, bro.
severe weather risk.
Fuck the candle direction, dude. What are you talking about? What? Like, candle what? Candle what? Set up, right? IWM 1 minute gap. What? They did not fill it. They went lower and lower. The IWM,
Welcome to the ARK Venture Fund. Today, to get very...
Oh my lord. That is something. Look at this shit. Look at this shit right now, bro. It's just crazy. I love it. I fucking love it. But honestly, fucking being up top, I did not fucking believe it was gonna come fucking break through VWAP and dump. That's why I literally left right before VWAP. Why? I don't usually play in the 3/3. This is the 3/3. I am in the 3/3 right now, but like I try to not play in the 3/3 huge because I have rules for myself. This is what I mean. I have rules for myself. This is what the fuck I mean. This is amazing day. Beautiful day. LOD coming. They're dumping this shit. LOD coming. LOD incoming. Insane. Insane dump. Insane dump. This is LOD incoming now. Q. Wanted to pull back from all the way at the top to the CPI candle. Top and bottom. That's what's going to happen here. They're going to go here. 607. 9-4. And everyone's going to be like, what the fuck just happened? But I mean, that's literally what's happening. SPY, bigger picture says we broke out of the CPI top and bottom range. We broke out and then we just dumped on it. Why did I say VWAP coming, right? Because today's CPI day. 677.49. This happens every goddamn CPI PPI day. This is why I love CPI day, PPI day. I learned this from another YouTuber. His name is Ariete Trading. That guy talks about a lot of smart shit. A lot of people talk about smart, real shit, smart money deduction shit. You just gotta pick and choose, right? And then make your own rules and blah, blah, blah. But that guy is the one that told me about this 8:30 a.m. pre-market setup. And I've been deducting and I've been practicing for the last 12 months on this CPI, PPI shit every single time. This is 12 times now because every single month this shit happens. And I see a crazy shit happening every day like this, dude. Let's get the like up on the live stream, man. Thank you so much today for being here, guys. I just want to say today, let's all get a CPI day in chat, man, please. Let's get the like up today, man. CPI day in chat, folks, please. CPI day in chat, folks. This is most likely incoming 607.98 on QQQ. Why? You have to imagine QQQ was up 2.13% today, 2.06. We're literally at 1.38% now. That's a pullback. So, let's get today. CPI day. Today is what? CPI day. Let's say it together. CPI day, folks. God bless. Thank you all. Let's get some American flags in chat. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This is the most crazy. This is the most. You know what's crazy? Every single day, the last 3-4 days, we've been saying what? Today's crazy. Oh, today's crazy. Oh, today's crazy. Oh, crazier than yesterday. What? Crazier than yesterday. Right? Crazier. Can we all agree with that, right? The day before yesterday was crazier than yesterday, and that day was crazier than fucking yesterday, and today is crazier than yesterday. Crazy as fuck. Huh? They trap what? Candle traders fucking donezo, right? Candle traders, done. Roaring 20s. This is the motherfucking roaring 20s, bro. Every single day it's gonna be like this, right? This is CPI day, just showing the fucking, tippity iceberg of the truth. But honestly, every single day is gonna be like this. Why? Candle traders care about candles. They just say bullish, bullish. They don't care about what's going on. They don't care about the behind the setup, the things that's what's going on. They don't care about what's really happening. Why? Because they're faking it. They're not really doing shit. They're just fucking paper, whatever the fuck. Honestly, though, I don't have no time for bullshit like that, so I try to stay focused on what I do, but I have a lot of baiters and trollers coming to my shit when things are not going right on my end, and they're like, blah, 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 blah. So I already know. Come back 40 minutes later. Come back 2 hours later. Let's see who's trolling who. That's what I want to say, because fuck the candles, bro. I love setup. So if you are saying, haha, Jeff, you're wrong, setup, blah, 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 cycle, blah, 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 you're absolutely right. And I'll be like, okay, true. But if you're going to be like candle, blah, 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 and be like, dude, what the, God did, when things are completely going against, then that is karma, right? That is called God did. That is called find God. Everything will be okay. Everything will be positive, and everything will be good if you are true and good to yourself and those that you love around you and those that really matter, which is yourself. and everything will be okay. But those that don't understand that find negativity. Those that don't understand that find distractions. And those that don't understand that don't give a fuck about nothing else other than bullshit, candles, and distractions. So on that end, God did. On that end, God did. This week has been fucking crazy, amazing. I'm green entirety. I'm up today, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, and fucking Friday, and last week on Thursday too. So literally, my yo, I'm having the best fucking time of my life. I'm having the best time of my life. I really am. My put is back. Look at this shit. My 1.7K put, they dragged it down to $200, and now it's back at fucking 2K. Like, I can't even fucking describe how crazy it is sometimes what they do with candles, man. But honestly, this is basic solely on candles. Candle versus setup is what you gotta call it, right? A lot of people don't really understand, or they don't really believe me when I say this shit. But at the end of the day, this is the Roaring 20s, and at the end of the day, every single day is candle versus setup. And the reason why I have so much focus and so much confidence in myself when it looks absolutely crazy and absolutely wild is because of setup. I don't give a rat's ass about candles. Candles are what retail trader LOD broke. All right, they want to go lower. Divergence is at the floor. They want to go break the floor. And LOD at the floor. All right, this is full on south. Dump. Full on dump. This is full on south. Alright, I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about anymore. This is full on south. They want to go dump. QQQ want to go lower. Tesla want to go dump more. Tesla wants to go to 479. I'm waiting here 5 more minutes basically. LOD broke on. LOD broke on. SPY. QQQ at the level we were talking about, 607.98. Let's see how it evaluates the CPI candle. Right, they broke out crazy and bull trapped everybody and their mother and came to the CPI candle top. Now we are evaluating what to do with the LOD on SPY below the CPI candle top. Right, something felt weird with the whole W, with the every single time we're below it, pop, pop, boom, and then now, now they're trying to figure out what to do with the real direction. Right, with so many fucking people trapped, bears trapped, bulls trapped, they switched hands, everything switched hands, and then now deciding it is not over. This is, look at this shit, 607.98 touched, bounce trying. Time is 12:20. There's a divergence at the floor, so even if they show short-term, medium-term bounce here, long-term, medium-term calls are in danger because of the divergence at the floor. The divergence at the floor says that market could go spike down and break the LOD and clear the divergence at the floor whenever it decides to. IWM also has a 1-minute gap that it left on the way down. That is also a setup. It could play. Setup as in bounce and fill one and then, I don't know, decide to do something. So we will see. There's setups up and down here. Time is 12:20. Time is 12:20.
Hey, New Jersey, open enrollment is here. Now's the time to get quality, affordable health insurance from
Joining us this morning is Niles Investment Management founder and portfolio manager Dan Niles. Got some thoughts on the AI trade and the market at large. Dan, good to see you again.
To see you too, Carl.
So a lot was made of Broadcom's inability, for example, to rally after its earnings, but maybe the story can be different with Micron today?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at the short-term picture and the long-term picture. So in the short-term picture, what's changed is now really starting at the end of October, people went ahead and started going, can everybody actually win in AI? Can all of them make their forecasts? Can OpenAI actually spend $1.4 trillion in capital commitments? when they're going to exit the year at a $20 billion run rate in revenues. And
I have certain
this is
things
something
to do
we've been
today.
saying for a while. If you
waiting on
look
Tesla
at the
480
aftermath
still.
of the internet, right? You had one winner in e-commerce, Amazon. You had one winner in search, that's Google. You had one winner in social, that's Meta, you know, streaming, Netflix, audio, Spotify. But for the last 3 years, it's been everybody's going to win, nobody's going to lose. And so that obviously, unless it's very different this time, it's probably not the way this is going to ultimately shake out. So I think that made sense. Having said that, we're only 3 years into this AI build-out.
Why is the market doing this?
Look at the internet, it took
Why
about
is
6
the
years.
market doing this on a bullish CPI bounce? Because, right, the only reason why we're doing this is because of the FOMC top that we made last week on Wednesday. The market has been bugging out bearish and has been every single opportunity pulling back, dropping and dumping, and has been dumping since last week on Wednesday and Thursday, destroying a lot of hope. That sucks. I think there must have been a lot of upside hope, and then they just
15.5 times. If you look at NVIDIA over 3 years, their revenues have gone up on a quarterly basis about 9.6. So from either a time basis or from how much has been spent, if you compare this to the internet, you're not there yet. So I think this is like 1997 or 98 when Cisco went down 37% and 38% in the middle of those years, and still finished the years up 31% and 150%. So I think this is just a healthy pullback as people get more
see what happens.
So is that a longer way of saying you buy weakness in tech?
1223, 1225,
yes, I'm being
and then
long-winded,
reject.
but yes, that's the short vision version, Carl. I think you get a Santa Claus rally. I think December, the month of December finishes up. I think, you know, the CPI numbers you got today were really encouraging because it means you can still look forward, hopefully, to easy money. And you've got the core coming in at the lowest level since March of 2021. And we know that the new Fed chair in May, he's only going to be appointed if he wants to cut rates a lot. And so if you can get that, you might get another year of easy money.
I never knew. I didn't think it was going to come back, honestly, guys. You know, that's the reason why I fucking left so goddamn high up on the 2 SPX. I left literally here before VWAP because I didn't think this shit was going to come back. But I was holding. I was holding with all my other shit thinking maybe if it does, shit, I'll be in. But like, what the fuck? To actually see it come back, this shit is billions and billions and trillions of fucking dollars moving. Basically, the market is like...
Today,
this
digital
is billions and billions of big money moving like whales. So, man...
Let's bring in Holly Newman-Croft, Neuberger Berman, Private Wealth Managing Director. Holly, it's great to have you. How does your outlook change, if at all, for 2026 after another solid year here for the market?
Tesla wants
to go. It's been a great year. What a way to end the year, up 16%. You know, we started the year together talking about expectations for uncertainty leading to volatility, and we certainly experienced that all year, but we were not predicting such a strong year overall in the equity markets. The S&P was
reloaded to go break the LOD. It's like we're fucking
index,
yesterday yet again.
Hitting new highs.
Oh
International and emerging market equities up over 30% year to date.
And you guys did like that.
We did. We liked small caps. We liked international and emerging markets. We've maintained all year a pretty neutral outlook to U.S. large cap equities, and we actually maintain that forward looking. So it's been a great year, and even if you look back a few years, as we discussed last month,
look at the LOD floor test, hoping that they bear trapped crazy and then they came back.
What do you tell your clients to do after
so I would be remiss if I didn't say you need to take
they
the
want to
last
go
couple
here.
weeks of the year,
674,
look at your portfolio. Undoubtedly, it is probably
insane bearish
overexposed
There's so many bulls trapped
to the indices that we've all benefited from. We've only got 8 trading days left or something in 2025. So I would think about rebalancing your portfolios, doing that on January 2nd, because you won't have to pay the taxes for 15 months. In repositioning your portfolioes to take some risk off the table. We are overweight small caps. We continue to like the small cap space. We think, the IPO calendar, while not as robust in 25 as we would have liked, it was double 24, and we expect it to be even stronger in 26. M&A activity has picked up. We all know small cap stocks are often targets in M&A activity.
Look at all the fucking calls they washed out. Look at the WhatsApp group chat right now. This
although
is
it is
fucking
important
disgusting.
to remember that a lot of that
Remember
30+%
all the blue lines?
return
Look
is
at the
attributed
WhatsApp
to the
group
steep
right
decline
now.
in the
It's
US
literally
dollar.
out of the
I think
fucking
if you look
map.
at the
It's off the
if you
chart.
look at Europe, the return
On the
in
right
US
side.
dollars
It's literally,
terms is
look
over
at how fucking
30%.
it's off the chart.
In local currency is about half of that. So we still expect a
All the
strong
calls.
return, but not as much
It's
to be
literally off the
contributed
chart,
from
bro.
a
That's
weakening
insane.
US dollar.
Oh my god. All these calls from 10, 40, 12, it's literally off the chart on the SPX put to call ratio. It doesn't even show up. Oh my god. Now we're in negative gamma here. Super negative gamma. Super negative gamma. Bear territory. Bear territory. It's up to the bears to not go lower or not. And the bears says they want to go to 674.45. Looks like 12.25. 12.20 bounce to 12.20. 12.20 rejected at the last minute of the 12.20 candle to reject to 12.25. 12.20 created an algo range at the floor, and they're deciding what to do at the floor here at 12:30. It's been, craziest thing is, it's only been 3 hours since the market opened, where I literally said at the tippity top at 11:10, I said, wow, we just ran from 10:20 to 11:20. That's crazy. It's literally 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, and they fucking just went dump, pump, dump, like nothing in 3 hours. And this is midday. There's so much time left. Now there's an algo range at the floor. Let's draw the cycles for what they are. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Algo ranging at the floor. We are now back in the algo range. Cycles are now trying to confirm to build a long or a short from the bottom. The bears are in danger until the low of the 12:30 candle breaks. QQQ did not go lower and break the LOD divergence. It is hovering at 607.96. Tesla chopping here as well, somewhere in the bullshit range of 487. I'm scared. I did not leave on Tesla, and it's bounce trying. Wild. Market is all the way at the floor, and Tesla is all the way at the roof. This is looking crazy. QQQ not breaking the roof. Maybe that is why. One of the reasons why QQQ is at 608 hovering. I need Tesla to go. That's the only thing I'm in now. I left everything except. Wow, that is a crazy dump though on SPX, man. SPY. What the shit? Tesla not gone crazy. Like, man, I hate this shit. Come on. $6 pullback. Like, they're way better. Tesla. I need Tech QQQ to go. SPY to hold or something. I need IWM to hold and Tech to go or something. Gap. Oh.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in Liz Ann Saunders, Chief Investment Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Very good morning to you, Liz Ann. So we've got a nice rally underway this morning. Thank you, Micron. Thank you, CPI report. Can it last?
Well, wow, I think we're going to see fits and starts. I think there is still that buy the dip mentality that kicks in, especially after you've had a bit of a pullback. As far as the CPI is concerned, and I say this somewhat literally, it's sort of unbelievable in the sense that there was no data collection the entire month of October and 12 days into November. So a much higher share of the components were estimated. We didn't get month-over-month readings. So I think to get what might be perceived as cleaner data,
I think somebody called it out best. I think it was Alfonso in chat. Alfonso said they did this in the car.
Which of course doesn't happen until January. But you did see a little bit of a pickup in terms of percentage probability that the Fed can cut again in January. That said, that can change.
Like CPI,
changes almost on a daily basis.
Oh, well, that's right. And obviously, we've got the jobs picture to keep an eye on as well. We had initial jobless claims coming in pretty much in line with expectations. Obviously, we're seeing a bit more of a risk-on type of sentiment today, but we have been seeing the market slow down, obviously responding with a degree of rotation, particularly away from some of the high-flying names into other sort of more defensive, value-orientated type parts and corners of the market. Do you believe that this can continue?
I fucking love it.
I do, but probably not in a linear fashion. I think you'll continue to get days like today, which, you know, in the case of today, it's not tech that's leading. It's actually consumer discretionary, and that may be based on the fact that we had a benign CPI report. Again, we'll have to see whether that lasts. But I think the general sense of a rotation where there's opportunities to present themselves outside of just a very small handful of stocks, I think that will be a characteristic of 2026, and it's already kicking in. Over the past 6 months, only 18% of the constituents within the S&P 500 have outperformed the index itself. But over the past month, that's up to 63%. You've seen now in the past month,
interesting. We have
if you go back to the end of October, equal weight outperforming cap-weighted S&P 500. You're seeing Russell 2000 do well. Russell 2000 has
we have 4 people that said, yes, me, I like CPI day. 2 people said, no, I hate it.
The
2 people
500.
said, ha,
so I think in general that has legs, but again, I wouldn't expect
2 people that voted ha 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 was Brian and Alexis.
Month after month.
So,
you talked
what do
about
you guys
fits
think
and
in the
starts. I
YouTube
mean,
chat?
that couldn't be
CPI
more
day.
real.
Good?
And the case
Bad?
for the Russell 2000.
Fun?
I mean,
scary?
You know, as far as the divergence that we're seeing between some of the small caps and, you know, the NASDAQ breadth, just talk us through the case for next year. I mean, you know, the case for small caps has
our
been,
OG members
getting a lot of tailwinds.
This is what I meant. You guys remember earlier talking about, oh, people that have been here for a long time, blah blah blah. They understand. They understand because this shit is like a every month thing. CPI, PPI, like the 80 or 100, 120 people that's been here every day watching the CPI shit when it does happen. This is not a fucking one-time CPI, PPI type of thing. Like, they do this shit to go lower and come back like crazy bear trap and then test and go lower. Or they do this and break out and then bear trap and then test and then go like, dude, don't forget this, man. This spike up candle at 8:30. What happened today? Do not forget this. Right, today. This is just an educational day, CPI day.
The capex, the rates coming down.
Only way I know. Only way I figured out CPI
that seems to be what some of my guests are telling me. But is it that easy?
Scary,
you know, what are you seeing out there as far as the story moving into 2026?
Well, within the Russell 2000, which of course is a large index of stocks, so I'd say in general, I would caution investors against taking a monolithic approach, especially in a market environment like this, including looking at an index like the Russell 2000 in any kind of monolithic way. What has been interesting is since the launch point of the rally off the early April post-Liberation Day lows, it has been the non-profitable stocks that have really powered the Russell higher. And we've been saying for quite some time now, I think you want to fade
We're talking about the Russell right now.
Lower quality
I don't really know why the
Russell
did what
2000
it did so
and
strong,
lean into the profitable companies. And that is also what has started to shift in the last month. You're seeing a narrowing in that extreme divergence. What has been in favor of non-profitable, little bit more of a shift now toward profitable from a factor perspective, and this is applicable up and down the entire cap spectrum.
Counter rally trying.
Factors
it's not
are
going up that
well.
much,
That's
but
distinct
I mean,
from saying value indexes will consistently perform well.
Countered.
But I think you want to screen when if you're a screener for stock ideas. I think you want to look at some of those value-oriented factors without giving up the growth side. So I'd say from a factor perspective, you almost want to have it look somewhat GARPy. You know, growth at a reasonable price, to use an acronym from
liquidity?
a couple decades ago.
create volatility.
Okay, so don't be monolithic on the Russell 2000. I mean, certainly something that the market has not been monolithic about is technology. There certainly has been this rethink more lately, about some of these valuations, particularly off the back of stories around tapping debt markets to fuel what they're doing here.
All right,
as far
this is
as
the last poll of the day, folks.
With data centers.
The last poll of the day is
Micron, which then reinforces the
we are
fact
going to
that
back to
data
VWAP.
centers are really
We are
going to
break the LOD.
as far
We're going
as
to
the
chop.
demand is concerned, we're talking about a memory AI super cycle. So far as the analysts are talking about, I was just speaking to my last guest, Victor Schvetz, about whether he sees an AI bubble. He doesn't see it bursting anytime soon. Certainly not in 2026, but. What is your modeling telling you? I mean, what are you seeing out there as far as the technology story moving into next year, Lizanne?
To try to put comparative years on this, it certainly is possible that we're more in the 1997 period relative to, say, the late 1999 period. And the comments that I've made a couple times already in this conversation around fits and starts, I think that is
VWAP,
it
new
applies
LOD,
to
chop.
a beat like
Let's
Micron, where you get
two people voting
an
VWAP,
outsized earnings result
VWAP,
or a upward guidance at a single name level, and that really feeds optimism back into the general space. But there's also much bigger a much bigger punishment factor now
so
for
Tesla's regaining
misses,
on
and I think
drop.
that has to do with the concerns about circularity in
still
finance
in Tesla,
and the fact that this boom so far, let's not maybe yet call it a bubble, the boom so far has been financed out of cash flows.
So if Tesla
but
does
in
drop,
terms
maybe
of
the market will drop again.
Of
but if
the
not,
Mag
it's going to
7,
chop here or
6
it's going to
quarters
run.
ago, free cash flow growth was running at more than 50% year over year. The last 2 quarters, that's actually been in slight negative territory, helping to explain why there's more debt financing. And I think there could be time bombs from a debt financing perspective, but not in the aggregate. So I think that's the nature of the beast we're in right now. But the broadening out is also reinforced by this notion that maybe there's a shift in attention away from just the picks and shovels and the hyperscalers.
We're going to see where the
just
POC
data
is
center
now.
and the energy powers needed for that into what does this mean for the broader economy? How are the adopters bringing AI into the mix? Can we put meat on the bones yet in terms of impact on profit margins, impact on productivity statistics? So I think that will characterize 2026 in terms of AI, maybe a little bit more than the narrow focus that has existed up until recently.
Right. I like the analogy, the time bombs. Everyone's just listening out for the ticks and listening to the cadence getting faster to see just when it goes off. Lizanne, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time today. Happy holidays to you and your family if I don't speak to you again. Lizanne Saunders, Chief Investment Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research.
All right, this yellow line right here, which is the previous low of the day, and the algo range is now the previous low of the day. Market is trying. QQQ is algo ranging or something. I'm going to mark this with a price level here as well. We can keep an important level marked. All 3 levels super important right now. 677.53, 675.71, and 674.58. Looking crazy. This spike. Looking crazy. IWM gap hasn't filled. There's 3 gaps now. Oh. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
It is rallying back to VWAP with the divergence at the floor. Low of the day. Volume coming in crazy. I don't know. This bounce could be used for something though. So let's see what happens is what I am thinking. I don't think about a VWAP run here more than not, but it is possible. We could visit VWAP too. VWAP run is, holy shit, what a V. Holy shit, what a V. Alright, IWM gapped and gapped. That is disgusting. Wow. IWM gapped them gapped, so. QQQ is bouncing off the bottom of the top CPI candle too. Super bouncing to 1240 now. Holy crap. 10 minutes. It made a new LOD and then it went to the middle. To VWAP. Now showing us this is the spike down 3/3 and then they bounced up. This is why I left my new money SPX somewhere here though, because this is 1/3, 2/3, and then at some point they play in a 3/3 to create a cycle, but this is wild. Super strong. But I mean, this is what the market does. 0 DT cycling at its finest. Below VWAP was 3/3. Prices go lower and lower and blah 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 in the 3/3, but at some point it gets used to create a new cycle. That's all it is. I was actually expecting this at VWAP, so they just went crazy and then got the shit reverting back up. Now the market is making bears hope on a new dump off the new LOD, and the bulls are hoping back for HOD. But you gotta see this shit now. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio now. All the puts are now out of the money all of a sudden at this VWAP. And all the calls are trying to get back into profit, and then now they're deciding what to do at this new VWAP. You gotta see this shit. Wow. That is so crazy to actually see that 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then bounce up crazy. Like, I don't know if this is real or fake or, 1 hour, 2 hours, 40 minutes or not, but all I'm saying is it's doing it, so it's clearly cycling on everything. Look at all the fucking 1 minute algo ranges on QQQ right now too. This shit is crazy working. This is crazy. Look at that 1 minute gap. They pushed down when the 1 minute gap made it so bearish, and then they come back. They come back. This is the best. I've seen this shit happen a lot, but like this is the most craziest shit to see it happen too. Like you can't lie. IWM regaining like that to go back is fucking crazy stupid. Crazy stupid. Yo. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Now I'm waiting on Tesla again, but holy shit. I'm not fucking feeling bad because I went into profit because of SPX, but like Tesla is now squeezing me again. It's fucking squeezing me again. 490 into tomorrow, and they're using the news consumer cyclical blah 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 today. Not gonna lie. And it is Elon Musk. This is insane though. What the shit is this rejection dump? And then what is this now? Counter pump? This guy is straight up pumping now. So many gaps on IWM, they don't care. Dump and pump. Classical. Look at the candles not even making sense, just the volume. Crazy volume out and then crazy volume in. Candle doesn't even make sense at this point on IWM. Shit doesn't even make sense at this point. Maybe they want to go up and fill the gaps, right? Go up, fill the gap, and then go down and fill all the gaps. That's some fucking nasty work. But I mean, this shit might not fill into tomorrow too. The gaps, it never has to fill perfectly. You could just leave it and then fill in a day or two. That is something though. This gap never filled too. There's a new gap in a gap. Gap at the gap. You call that a gap at the gap. Someone said, what is this fucking down, up, down bullshit? That's what the fucking, so fucking crazy, dude. Down, up, down, up. Can't lie, that's exactly what the fucking market did. Down, up, and now? Like, you know why? Because the cycle is so violent. Right? Who remembers watching that video in the WhatsApp group I sent yesterday, right? What did I say? When it moves up so violent, there's a volatile, right? Volatile exponential move down too. Basically the market doing the same shit with the volume going hella exponential volatile and then coming in hella exponential fucking bullish and then just resetting everything. Only people that are doing good are the deductors that are able to catch the down up, like down up without getting greedy and then some bullshit. The market is crazy, man. It's crazy. It's up down, but that's literally the reason. IWM was a great example. Tesla was a great example, right? All right, we'll watch the video live. All right, we're gonna play the video we watched yesterday in the WhatsApp group now. All right. Let's delete that for a second. Screen capture. We are gonna share what a lot of people saw yesterday in the WhatsApp group. Alright, this is why zero DTs have changed the environment too. Please understand.
A healthy chart needs like to go up, consolidate down, go up, consolidate down, go up, consolidate down, go up, consolidate down. You know, there's some price discovery, price acceptance, price discovery, price acceptance. So you need steady consolidation for a healthy move up. Yeah. When you're starting to see a, you know, let's actually keep it here. When you're starting to see a healthy chart needs like.
All right, I don't know why the video stopped playing, but consolidations and pullbacks are healthy. Runs, big dumps are not. Why? There's no cycle. Cycle says that it's not safe. It's not stable.
Our Federal Reserve Vice Chair, Richard Joining us now is PIMCO Global Economic Advisor, former Federal Reserve Vice Chair Richard Clarida. It's great to have you here. Welcome back.
Yeah, always
enjoy it. It's not that I sent that
How
video into existence. Like, that's just what's existing in the real world. Like IWM Tesla based on setup, NVIDIA, and that's just,
into
you know,
this
what
inflation print.
these smart money
I think there's
deductors,
some
these
good
smart
news
money
here. Obviously,
eight-figure traders have
distortions with the
figured out in their own
shutdowns and
lives.
seasonals.
That's all it
But I
is.
think you take the good news
And I
when
call
you
it
can,
reality.
can get it.
I call it the truth.
And I think it reinforces the message out of the Fed last week, which is
reality.
inflation is still pretty stubborn, but it's trending down towards the target, and this reinforces that view.
Should they keep cutting?
Oh, I think they're in a good place right now, as Jay Powell likes to say. They may be in a very good place throughout the first half of next year.
Not really important to pay attention to 1 minute gaps. They trap, hope,
they've
everything.
cut rates
but
a lot.
I mean, that
They're
sometimes
at sort of
is
the
used
top
to set
end
up
of the
along with
range of
other
what they
things.
think
You
of
can
as
have a better
neutral, and so
understanding. They're
I think a
chopping
good
right now at
bet
the top of the
is
CPI
wait and see
candle
for
here.
some time.
But aren't there still
CPI
parts of the
candle
market
top chop.
that feel restrictive? I know housing is with a lag, but
Market is
wouldn't it
chopping
help if they
at
could
the
try to
top
push
of the
down
CPI
mortgage rates,
candle
for
right
instance, and some of these consumer rates as well?
It would, Sarah, but obviously mortgage rates really depend on the whole yield curve, 10 and 30-year point. Rates have come down this year, notwithstanding the dire predictions of some other folks. But there's not a button on Jay Powell's desk that says cut interest rates today and mortgage rates go down. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
True.
I wish there was.
What do you think happens to market rates next year?
You know, I think the best guess is really 10-year treasuries have been in a range now for more than 2 years. Eventually, range trades, shift to a different range, but I don't see that on the horizon anytime soon. I think Secretary Besson's done a very effective job in communicating with the bond market.
It's true. The range, you can see it right here, hugging the bottom of it today. But is this a sign that the market didn't really know what to do with some of the holes in the data, the way they're calculating rent for October at zero? There have been other complaints today.
Puts and calls like nothing. They're cycling
I think
crazy.
that's a factor, but I think
new money calls and puts are maybe having a good time, but like, wow,
is down.
Anybody holding through this shit,
it's been stuck because of the tariffs, but I think the Fed's bet that the
down
tariffs are going to be
$6,
moving in the
$4,
rearview mirror is
like
consistent with what we're seeing in this data.
Oh my Lord.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
Ready to go get a haircut
Google
today, dude.
now working on a new initiative that would challenge one of NVIDIA's biggest advantages in AI.
Tesla needs to fucking
proprietary software. Deirdre Bosa has more in today's Tech Check segment.
Morning,
Deirdre.
Hey,
good morning, Sarah. So Google's chip challenge to NVIDIA is moving from hardware to software. The main knock against those custom AI chips, TPUs, is that they're hard to adopt. NVIDIA's advantage is its ecosystem, so that's its chips and its CUDA software. If Google can crack the software and the adoption piece, this becomes a very real test for NVIDIA's moat. So Google's TPUs, they started as an internal tool built to run Google's own AI as efficiently as possible and optimized around Google's own software. Now, that worked really well inside of Google, but as the company started selling these chips to outside customers, that created friction. TPUs were harder to drop in because they required extra engineering work. NVIDIA, by contrast, has CUDA. That's its software platform that is deeply embedded in how its AI is built and run, making NVIDIA the easier default for pretty much anyone building. Now, Reuters first reported, and a source familiar confirms to me, that Google is now trying to fix that with its own initiative, Torch TPU, which is essentially trying to lower the software and engineering barriers that have held adoption back. So this doesn't mean that NVIDIA is about to be displaced, but it does change the stakes. The AI race is not just about peak performance anymore, it's about margins and scale, and that is where the real pressure is starting to build. So there's Google TPUs, but this is part of a bigger trend as well. Amazon is pushing its own custom chips. Meta is looking for ways to lower inference costs. Every hyperscaler, they want more leverage in GPU pricing negotiations. That has long been the case. So even if NVIDIA keeps most of the market here, the pricing environment around AI infrastructure, we could start to see that shift. And the big question for investors is what this chip neutrality means for the AI trade. And that is just simply the idea that companies are less locked into one vendor and they can move workloads to where compute is cheapest or most available, be that a TPU.
I did
so in the
not
short term,
take my
guys, it
profit
creates
when it was
uncertainty.
down here.
But here's the thing, in the longer term, it may be what actually makes the build out more sustainable.
Whatever the hell Tesla is, right?
Although,
they're saying
I wonder what you make of the idea that we've seen sort of the logistical gating issues, frictions on the build-out, the financing frictions on the build-out, and now the memory price frictions on the build-out.
None of this shit makes sense. Why would it bounce here randomly?
I mean, this has been a supply and demand issue for the past few years, right? There's so much compute that needs to be built out.
Like, do you guys understand where I'm coming from? To see this shit go past VWAP,
if you're looking at a TPU,
right back
get
up
the
to
software piece,
this shit is not normal.
Just the hardware piece. And by the way, this could be true of Google, it could be true of Amazon. That's really been NVIDIA's key moat, having that CUDA software. So if Google gets close, that would be a huge win.
This shit is the only thing that makes sense.
Custom AI chips could work outside of Google Cloud, which has really been the main knock that I hear from folks in the industry.
Market went, SPY
that could
QQQ
really
went,
alleviate some of those supply constraints. Of course, Carl, you bring up a good point. Is the demand still
stopped
going
at 1220?
to be there?
You see that? It stopped at 1220, and QQQ and SPY tried to get
multi-trillion-dollar now. Yeah. Thank you, Deirdre.
You think you know David's story.
So fucking evil, dude. Something's going on today with damn Tesla. Something's fucking going on today with Tesla. I don't like it either, because this shit is so fucking close to Friday. Like, it's tomorrow. I need to watch this shit into close. Like, fuck, I can't fucking go. Yeah, it moves so fast, Tesla, bro, in minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. It moved from 685 to fucking 690. Like, what the shit is this? 1, 2, literally from, in 10 minutes, 11:59 to 12:09, it moved $6.5. Like, bro, like, what the shit? It's so fast. God, Tesla moving so fast these days. Like, oh my lord. Was it like this back in the day? I don't know. It's so damn volatile. Oh my lord. Was it like this back in the day? I couldn't tell you. I don't remember Tesla being this volatile. Running from 479 to 490 like nothing in one day. 474 to 490, and then one day going down and one day coming up. Like, this is something different. Market moving crazy volatile, up and down these days because of everything. Setups. That's why setups are so important to me, because they literally change so much shit out of nowhere. It looks crazy bullish, and then it looks crazy bearish, and then the setup comes, and then it just completely, when it looks bullish as fuck, upside down. When it looks bearish as fuck, upside down. It's speechless. It's actually speechless, but there are setups to see while it's happening, but like while it's up there at the tippity top, while it's down there at the tippity bottom, like sometimes it looks mad easy and then it traps that, and then sometimes it looks fucking impossible and that's the setup. But I mean, I guess that's how the market does it. Anything that looks fucking easy as shit, anything that is, oh, come in easy, greedy is like trap. Anything that's hard as shit to see, anything that is impossible setup wise to see, invisible, is basically the real direction. Like, oh my lord. What is IWM doing here? Chopping in between the purple box and the downward trend line. No direction. Up, down, up, down, up. No direction. This shit is down or up. No one knows. Tesla. Alright, this shit is squeezing bull. It's definitely Tesla. This shit has to be something crazy now. Has to be. I'm gonna watch Tesla on my chart now. Sorry, I'm into Tesla, so too big. Shit. Crazy working. Tesla keeps going. Yo, this shit is kind of kind of up there. Holy. It's like 1.8K drag from the bottom. 484-ish somewhere, but wow. My chart is broken right now. Give me a second. Volatility to be expected. Is my chart just broken? Yeah, sorry about that. What the fuck? I guess I can't. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Man. Everything fucking freezing up. Bullshit. SPY 1 minute gap up there. Damn, it looked like it was gonna fucking run. That is crazy. It really looked like it was gonna run on Tesla. I was kinda getting sick. I mean, it might run back up to SPY 1 minute gap. 1 minute gaps are a very, very strong magnet. So, for sure, bulls and bears are both hoping. That's for sure. So, it's not just bearish. It's not just bullish. There's a lot of shit going on. It's almost right at the midpoint of today's entire move, making all the bulls hope and making all the bears hope. Wild. The calls from bottom at 12:30 did not bad either in 15 minutes. Like, imagine 12:30 to 12:45. That's 674 to 677. That's $3. Like, the market's moving insane right now, man. It's going up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, it's moving crazy. My God. Oh, man. I'm scared as shit here. I mean, it's just looking good, but it's also looking terrifying at the same. Look at the MACD on the 5 on the I on Tesla. I don't know. It's looking good and terrifying at the same time because of all these gaps. IWM 1 minute gap, SPY 1 minute gap, terrifying up there. Like, hella bears here, hella bulls here. SPX put to call ratio is wildin'. Like, here, let's see the SPX put to call ratio, and I'm gonna draw a box on SPX. That might help out. Last time. What a move today, though. I think the market is just consolidating and digesting what happened earlier today. Look at the SPX put to call ratio right now, guys. It's crazy. Look at all the calls that are out of the money and look at all the puts that are out of the money. It's literally a perfect mountain. It's a perfect dune mountain. Look at how the edges are way more than the middle, right? That shit is weird. Look, that's weird as fuck, man. 6,750. There's a lot of puts. 6,800. There's a lot of calls. 6,815, 6,822. It's just a mountain. This is what it looks like. I'm going to try to draw it on the SPX put to call ratio. Damn, that's nasty. Intraday. Island. Look at this. Island barcoding. I literally said at the top. Or I said in here, nobody really wants to go long or short here. It's just a fucking island. And it's being risky, dangerous. Market deciding. Market literally faked out up, faked out lower, and it's still deciding. Alright. It's not letting me, you know. All I'm trying to say is there's a lot of calls here. There's a lot of puts here. They're chopping it up in the middle. There it is. Alright, we're going to draw a red box, I guess. Some 6,895. 6,825. Red box. Something like that. And then 6,885. That is 6,835. That's disgusting. That's the day right now. SPX put to call ratio. That is disgusting. There's so many calls up there and there's so many puts up there and they're all barcoding it up in the middle. That is something to take note of. Not the best. Why are there so many calls up there from all this shit? Why are there so many puts down there? Because from this, and this wild work. It looks like we're chopping at the top of the CPI candle for now. CPI candle. We bounced on top of it on QQQ. We are hovered bullish on QQQ. 1.7, 1.8% green still. Tech is showing. Tesla is still holding. Tech is still strong showing, but the 5-minute is starting to pull back. The 15-minute is way up there. So looks like Tesla is holding up. IWM is trying to go bullshit the gap. Gap is filled. There's a lot of things going on. SPY, gap, IWM, gap. Holy crap. There's more calls coming in on this spike. A little bit. Thank you so much, the 95 of you that have hit the thumbs up and the like button today. If the 50 of you guys can hit the like button before you do anything else, I would very much appreciate it. And thank you very, very much. Please, please hit the thumbs up on the video. Let's push it up to 130. It's a lot of boring. SPY and QQQ is deciding with the cycles creating at the MACD and the volume a little bit relaxing to the side to make a move. RSI is just turning bullish, but the MACD and the volume would have to come in to be completely and to break out at the 1245 on the 5-minute candle. Candle is coming in, trying to not break out with the 5-minute bullish candle. We'll see what happens with this here. What are we thinking?
Big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades is Don Kaufman, the co-founder of Theo Trade. Great to have you both with us today.
I don't really listen to Charles Schwab Network that importantly, but I'm just going to turn on for sound.
We do have a lot of green.
We got this
sort of benign CPI report this morning. What are your thoughts about the action we're seeing today?
Just what's going on off of little cycles or candles.
I love it. Look, we're getting two-sided trade. That's
market
all
looks like it's like waiting and patiently building cycles.
Sell off by, you know, 1%
if you guys think
in the S&Ps, 2% in the NASDAQ yesterday. Got a nice bid back under us today.
Personal opinion.
You know, the infamous triple witching obviously coming tomorrow.
If you think a fly is coming, say, oh, I think a little bit of fly coming. If you think a little bit of reject coming, say that.
I'm going to tell you something. I think this is even going to be
I don't have any thoughts here.
Into the holiday weeks. I think
honestly, to see even it go down below VWAP and come back down off LOD is absolutely astronomically astonishing to me.
Into the end of the year.
All right, everybody's staying up late to hear Santa and the reindeer repair.
Tesla kind of pissing me off.
Let's
if
talk
this
about
shit drops,
first one.
yes,
Netflix
it'll be nice.
Here, you know, we've been talking about Netflix nonstop with this Warner Brothers Discovery saga that seems to never stop. And when I was reading through your notes, thank goodness I'm sitting for this segment today. I almost fell over. You're bullish.
I am.
Bullish.
I'm bullish on this one. You know what? Let's push aside the saga. It feels like everything from AI right now to Netflix to even like the oil sector. It's nothing more than just that. A saga, a story. Push it aside. Let's actually look at the technicals, which we're going to see in just a moment, and recognize maybe, just maybe, we found a little bit of a base of support here in Netflix. And I'm looking for, if you will, a bit of a shorter term kind of bid back. A bid back, getting it well above 100 again is really what I'm looking for. So oversold in the near term, kind of flattened out the last couple of trading sessions. Looking for a bid back right here in the near term.
This could be fake, but I mean, at least at the minimum, it's breaking 1245. So this is
call spread, very slightly out of the money. The
5-minute, 15-minute candle didn't break out. I don't know. It really depends on who you ask, I guess. They would answer in different ways here. So
I'm going to be buying the 97 call and selling the 102 call. So this is intentionally a nice $5
talking about something
just
that, never mind, I can't be streaming, so we're not going to watch that. It's something that we have no care for either. So talking about something else. Still not completely saying we're gonna run, but I mean this could still be a fake out candle. It hasn't really ran up, just tried to really in the 1-minute candle. We'll see. Time is 1:15. Very important to see what happens with the time confirmation and cycle analysis. The people over there would be like, oh, this is bullish, because they have no fucking clue. Well, that's okay. That's what usually happens. Why? Because the rejection happened at 110. The 5-minute candle didn't break out, and it's cycling. Market is deciding. There's some sort of algo range here too at 105, somewhere here, but I didn't draw it. But it looks like market is deciding at the tippity top of the 3/3 bullish cycle to decide what to do. above VWAP. So showing VWAP flip, it is hurting puts, and the bears are leaving above VWAP. Boy, I don't know. I'm still in Tesla. I am kind of not worried about Tesla, but if I were to be in SPY or SPX or QQQ into tomorrow or today, I would be way more worried on SPY and QQQ than Tesla, because Tesla is the one that's been bear trapping and it's been bullish. SPY and QQQ went crazy bearish, and then it's following Tesla's lead. So I don't know, man. SPY and QQQ went way lower than Tesla earlier. I have no idea what the hell really the plan is today with all that shit, but I mean, they did go low one time. They did go from 1110 to 1230. So I'm not gonna lie, once they do a cycle 0 DTE like that, up or down, it's usually very, very hard to come back to that point and then to extend past it, right? Because it takes massive, massive amounts of money and trend direction and power and real people participating to do that. So all the calls are stuck here, all the puts are stuck here. It's just looking almost chopping at the middle where the market wants to be. And even if there's a little pop or down on SPY and QQQ, 0 DT kind of kicks in, unless there's some crazy shit happens in setup. I don't know what the setup is now in SPY and QQQ here anymore. Tesla, I am waiting patiently for this yellow box to break down. It could not, but I don't know, dude. Looking like it could on the 5-minute. Looking like I'm hoping. Looking like it could not. But there's more of a chance on Tesla, I feel like, than SPY and QQQ. Because why? IWM being crazy right now. IWM gapped. Like that sometimes means for smart money deductors, they don't want to fucking do shit on IWM or SPY or QQQ too. They're letting it be just volatile or creating cycles, and then once the moment comes for them to do what they want to do based off setup or not, then they decide or deduct to do what they want to do. I'm talking about hypothetically speaking right now on smart money people deductors, but some things are just so uncertain at times. There's a lot of calls up there rejecting, a lot of puts up there burning. They're doing the same thing as literally yesterday, and they're deciding what to do. Thank you so much, folks. Let's get the like button up, guys. Come on. 44 people here can hit the like button all together here. This guy's got power of, right? Power of. Power of, right? The group power of the American Patriots. Let's hit the like on the live stream. Thank you. Thank you. Why? So other people and the YouTube algorithms can get the video suggested to others. Is wild. Why is it so hard to get the likes up? I have no idea, but there are like 20 or 30 or 40 people that come and go, it seems like, and then never do. But I love you. Just hit the like. Come on, it's so easy, man. Come on, it's the button's right there. Just hit the like button. The like time is 1:20. MACD and volume is barely bearish. Tesla is spike hoping or real going. What? I asked numerous times, man, throughout the day too.
I'm Nicole Petal.
People just don't really. I don't know, like it. Clearly, there's people that do like the video and do like what they see, but some people, I guess, they don't like what they see. They just want to beat. Damn, that's deep. They don't want to see, they don't want to
consumer price index out about an hour ago. Prices up 2.7% in the last 12 months. White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett joins me now.
Good morning,
sir.
Comment.
Looks to me like inflation is cooling. You gotta like that.
Unless you do.
Yeah, it was just an absolute blockbuster report. You know, we before the numbers come out, we look at the forecast from everybody we can find on Bloomberg. We've looked at 61 forecasts, and this number came in better than every single one of them. Yeah. Not a single economist surveyed by Bloomberg got it right. And the thing that I like to look at, Stu, and you've heard me say this for years and years since I've been on your show, is that we need the near-term trajectory is what's really important. And if you look at over the last 3 months and then annualize it, core inflation is only 1.6% now. And so basically what's happened is, as we predicted throughout this term, that if you really put the pedal to the metal on aggregate supply, then that's going to put downward pressure on prices, and that's what we're seeing. So we've got high growth, and we've got core inflation running at 1.6% if you look at the last quarter. And I think that's about where we should be. And don't forget, that's where we were last time. In President Trump's first term, we were growing in the 3% range, and we had inflation in the 1% range. And it looks like that's where we are again. So I think that I'm not saying we're going to declare victory yet on the price problem, but this is just an astonishingly good CPI report.
Now, the president, in his speech last night, is promising an historic boost in take-home pay next year, 2026, and the largest tax refund of all. Listen to this.
Yep.
You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year, after years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time.
Kevin, he's saying this as a new Fox poll shows only 11% of voters think they're getting ahead with their finances. 44% say they're falling behind. Vice President Vance said, hey, we've got to have some patience. Kevin, when will people start to feel things tangibly improve?
Well, I mean, right now, if you look at what's happening with the lower inflation and the higher wages, you saw in the jobs report that that the latest wage number was that wages for the typical worker were up 3.7%. So if you're running 3.7% wage increases at 1.6% core inflation, then real wages are growing at a rate of about 2.5%. By our estimates right now, blue-collar workers have already seen an almost $2,000 raise this year after inflation, because wages are growing so much faster than prices. I think that what happens in the end, and this is what happened in the first term, is that people will see it in their wallets. One of the things that I think is really interesting about what the president said last night, which is a very important point, is that we didn't pass the big beautiful bill until the middle of the summer, and so that a lot of the tax changes which affect last year weren't in any tax forms that people filled out at the beginning of the year. And so we are going to see the biggest refund cycle ever in the history of America, and people are going to get massive refund checks. So for the typical person who's a tip worker or gets overtime pay, we're expecting just that part of it alone to be worth a couple $1,000 refund. And we're going to definitely have a big PR campaign at the beginning of the year urging people to file early so they can get the money that they're owed from taxes this year.
I'm sorry, I was temporarily out of touch. I'm very sorry, Kevin.
Oh, I didn't know.
No, the plug-in for my IFB came out, so I couldn't hear.
Well,
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I'll just say people are going to get big tax refunds next year, and the numbers are striking. He's correct about that.
You know, Kevin, I think I'm actually blushing. This is not makeup. This is me blushing. That's never happened to me before.
I don't think they're going to go anywhere with this type of volume.
Trump says housing affordability, a top priority for the new year.
Sure.
Watch this.
I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the new year, and you will see this, in the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion.
Kevin, what does aggressive housing reform actually look like?
Right now, we're presenting to the president a sort of suite of options. We're having a big meeting about it tomorrow before the president flies to Mar-a-Lago for the holiday, and we expect a big announcement when we get back. But the bottom line is that if you look at the typical first-time home buyer, the median first-time home buyer, then their annual payment for their mortgage went up by $14,000 under Joe Biden because we had runaway inflation and much, much higher interest rates. And so that $14,000 hole has made it so that we've got like the fewest young people buying homes that we've ever seen, and the average age of a first-time home buyer is around 40 years old now, and that's something that's just much, much different.
Does anybody
than
miss
the
no volume rally
American
up?
prosperity, and we're all in
Yes
on
or no?
fixing it, and the president's right. He's had everybody in the team
Let's do the poll
meeting
now.
around the clock. Really,
Does
to get
anybody
him all the options
does
that
anybody
he's-
miss
and
the
we're
no
gonna present
volume,
them to
no
him,
rally, no
maybe
volume
even
rally
tomorrow.
up?
And they've been really gone over with a fine-tooth comb.
So how long before you're going to present the changes tomorrow, how long before they're implemented and home buyers see some action?
Well, there are a lot of things that we can do with regulations to try to help get stuff, approved quicker. There are things that we could do through legislation by changing potentially the tax law so that people who don't itemize can get a mortgage interest deduction. That's one of the ideas that's possibly going to be floated. And we can also do things
guys.
like
Does anybody
reward
miss the
states
low
that make
no
it easier for
volume
people
rally up?
to
Yes,
build a new
no.
home. There are lots and lots
what?
of policies on the table, and I think in the end what you're going to see is with all the income growth that we're generating with the supply side boom that we've created,
poll at
it's going to be much, much
12:35
easier
though,
for
the
people to buy
majority
a home.
said-
And when they do that, we
the
want to make
majority
it much
said chop,
easier
not VWAP. It
for them
looks
to
like
build a home. I
they
mean, if
went
you
to
look at
VWAP
what's
more
happened,
than
to the fires in California, there's
two
only been
people
like
that
one
said
home rebuilt so
LOD,
far,
so-
and that's because California is a regulatory nightmare for home builders. We're trying to come up with a way to use the federal
chopping
government
and
to fix
holding
that.
in.
Can we get mortgage rates back below 6% anytime soon?
If you look at today's inflation report, there's lots of room, as President said, there's lots of room for the Fed to cut rates because right now core inflation's running about 1.6%. That's below the target.
I want to just go back to the tax refunds. They're going to be big and they're going to be immediately available. What about bigger paychecks? Are there some changes that have been made to the taxation
slowly
which
going
will
into
appear
the
in the
red
form
box
of
by
a bigger
tiny,
paycheck for
and then maybe
many
reject.
people?
Oh,
That's
sure.
what they did yesterday.
And that's already happening because we've got, we put on the corporate side, we put expensing in so that everybody has, the firms have a big, strong incentive to build a new factory. And we've been following the new factory construction. There have been groundbreakings, more than 30 groundbreakings for factories that are, bigger than $1 billion investments. And that creates a demand for labor, which increases the wage. And again, in the jobs report we just got, wages are now increasing at a rate that's almost at 4%, which is much, much higher than the inflation rate.
Last one, Kevin. Senator Rand Paul's calling for an audit of the Federal Reserve. You're a favorite to be the next chair of the Federal Reserve. Do you like the idea of an audit?
I think that the Fed needs to be 100% more transparent than it's been, and I think that Senator Paul is right about the fact that whoever's at the Fed needs to just put all their cards on the table so we can understand what's really going on at that institution.
Got it. Kevin Hassett, what a pleasure to have you on the show this morning.
So
Don't be a stranger.
not
Come
you,
back.
Kevin. Got it. That smile. Your U.S. core CPI eases to a 4-year low and shutdown impacted.
To remember is there is a lot of error in this report, so I would not take much away from this. A key thing that there's an issue with, in the sense that when they're sampling the data specifically around November, that the survey period was condensed into later in the month when you typically have significant holiday discounting. And when we spoke with BLS, they said they're not doing anything to adjust those seasonals. So that automatically makes the data artificially weak, and we're probably going to see a bounce back in December.
Is there a trend we can take away from here that, boy, it's at least inflation is not going up from here? Is that a fair takeaway? Maybe it's not cooling as much as these numbers might suggest, but it doesn't appear to be rising.
I think that's entirely fair.
Okay.
That there was this concern that around the holiday season, companies wouldn't really do the typical discounting that they usually do because of the tariffs. That doesn't appear to be the case. And we knew this heading into the data print because if you looked at a number of different indicators that survey the companies ahead of this holiday season, it showed a normal holiday discounting year. So it doesn't appear like there was this lapse in discounting just because of tariffs. In fact, it was a typical year for discounting. And then on top of that, you have some of the issues within the data because of the government shutdown.
So Myron's been out here, Governor Myron. We got to lower rates. A whole bunch of other people. There's been a clear tendency within Bloomberg's surveillance of people looking at a disinflationary tendency.
Volume rally
is it a January tendency, or is it a Fed meeting waiting out mid-summer?
Time is 1:30 now.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we'll see is inflation will bounce back in the next couple of prints. The economy will start to pick up again, in which case the Fed's probably going to be on hold for much of the beginning of next year.
So, again, the Fed, I mean, if you look at, so you don't think the Fed's going to look at these numbers and say, we've got inflation?
I sure hope not.
You sure hope not, because you think the data in the next couple of months could, in fact, show a little bit more inflation in the economy.
Yeah, and we know that there was a
chart is
issue.
broken.
I mean, they didn't even collect the October CPI numbers, but we know that there are issues with the data. So to form a strong conclusion about this print in particular as being some massive disinflationary period, I think is entirely inaccurate.
Stephanie Roth with us with Wolf Research, and we continue here. Paul Sweeney and Tom Keene with Lisa Mateo and John Tucker. Good morning across the nation. Sirius XM, Channel 121. Good morning, Canada. I mentioned David Rosenberg up in Toronto with a disinflationary call. Nailed that into this report. On YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. We're thrilled to finish 2025 strong, humbled by the signups there each and every day at Bloomberg Podcast. Paul Sweeney with Stephanie Roth.
All right, so we've got an inflation environment that's
honestly, it looks like they want to go cat fill
at this point. How about the labor market? What did you take away from some of the labor data earlier?
Yeah, I mean, so I think what we're seeing is a labor market that's holding up a lot better, and in fact starting to inflect a bit higher from here. And I think that's the main conclusion that we should take away from the headline jobs numbers. Let me rephrase it. The private payrolls numbers. Okay. The headline jobs numbers are impacted again by not necessarily the government shutdown in particular, but the deferred resignation program, which ended at the end of September. These are people who took severance packages. This is not people who lost their jobs. So if you look at the private payroll numbers, they were actually quite decent. Now we're looking at a trend that's close to in the 70,000 range, which is really not bad. So the fact the unemployment rate rose is less of a concern, I think, partially because there was, again, some issues with the government shutdown impacting the data. And then in today's inflation data, the airlines were a big driver of the weakness, and that there was also canceled flights. There was just a lot going on in the print. So
your first look at the noise is the airlines.
First look at the noise is the airlines. They fell 6.5% over 2 months, so it comes out to about 3% each month.
Right.
If you look at the core number was 0.1159 across both months. That's quite low. Apparel was pretty weak. That is probably tied to this whole holiday discounting issue. So there's a lot of sort of noise within the report. Part tied to the government shutdown, and part tied to the fact that it's just a sort of less inflationary backdrop than
Stephanie Roth drives the market higher. Futures up 40 now, up 47. NASDAQ up 1.3%. The NASDAQ 100, I should say, the VIX 16.83. I look at this stuff. I look at the whole ballet of it all. And I am more than certain, I learned this from David Rosenberg at Merrill years ago, Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith. I saw an article that is just Merrill. I said, it will never just be Merrill. You just mentioned it. Pros like you look at each line item. What do the service sector line items say in the angst of affordability and purchasing power? Utility bills, medical bills, auto insurance. Can you see those in the report?
Yeah, we can see that in the report. Motor vehicle insurance looks pretty flat. Transportation services, lodging, all of that stuff was pretty soft. It's hard to know to what extent this is government shutdown related. My sense is it probably is, and we'll see a bit of a bounce back.
SPY is up 1.19%.
And then on the good side, that was all pretty soft outside of maybe some used vehicles.
Fed pick, what do you think?
Ooh. Who should it be, or who do I think it will be?
Let's go with both. We have time for both answers.
I would love to see Waller. I think he'd be a great pick, and I think markets would really prefer to see Waller. Who I think is more likely? It's probably more likely to be Hassett. Although it does seem like incrementally over the past couple of weeks, there seems to be some more concerns about Hassett, or at least more hesitation out of the White House.
No risk of inflationary spiral. Free market video. IWM going up too. Wow, gap fill maybe. I can't believe the market went back from 474 to 479. That is unbelievable strength. Regained it all. Tesla is back at we're talking about Micron. Oh, boring. Wow. Something is showing today. QQQ is now 2% again. It's like the earlier pullback never happened. It's like the rally. Wow, it's just slowly came back all the way back. Oh my. Wow. Off the new LOD with the divergence on the floor. That is. That's something. Time is 1:40 now. No stopping. Look at this shit holding 490s. Tesla. Tesla. Can we do some price on Tesla tomorrow, bro? I don't know, dude. I don't think this shit about to be fucking 490 plus tomorrow, but wow, is it really showing? Yes. Is it really showing? Yes. I'm not gonna lie. It's fucking Data Inc. I mean, the crazy thing is, like, my shit's barely moving because I'm barely in the money. Well, like, yeah. Anything under 490, if I did anything under 490, I'd be fucked. And that is literally at 490. Like, the fuck? I'm kind of fucking scared. That's why I'm scared as shit. The moment this shit goes out of money, like, Oh man. I was up good earlier at the top. Down, I mean, but it's it's wave down Tesla would be nice. Somewhere here. I want somewhere here so I can get that shit out in profit. Like, it was nice, but now it's like, I'm not adding on SPX or some shit here, so I'm just waiting. I'm in 1DT Tesla, so it's basically huge fucking volatility risk. I don't know why that gap doesn't fill. Like, that's so annoying. Bulls are still here. IWM gap has not filled. There's still room up there, but it's just Tesla keeps doing this box shit. It's the most annoying at the top. It's like chopping up, chopping up, chopping up. Market is like going up, and then QQQ is actually fucking going. Like, what the shit is this? IWM just won't fill the gap. This gap hope, gap hope, gap hope. It's basically getting there, but like, look at this gap rejection. It's leaving it so it can come back to it, leaving it, come back to it, leaving it, come back to it. Like, it's, yeah, setup, just keep it. Damn. So much. 140 rejection to 145 on everything. 140 to 145 rejections starting. There's still a gap up there, but something's changing now. Candle coming in thick. Oh, man. basically it would have to break VWAP and it would have to break this low at 677.49, and it would be a 1/3, 2/3, and then going into the 3/3 bearish at that point. But yeah, it's trying to. I mean, there's a gap up there still. IWM gap hasn't filled still. IWM gap still hasn't filled, so using it as a gap's hope still, and rejecting again for the 3rd time, making a chop. Tesla continuously going to the top, chop, market chop, creating liquidity. Gap has never filled on IWM. Candle stacking though. Go in. Go in. I'm not joining SPX here, but I'm intensely huge into tomorrow, so I am. I was thinking about doing 1K on SPY or SPX, but no. I just want my market really going up, down, pumping and dumping like nothing. Just look at the MACD. Just being patient. Tesla 5-minute MACD. So. Time is 1:50. If it flips this yellow line, it's the beginning of a 3/3, and the bearish cycle maybe going lower, but it would be 1/3, 2/3, and then time is 1:50 right now. So let's see if it crosses VWAP. 140. 150. Trump is live. Thank you for saying that. We'll go watch.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to
they cause tremendous problems. This can do it in a much lesser way, can make people feel much better that are living through tremendous pain and problems. 40 states and multiple U.S. territories have already recognized the use of medical marijuana. This reclassification order will make it far easier to conduct marijuana-related medical research, allowing us to study benefits, potential dangers, and future treatments. It's going to have a tremendously positive impact, I believe. We're also asking Congress to reconsider its classification of hemp-derived CBD to ensure seniors can access CBD products.
MACD getting way more bearish
for pain and other reasons. Some people are literally dying, and they're dying with tremendous pain, and this can, in many cases, literally stop it. And they have their senses about them, as opposed to painkillers, which don't allow that. Don't allow them to die.
The biggest watch right here, the support.
I promise to be the president of common sense, and that is exactly what we're doing. This is really something having to do with common sense. And it's something having to do with the fact that so many people that I respect ask me to do it. People that are having problems, big problems. They are having big problems with illness, with cancer in particular. I now want to ask Dr. Oz to say a few words, followed by Dr. Braun, Dr. Casseret, Dan Wiley, and Dr. Valkow, and we'll sign the order as soon as they're complete, and we'll take some questions.
Low volume rally up and then trap.
President, thank you for always bravely pushing for common sense change, as you call it. So President Trump,
Secretary Kennedy have been pushing for change. Their
I told you, right?
Desire to help
Look at what I said in the
people,
WhatsApp group.
And they have relentlessly pursued
I had
this
125,
agenda
nasty trap. They ain't going nowhere
this
with
also
this type
includes
of
a deep
volume.
passion for
Rejection
research.
at 144,
Research,
off of
Secretary
140
Kennedy
into
also
145, and I said
but
starting
there's
big,
another
and I
side
said
for
low
the
volume
president
rally
that
trap
often
now,
isn't
right?
reflected in media reports,
Look at this shit
and
in the
that's the
WhatsApp
deep
group,
passion
bro.
he has for the people in his life. And he has told me frequently about the people who are calling him, as he alluded to, who are saying that they've got problems and they got relief from some of the solutions we're talking about today. Howard Kessler, who's standing behind me here, was a mutual friend of ours, was an early caller of the president. Many others have ever reached out as well.
They went and pulled
Howard's
back.
been a passionate advocate
Basically,
for
they went and
avoiding
they came back, so
narcotics,
they went
especially
nowhere.
in seniors, and particularly
They
seniors
haven't
suffering
went
from
anywhere on
cancer.
Tesla either.
And that's a population that is a very important one, and it's a sympathetic population that's desirous of trying new ways besides some of the conventional approaches that have been tested by pharmaceutical companies but have untoward side effects. At the beginning of the year, one of the first things the president told me, he doesn't actually tell you, he demanded from me, that my agency, CMS...
Nobody demands from him. Nobody. You have to know him.
That's right. Use all tools at his wherewithal to find a better way to help seniors. A passion for a population that has gotten left behind with these discussions. I promised that we would find an answer, even though it had not been done before, and today we are delivering on that promise. Today, our Innovation Center at CMS is announcing a new model and additional actions to give seniors access to cannabinoids. These are CBDs. They're non-addictive, which many are already using to manage pain. There's some clinical evidence that's showing that CBDs provide relief from common conditions that affect Americans, including cancer symptoms and chronic pain and a slew of other problems that affect disproportionately seniors and our veterans. And 6 in 10 people who use the CBDs report that they improve their pain. I think all of those people are calling the president, judged on the number of calls in support of what we're doing today. And sometimes these decisions are difficult, and there's a reason this hasn't happened before, and there's a reason, Mr. President, that every president before you has whiffed on this issue. It's tough. And I know there's going to be a lot of discussion about it. That's why we're so passionate about making it clear that this patchwork that we're working within now, the laws and regulations, they're leaving patients and doctors without adequate guidance on the safeguards of how to use these products, even though they're still being used. At Medicare, we cover 68 million Americans, including people under the age of 65. And they did not have a way of providing these treatments until today. With the president's insistence, that all changes. The Innovation Center models are going to allow millions of Americans on Medicare to become eligible to receive CBD as early as April of next year, and at no charge, if their doctors recommend it. Thanks to the hard work of the entire CMS team, especially Abe Sutton and Gita Dio at the Innovation Center, the accountable care organizations in this country working in Medicare will be able to provide these products, again, at no cost to patients. Medicare Advantage insurers, and we've been calling them, are also agreeing to consider CBD to be used for the 34 million Americans that they cover. If you can hear my voice and you're over 65, you should pay attention to this executive order because it's going to touch your life. Again, this all becomes active after the first quarter of next year. These CBD products must first meet local and state quality and safety standards. They must come from legitimate sources. They must abide by other regulations of those states. With these boxes checked, patients can be eligible for up to $500 of hemp-derived products each year. This is the first government-led testing of quality and outcomes for patients across different conditions, and it delivers on the need for more data collection and research into hemp usage.
If this really
CMS
flips
is going to collect data, that's our job,
on the
patients
5 and
that are
15
being
minute,
given these products by their physicians. And in accordance with all the privacy and security regulations, we're going to analyze that data. We're going to make it publicly available to everybody to be able to analyze with us. If it shows promise, we will expand access to these products to even more conditions amongst Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries. I want to thank not just the Secretary, but Marty McCary. We want a lot of companies who are doing this research that approach the FDA for formal approval. That is the right way to move forward. And Jay Bhattacharya, who's hiding in the back, he rarely hides, but Jay runs NIH, and he's agreed to support initiatives to study the data that we're collecting. Howard Kessler, God bless you for being a pain in our sides. Mr. President, he's promised to stop calling you. But on this issue, we'll call you on other issues. And I thank you again from the bottom of my heart for taking a difficult stance.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. President, members of the Cabinet, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
and for your leadership in rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. This decision will accelerate scientific research and expand what can responsibly be studied. I'm a cancer psychiatrist and medical cannabis researcher at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Over the past decade, federal investment in research has helped transform cancer
What another
care.
beautiful
People are living longer than ever before. But cancer care is not only about treating the tumor.
Fake candle trader and get her days today.
Fear, the stress that can come
Beautiful
with
setup
a
day.
diagnosis, symptoms that can interfere with treatment and make recovery much more difficult. Many medications we use for acute anxiety.
When you walk into a Burlington,
Addictive cannabidiol to understand whether they can safely and effectively help manage anxiety during cancer treatment. Rescheduling allows us to ask these questions rigorously about dosing, about safety, and who may benefit most. This research reflects the best of federal investment, helping people not only live longer, but live better. Thank you, Mr. President, for supporting careful, science-based research that puts patients first.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. I'll add my vote of thanks, Mr. President. I never really thought this day would come. I met a patient about 20 years ago, a retired professor named Elizabeth, who came to my clinic. She was dying of pancreatic cancer, and she asked me then whether cannabis might help her. And I said no, because that's what I learned in medical school. She reached into her briefcase, took out a 3-inch tall stack of articles, put them down on my desk, and said, "Really, doctor? You should read these. You might learn something." And
Is this bullish or bearish, or is this like confusing?
I learned that there actually is some medical.
I'm staying in for Tesla into tomorrow at this rate, but
never heard about in medical school.
there's a drop today. I'm leaving. I mean, I need at least below 6. I need it below fucking 687, 688. Like, this shit is just tiny.
Rescheduling has the potential to change all of that.
Maybe I just take a fucking little loss here, but hey.
First of all, it'll democratize the research process so that all academic institutions can participate in research, not just elite academic medical schools.
SPY going up,
Number
going
two,
down.
It'll give patients and researchers access to highly refined, reliable sources.
There's definitely volume. There definitely is volume.
And last but not least, it'll let us do the sorts of large-scale randomized control
Not on
trials that we do in
IWM.
oncology
I thought there was
and
volume.
oncology. Not dozens of patients, but hundreds or thousands of patients. That's how we learn. That's how we produce valuable knowledge that's useful in guiding treatment decisions. Mr. President, without you, this never would have been possible, and my patients and I and all of our families are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I am Dan Wiley, National Commander of the American Legion, representing 1.5 million veterans. We are the largest veterans organization. We have 2.5 million members of our American Legion family. And I want to start by thanking you for your leadership on this issue. This issue is extremely important to the American Legion, and I want to thank you on behalf of the veterans who are going to benefit from potentially the research regarding this issue. Also want to thank you for your VA Secretary, Secretary Collins, and his work on difficult veterans issues with us this past year. The VA has worked with us on our Be the One mission.
What are these candles?
Mission to fight the epidemic of
Use the
veteran
volume.
suicide.
Come on.
Veterans are disproportionately affected by conditions such as PTSD, TBI, depression.
You gotta use the
and
volume on
chronic
the
pain.
SPX5. Come on.
And
Mark it.
with this reclassification, it will allow research to be
Watch this shit.
conducted
I'm gonna
with
change the
regard
chart to the
to,
5-minute, and it's gonna look
cannabis.
kind of
There is
bearish. Alright,
anecdotal
watch this shit.
evidence
Ready?
that cannabis benefits these conditions, and now we'll have an opportunity to see if research does prove that it is effective. And if it is so, then it'll open up a whole new method of treatment for our veterans with regard
can't change the damn
to this
chart.
particular issue. And so, again, I just want to thank you for your leadership, and thank you on behalf of the American Legion for this executive order.
Thank you. Such great people
Thank you very much,
that
Mr.
have
President.
suffered and will suffer a lot less now.
You're right.
It's 2 p.m.
What I
This is
hear.
bearish.
Good afternoon.
Bearish.
I'm Nora
Bearish.
Bolsov. I'm Director, National Institute on Drug Abuse.
And for us, that rescheduling opens the door
Chart
to
fucking
be
broken.
able to accelerate the rate at which we can do research and discovery. And research is
This
crucial
is
in
Badish.
order for us to, for example,
Badish,
understand
Badish,
what may
Badish,
be and for
QQQ,
whom
Badish,
the
QQQ,
dangers
Badish,
of
IWM,
cannabis.
Badish,
Yes, cannabis can be
SPX,
addictive.
Badish.
And certainly people, adolescents and children may be the most
Badish,
vulnerable.
Badish, Badish,
But we
Badish, Badish,
cannot
Badish. They want to
close
break
our eyes
VWAP.
to
They want to break
research and the
VWAP and break the yellow line.
we are
Probably
hearing
very
from
fast.
patients
Break
that for
VWAP,
some of them,
VWAP, flip.
cannabis can solve their
VWAP, flip,
problem.
yellow line.
And so what we need to do is do research. Number one,
Yellow
to
line breaking
understand
down.
what
If
are
yellow
those
line breaks
conditions.
down, it's
Number
3/3
two,
bearish.
in order to be able to optimally learn how to use
Cycle
it.
started.
And to understand number three,
3/3 bearish. This is 3/3
and
bearish
it is
cycle going
knowledge
lower.
that will allow us to
You want to go
optimally
lower.
take the benefits that may be behind cannabis.
Look at Tesla.
as research
Look at
shows,
Tesla Lear.
But on the other hand,
Look at Tesla
also
Lear.
enable
Look at
us
Tesla.
better to do
Tesla Lear.
prevention interventions
Come
to
on.
protect those that are most
IWM.
vulnerable. So thanks very much.
QQQ. Going lower. Dumping, dumping, dumping real quick. Dumping to the yellow line. Yellow line about to decide what to do. Yellow line coming. 677.49. About to be like, oh. VWAP, we're under. Oh, about to decide what to do. Oh.
This is a question, a scientific question, that has divided our country for many, many years. And there are valid claims on both sides. On one side, patients and physicians attest that cannabinoids and THC can be a miraculous effects on chronic pain,
bearish.
epilepsy, on PTSD, on chemotherapy.
I'm at 7K.
490
Tesla. I need fucking way lower here.
Drove this change in the schedule.
There we go.
And he did it
Come on,
because
I'm
of his
still
own
down
experience
1K. I need this shit to go
in
way lower here.
mitigating the impacts of
Way.
There's nothing to gain from this. He just saw something that worked for him, that worked for thousands of other Americans, and he wants
Thousands
to
of
make it available
Americans.
to them. On the other side, there are valid claims about the negative impacts of addiction,
God
about
bless
psychosis,
America. Yes, sir.
about
Tesla.
adverse public health
IWM.
impacts, and
QQQ.
impacts particularly
Barish.
So,
1:59 2 p.m. going lower. They
evidence
want
on
to
all
go
of
lower.
these is anecdotal and it's
There's our
hypothetical
testing
because we have
677.50.
not
They want to
been
flip it
able to do scientific
677.50. Flipping
There
right
is
now.
There is no
This is
standardized
3/3
dose.
bearish cycle confirmed.
If you don't have standardized dosing, any study that you do is comparing
This is
apples
3/3
to
bearish
pears.
cycle confirmed.
And we don't know the
3/3 bearish
difference
cycle confirmed. I'm at 3
botanicals
point.
and
Sorry, I'm at
synthetics. All
7.3K.
these questions we're now going to be able to answer.
On my Tesla.
5 administrations have promised
Got
to act on this
squeezed
issue.
too.
The Biden administration promised
Fucking
to do this,
5K,
and the proposal
5.3 at some
began
point
by the
was
Biden
holding.
administration. It got mired
Now
down in the
Tesla,
chaos and inertia
Masala,
and disorganization that-
Q, is at 610. Nvidia, IW, oh my god, IWM crazy. 1 minute gap holding. They might use this as a setup at some point, but not today right now. They're using that as a hope factor right now. 205. Dumping lower. This shit is crazy. Look at this 205 coming crazy. This is the 3/3, 140 to 205.
Howard Kessler, a friend of mine.
Right, I literally said if this breaks that yellow line, it would be 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? And they want to go dump this shit. This is literally what the top of the CPI candle. What is this coming as? And another trap. Another trap.
3.5, 4 years
Destroying
ago.
the
He went through
1
hell.
DT, 2 DT weekly
And
calls
during
right now.
going through hell, he
From the top of
probably
there,
sampled
from
everything
today
you can
morning.
sample when you're going through that, Howard. And
Look at this
he-
shit.
he
The
said
today is
nothing like
CPI
this.
day, folks. Don't you ever forget today is CPI day. Let's get in chat.
That's what he asked me to
CPI
do.
day, folks.
And others have likewise said that, many others.
No.
I mean, you know, again,
Was there news? Someone said, no, dude. CPI
I've
day.
never been
Please, folks.
inundated by so
Everybody,
many
please
people
remember, folks. Today is
as I have
CPI
about
day.
this particular
Candle traders are done for.
reclassification.
Right, in the roaring
And
20.
I don't know that
20s.
you have anything to say, Howard. If you'd like, you could say whatever you
I
like.
just want to help the people
Roaring
65 and
20s.
over and make a difference in their life. And we
Candle
have
traders are done
machines
so.
and talent that could do it, not in 8-year clinical trials, but in a year.
Yeah,
We
the
can
market's
prove
straight
that.
up getting. I'm telling
We
you, bro. That's
may
all it is.
change the world, really, in healthcare.
Today is CPI
Thank
day.
you, Mr. President.
And I'm far younger than 65, so this does not
destroying
pertain to me. Thank
higher
you.
time frame things.
I don't want it, okay?
Yes,
I'm
bullish.
not gonna
Yes,
be
bearish.
taking it,
Yes, bullish.
but a lot
Yes,
of people
bearish.
do
But
want it. A lot of
based
people
on
need it,
cycle,
and,
based on time confirmation,
thank you,
based
Hal,
on
for
cycle confirmation,
really
based on
opening a lot
volume,
of eyes.
based on MACD,
Okay, we'll
based
sign it.
on
We'll take
setup,
some
no
questions
volume
from
rally, right?
The press, you can ask
Right.
the doctor some questions.
Look at this shit on the
And,
WhatsApp group. I'm gonna share
in
something
order
real
to do
quick.
this.
Right? Look at this shit, man. There's not a lot of people that watch what I say in the WhatsApp group anyway, but I just want to share something real quick. This is the type of shit that is literally almost. Look at this. 125. They ain't going nowhere with this type of volume. 144 rejection.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
Starting big.
related question on
And
your
then what?
healthcare
Low
plan.
volume
You said
rally
you wanted
trap, my
direct
bad.
payments
145
to
here. Low
Americans,
volume
but
rally
these
trap.
Obamacare subsidies are expiring now in a
Then
matter
2
of
p.m.
just a few days.
This is
More than
bearish.
20 million Americans are now bracing.
And then 205, watch the yellow line. All in the span of 20 minutes. Set up, time confirmation.
I'd like to see the money that
You know what I'm
is
saying?
going to the insurance
Look
companies.
at that shit, bro.
Billions of
What the
dollars.
fuck is this shit?
You know, their stocks are up
125 p.m.
1,400%,
125 p.m. They ain't going
and
nowhere with this type of volume.
1624%.
That's when the
Their
candle's
stocks are
going up.
through the roof over
That's
a
when the
fairly
market
short
going
period
up.
of time.
It makes no sense.
They're
The
getting
market going up.
vast
How the
amounts of
fuck?
money.
Why
I want
would
that
someone
money to go
say?
to the people
You know what I mean?
directly,
Why
and
is
let the
someone saying that
people
when the market
buy
going
their
up? Because
own
of no volume.
Healthcare, and they'll
Set
get
up.
much better healthcare
Right.
than they get
Rejection.
with the
When was
Unaffordable
that?
Care Act, as it's
144.
as
When
it's
was that?
known by a lot of
Literally
people. It is
after it happened.
virtually unaffordable for
144.
people.
140 to
It's a bad thing.
145
We can have a
rejection
great
happening,
thing.
starting
Let
off
the money
big.
go directly
Low
to
volume
the
rally
people and let
trap.
them buy their
And I
own
said if
healthcare.
this yellow line flips, that would confirmation rejection lower into 330. That's basically confirmation rejection. No, everything already
Right now,
happened.
as far as I'm concerned.
We just got
Everything
data
done, so.
today. We have federal exchanges
Market's
where
done.
people come shopping for the ACA. And the president hasn't heard this
CPI
yet,
day.
but we've talked to the team. The percentage change from last year.
Tesla wants to go lower
was
here.
down
Watch this shit on
2.7
Tesla,
to
right?
2.8%.
Watch this shit on Tesla now. It's
Not
about to
the
be
massive
fucking
numbers that
nasty
have been
working to
predicted.
market close on
And there's
Tesla.
many possible
They want to
reasons
go
for
somewhere
this.
down
But
here.
right now,
I'm
Americans are
expecting this
signing up
bitch
for
to go
these
somewhere
programs,
here.
despite all the things that have been going on.
Somewhere here.
2.8% is
Somewhere
a tiny
here. I have
fraction
no
of what
idea
many
where,
had
but I'm
claimed
waiting
would
still.
happen. And I think it
I'm
speaks to
being
the
a
fact that
greedy
American people
bastard.
appreciate these ACA plans are already subsidized over 80%. So it's a good deal.
I'm still
even if
data
you don't get
kind of
the extra 15,
schmacked, but I mean, if they do,
It's a great solution to much better health care at a much lower cost. Yeah, please.
But do you want Congress to extend these ACA subsidies?
Well, I'd like not to be able to do it. I'd like to get right into this, and I'd ask Oz this question in particular, but I'd like to see us get right into this. I don't know why we have to extend. This could be done rapidly if the Democrats would come along. We have a problem. The insurance companies own the Democrat Party. They own it. And the Democrats having a hard time. They give a lot of money to the Democrats. Very little money to Republicans, by the way. A lot of money to Democrats. And they're going to have to decide, do they want to do the right thing or do they want to be beholden to the insurance companies? They're making a fortune. I want the money to go to the people. Go ahead, Oz. How would you say that?
I agree with the president. We have some ideas out there. Congress is working through some concepts. But I just want to emphasize that the ACAs are not imploding based on the data we just received from the federal marketplace.
This can go very quickly, actually. Yes, please.
Mr. President, can I ask you, clarify something for me on the Federal Reserve? How many people...
yeah, you can't talk about that scam channel over here, bro. If you talk about that scam channel or bring him up over here, you gonna get, removed or deliberately if you do it over and over again after quite a while.
Sense of his career, and he's a fantastic man. I met him yesterday. Again.
So how many people are you looking at?
We're talking to 3 or 4. I think every one of them would be a good choice, honestly.
Michelle Bowman?
We'll be making a decision pretty
Is
quick.
Michelle Bowman on that list too? Are you going to interview her?
She's fantastic. She's a fantastic person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some GOP lawmakers have written to you in recent days.
Market
saying
really
they're
wedging or
concerned
something?
the executive order could normalize drug use for youth. How would you
That is
respond to
crazy.
You're talking about this particular today? Well, I think I'd let one of the doctors respond to it because he can do it a lot better than me. But I can only tell you that when you see polls of
Why they coming in so
82% of
crazy
the
off
people
that
want
line?
this, when I have friends that are really, really
Why the
sick, and
fuck
they've
is it
gone
coming in
through-
so crazy
I
off
guess you
that
could
line,
say,
dude? It's actually
unfortunately, I
crazy.
don't want to become too involved in it because I don't want it happening. But these are people that really know what's going on. Very smart people. This is one of the most successful people in the country, and a very brilliant guy. And when they go through this horrible ordeal of cancer or other things, and they realize that this is something that makes them feel better without all of the side effects of some of the drugs where you're just totally knocked out and out of it. But I'd like to have one of the doctors maybe respond, because you people do it better than anybody.
I'm happy to respond.
Yes.
I mean, and my answer is we have had cannabis scheduled for how long? And it hasn't protected neither the adolescents nor the adults. We have 20 million people in the United States with a cannabis use disorder. This is not legalizing it. It's making easier to do research so that we can use it when it is indicated and optimally.
Tesla's moving too
So
damn
it's
much for my
also a big
liking
part
right
of
here.
this is research.
It's like
In other
fucking
words,
zero
you'll now have a
DT
much
working.
larger sample, and you'll be able to see
Oh my gosh.
if it's as good as many people say it is. I mean, people say it is beyond good, and you'll be able to find that out now.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing.
Yeah.
Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking
And
at it.
what would
yeah,
that look
I'm
like?
looking
What would
at
that
it.
mobilize?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have housing that because
And this is
we
what I
have
mean. Yeah.
such a strong time and such a strong
You
market,
guys may remove your
houses
likes,
are very
do
valuable.
all that,
It's a
but
big part
nothing
of
will
their
change. You guys cannot
net worth,
continuously
their
talk
house.
about things that I ask
don't
you
wanna
not
knock
to
those
talk about
numbers
in the
down
chat for
because
any reasons.
I want them
I
to
don't care
continue to
about
have
your
a big
reasoning. So if
value
you
for
don't
their
wanna,
house.
you know,
At the same time, I want to make it
then that's up to
possible
you.
for
But just
young people
because
out
I,
there and
you know,
other people
remove chats because
to buy
people do
housing.
continuously what they are
In a
told
way
not to
that
do
at
does not
conflict.
mean you should
In other words, you
unlike the
create
video
a
or
lot of
something. But
housing
all
all
I
of a
am
sudden,
saying
it
is,
drives the housing
let's be
prices
real.
down.
In
So I
real,
want to take care of the people that have
it
houses
takes a
that have
lot to be
value
real. So
you know, to the house that they never thought possible. That have
being
sort of
real
made
is the
them
most important, I think, in
wealthy
life.
and happy, and you know, especially in their later years.
Not being
Gotta be careful
a
with that. I want to
furu,
keep them
scam,
up.
online
At the same time, I wanna
personality,
make it,
bullshit, whatever the
possible for
fuck, 'cause
people
this
to
is
go buy
real
houses.
life.
Daniel, please.
Mr. President, you announced the Warriors dividend
Yeah.
last night in your primetime speech. Very patriotic, very generous. What was the rationale and the thought process? How'd you come up with the idea? What made you want to give back to
Well,
our
the
troops?
1776 was easy to come up with because we're actually at 1775.
This is
You
the
know,
most, look at
number
this
was
day, it's crazy, dude. This is the
1775,
most
and I
craziest
said,
CPI day
wow,
ever.
I think we
Dump,
can afford one
pump,
more dollar.
dump, dump,
We actually,
hover,
they came
like,
up
dude,
to
this is,
me with,
it's turning
you know,
absolutely wild.
$1,775. So I said,
I mean,
well, let's add a dollar to it. I think we can find that.
Imagine not seeing any of these candles and being like, oh,
very
it's gonna
simple,
chop at this
we've
yellow
had,
line, and then to see it like go up and down, and then
military
to
that,
actually
in
come
my
back is
opinion, by other
absolutely wild. But
presidents
like,
was
dude,
not
this is
treated
why it is
well.
so important to
They're
have these
incredible.
lines
They're
marked, because
finest people. They're
professional traders,
protecting us.
institutional traders
And because
have
of
these
tariffs,
lines marked.
we're taking in
Every
billions
PPI,
and billions of
every
dollars more than
CPI
we ever
day,
had
and it is
before.
absolutely
With no
crazy
inflation,
to
by
see
the
them
way.
go
With no
wild,
inflation.
come
You saw the
back, and then
inflation
go
numbers, they just
wild,
came
and then
out today.
come
What
back
great timing.
wild, and then go
Practically
wild,
no
and then
inflation. And yet we're taking
they're
in
literally,
hundreds
I
of
don't think
billions of
anybody
dollars.
expected that. Somebody
And
said,
this
I
is
didn't expect
small
that, but I
potatoes
don't
by
think anybody
comparison, but
expected
it's
that.
a way
So,
of taking care of our warriors, our soldiers, and I
to be
appreciate
fair,
that question, Daniel.
that is absolutely
easy one.
fucking crazy.
She just posted on X your press
Someone said
secretary that the,
Tesla
Board
480
members
is at
of the Kennedy Center,
2.7.
voted unanimously
Yeah,
to
they
remove
absolutely
Trump
shredded
Kennedy
anything
Center.
expiring into
Well, I was
tomorrow.
honored
Why?
by
Because
this. The
tomorrow
board
is
is a very
Friday.
distinguished
So
board,
you
most
gotta
distinguished
imagine
people
why,
in the country.
right? Wednesday
And I
they
was,
dropped it off
surprised
crazy.
by it.
Why
I
was
was
I?
honored by
Why?
it. You
Why
know,
did I not hold it
we're
to
saving
today?
the building. We
Because
saved the
Wednesday,
building.
in
The
my
building was
eye,
in such bad
in
shape,
my
both
eyes,
physically,
zero
financially,
DT,
and every
the
other way.
risk
Now
is
it's very
crazy,
solid, very
holding
strong.
on all more than
We
lower
have,
than purple box into
something
Thursday.
going on
Because why? The
television,
options
I
expire
guess on
on
the
Friday.
23rd,
So I left all
I
my
think it's going to get very big
I left
ratings,
all my
and the
Friday
Kennedy
and next
Center
week
is
expiry
very,
on Friday, literally on
really
yesterday, in the
back
1/3
strongly.
and
It's in very
2/3,
bad
not
shape.
even in the fucking
Very, very bad
3/3.
shape physically.
What did they do today? They
And,
washed out
we're
every
also
single
to get
put
get
expiring
Congress
Friday
to put up a
into
lot of
today
money, and other
because of
people to
what?
put up a lot of money.
2
We had a lot of
DTE
donors owners come in
expiring
for
Friday,
record-setting
and then
numbers,
now
so we
they did all that.
saved the
They
Kennedy
reset
Center.
all
Now
the
it's
zero
really-
DT,
this was brought
SPX.
up
I mean,
by
they
one of
reset
the
the puts and
very
calls on
distinguished
Tesla,
board
and what?
members.
There's a new game
And they
from
voted
today
on it,
into
and there's a
tomorrow.
lot of board
Tomorrow is
members,
Friday, one
and they
DTE.
voted
There's a
unanimously,
whole
so I
new
was very
game
honored by it.
on
Thank
the
you.
one DT on Tesla.
President, we're
That's
not
how
seeking
these people
any
think.
authorization from
That's how you
Congress
have
for
to
any
think.
plan.
That's how the market thinks. You understand what I'm saying? Let's see if people understand what I'm saying with the higher time frame, higher setup, higher things, higher risk analysis, instead of being like, oh, every single fucking candle is bullish, every single candle is bearish, every single blah 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 because they're perma bull, perma bear, whatever, and then they just go, oh, 100 here, 100 here, and you get fucked on in reality because that's literally no risk analysis, no deduction, no whatever the fuck, just hoping on price, hoping on candles, hoping on more, hoping on whatever, without doing psychoanalysis, time confirmation, deductions, risk analysis, da da da, da da da. Does that make sense? Yes or no? I think that makes sense. Doesn't it, guys? Ain't that crazy how that works out?
Were killed in 1 month. And
I think people that have been watching for a long time and people that truly, really try to sit there and understand what I'm saying, really understand, really, it takes a fucking hard fucking, it sounds crazy up until you understand, but it really takes a while and a long time to understand. But truly, they understand that this market is no joke, and this market is the world of deductors. And all speculating, estimating, guesstimating, candle, fake, all that bullshit is just lies. Liquidity done. That's all it is.
There's a chance we can
Market
get this
is
done
crazy.
maybe soon.
Right, 5-minute bearish on Tesla. They are ripping it lower now into market close. Where are they gonna go? Somewhere here. I don't know where. I'm expecting somewhere down there. Oh my God.
What do you think? Over the next couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know before the end of the year, but pretty soon.
That's all it is, dude. CPI day. PPI day. We've been doing this shit since August, right? On the live stream. PPI, CPI.
Well, it's not going to be that much different from what I did
Nothing
last
has
time.
changed.
I mean, we've had tremendous
CPI,
success.
PPI,
We're bringing prices
every
down.
time,
We inherited a
every
mess.
month.
And part of what we inherited was the worst inflation in 48 years. I
All
see
right,
history.
Tesla wants to go lower here.
We had the
They're
worst
about to go
inflation.
break
It
the
drove
floor here
prices up.
of
And
the
now
little
we're bringing
cycle
those
that they made
prices
earlier
down.
here.
I'll be talking about that. I'll be talking about the fact that we secured the border, where literally
the
nobody
finale.
can come into our country illegally anymore.
This is the
They
finale
came
on
in from
Tesla.
prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers and, you know, a lot of bad people from all over the world. Venezuela emptied their
Finale.
prisons into our country. We had
It's the
Tren de
finale.
Aragua.
IWM is the
Supposedly,
finale.
the doctors don't know this. It's the
finale.
meanest gang of them all. Okay, doctor? You don't have to know about it. You
This
got other
is the
problems.
finale.
But they let a lot of bad people in here, and so I think I'll be talking about that. I think I'll be talking about the tremendous success we have
Time
by
is
sending the National Guard
2:17.
into various cities. D.C. is the ultimate example. People walk to work, and they thank me all the time. People in the White House, they just walk
They
to the
wanna
White
go
House from
lower
10
here and
blocks
break the
away.
support.
Before I came into office, they couldn't do that. They
Tesla.
were getting
485 incoming.
badly hurt in many
484.69.
cases, and beyond hurt, killed. So we were losing people. We were losing, on average, a person a week. Can you believe it? More. And now we haven't lost anybody in a long time. I consider the two people that got so badly hurt, the National Guard, that's a different city. That was terrorism. That was terrorism. And probably terrorism, maybe terrorism, because they were unhappy with the tremendous success we've had, because they don't want to see this country be successful. But Washington, D.C. now is a safe, beautiful city where the restaurants are booming, the town is booming, people walk to the restaurants with their
Holy
wife
shit,
or their
this is
children.
fighting
and,
crazy.
have a good time.
Holy shit, this is
We were
fighting
losing
crazy.
all the restaurants. We were losing our life in this. We were
What?
just
Tesla.
the whole heritage of Washington, D.C. was
Come on,
down the
big bears
drain,
coming.
and we brought
Dr.
it back. And now
fucking Murray.
everybody's thrilled to be here. It's the hottest.
Cathy
It's,
Woody.
it's a part of the hottest country
Dr.
anywhere in the world.
Murray.
We've become, in 10 months, the hottest country
Hit that
anywhere in
shit.
the world. And we were, and I say it all the time, we were a dead
Time is
country
2:20.
1.5 years ago.
Do you expect to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu while you're
Oh my
down
God,
in
candle
Yeah, he
coming in
would like to
crazy
see
on
that. We
SPY.
haven't set it
Come
up
on,
formally, but
Tesla.
we'd like to see him. We've had great success. Peace in the Middle East, aside from everything else.
Peace in the Middle
We
East.
now have peace in the Middle East. Yeah, he'll probably come to see me in
Peace in
Florida.
the Middle East.
as well, or are they
I'd love to have him. El Sisi, he's a friend of mine. Yeah, I'd love to have him. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go,
New Jersey, it's time to get quality, affordable health insurance.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
In Greg Dacco.
That's a good idea.
He thinks this report wasn't just noisy and full of gaps, but that it shows a downwardly biased view of inflation. Let's bring in Greg Dacco.
That's a good idea.
He thinks this report wasn't just noisy and full of gaps, but that it shows a downwardly biased view of inflation. Greg, am I saying that correctly? What do you see here that jumps out to you?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Kelly. And I think Steve put it well. It was full of gaps for sure. It was very noisy. It was messy, but there was a downward bias. And this downward bias, to clarify what Steve was mentioning, is due to the BLS methodology when it comes to filling in cells for which it doesn't have data. And that's called the carry forward methodology. Simply put, if the BLS does not have a data point for the month of October, it uses the September data point. And that imparts downward bias to the inflation trajectory just right there.
All right,
Greg,
I'm going to stop you because now you've opened the can of worms for me to actually ask you this question, okay? Here's the note from my friend Krishna Guha at Evercore ISI. It says, it looks as if the BLS put in a zero inflation in multiple categories for the roughly 1/3 of cities that are not surveyed each month, biasing the read lower. Are you confirming that, Greg?
I think that's the carry forward methodology. The BLS was not entirely clear. Yesterday, they released an FAQ on what was going to happen with the data, but we are seeing that across a lot of the measures that were surveyed, very low inflation numbers for the month of October, which imparts that downward bias to the inflation dynamics.
This could be used to go lower. This is an important watch.
It's not just a story for October and November. This potentially lowers the inflation trajectory into 2026.
This could be used to go lower, I'm telling you. Just because IWM looks bullish doesn't mean anything.
We're going to see this downward bias coming from shelter costs disinflating faster than what was previously the case. So I think we have to be very careful, not just with these two reports, but the reports that will come out over the next few months will also have this downward bias. And this is a real risk in terms of reading properly where inflation is headed.
For what it's worth, on his Substack, Barry Knapp has a different point of view where he thinks the core goods price was 0.06, 0.03. In other words, are these literal zeros, or are they actually picking up numbers that were very close to zero in their data?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get a lot of people clicking away if we go too down into the weeds of this report. I think the way to think about it is, well, Greg, tell me if I'm wrong about this. I think that this is probably a report where it probably came in at or around the estimate of 3%. There's no reason to think that prices have accelerated, and not a whole lot of reason to think they're falling, except over time, the OER, the homeowners rent, will offer a downward bias to the number.
That's one reason why I wanted to quickly raise this with both of you, even though it's a mega topic. Let's show we have Diane Swank made this tweet earlier that caught my eye, because lurking behind all of this is this larger question about a productivity boom. Anyway, Diane points out, based on some of the data we're getting and the way inflation is looking, the GDP report could have gains crossing 4%. Stronger than the 3.8 in the second quarter. She says that's stunning. AI and the wealth it generates still posting big gains along with the narrowing trade deficit. So in other words, she said, by the way, this occurred with essentially flat employment since April. Productivity helps to explain that. Her head is about to explode.
It's not too bad.
Should be finale. I need to fucking go get my haircut, but I'm waiting. It should be finale. Fucking bunch of bullshit happening. IWM bouncing, Tesla rejecting. Like, this is the 0.5 Fibonacci too. Oh, market is wilding right now. Look, and it's not going. Like, it's either now or never. Tesla either goes now or fucking never. IWM is bouncing. Why? What the fuck you doing? QQQ going. Tesla going. What are you doing? What are you doing, market? Come on, man. It's faking out. It's faking out something. Either QQQ and Tesla faking downside, or IWM's faking upside here. Someone said, "Yo, how'd you know I'm meeting somebody?" You are funny. Oh, you're funny as hell. This guy knew. This guy fucking knew.
Scouts who isn't
You're
worried and
funny
says
as
the
fuck,
magnitude of
Shadi.
upside in Micron today shows the AI trade is back. Let's turn to our next guest who isn't worried and says the magnitude of upside in Micron today shows the AI trade.
I'm not going to a party, but I'm
on.
meeting
Michael
somebody, and I should have been
Sanzakera
gone
is
fucking an
CIO
hour
at
ago. With
Sylvan
today's
Capital
CPI
Management.
day, and I'm
Michael,
in a
it's
fucking
good to
huge
see you.
Tesla
This
put,
will have
so
some people
I'm
shaking
fucking
their head,
waiting.
heads, others
I
a
gotta
huge
go.
sigh of relief. What do you see happening?
Yeah, this is a great measure of actual demand. Again, this is
Oh!
important to remember. There's not a lot of those left for this year.
Go,
but
Bill.
Micron's
Nah, that's
demand
science,
and
guy.
really what they're
Go,
seeing
go,
from a
hit that shit.
contractual
Go,
obligation
go,
going forward
go,
tells you that
pull
the
back,
fundamentals of the AI trade is very much alive. Short term, it was getting
I
a
just
little
need literally
nerve-wracking
2
there for
candles.
some folks who are traders. We're investors at Sylvan Capital. But traders were nervous, and that makes sense. But the fundamental, like Christina said, 75% of a EPS guidance range, pulling the TAM forward a couple of years.
Been 30
You've got
minutes.
north of
IWM
40%
chopping.
CAGR for the next couple of years. That's unheard of in memory. That tells you demand is off the charts.
So pull this together for me. It's like if I were asking ChatGPT, I say, I want one sentence that brings together what's happening with Oracle, what's happening with Micron, and what you presume to happen with the rest of the AI trade, all at once.
Okay, that's a big sentence. I would say that with Micron,
Wow,
we are
Tesla
getting a
candle
solid read
wild.
that demand for chipsets continues. With Oracle,
Market,
we are
everything
being
wild, I
reminded that
guess.
free cash flow is
Look,
the most
look
important
at how we're
way
playing
to
with the
fund
end of the day right
CapEx.
now. This is the low
And
of the
as
day.
the rest of the
And we
space
fucking
is
ranged
looked at
up
for the
from
next year,
12:30
next 2
into
years,
140,
I think
and
you
now
want to
we're
stay with the winners. You want to
playing
be
into
in the
the
large
end of the
cap
day,
names that
into
are
the fucking
executing,
end of the day
that
with
are
all these
paying the
bears.
80,
This is
90% of CapEx that they keep
All
increasing
these
with
bears,
free cash flow
man.
and not debt.
Yeah, our guest yesterday even was kind of bullish on Oracle in the long run and said, look, they're the ones who have the
Crazy
proprietary
work.
enterprise data. And as the models move in that direction, they think ultimately that's going to pay off. That's up to investors whether they want to make that bet right now. But I like your summary. So if free cash flow is the most important thing, what's that setup look like going into next year? Are they an outlier, or do we have to worry about the rest of the mega caps starting to face those problems?
Yeah, the mega caps look fine. Literally 80 to 90% of CapEx is fully covered by cash flow from operations across the board. So that looks great. The question really is Oracle. We don't own Oracle in the Virtus Sylvan Focus Growth Fund, but we can see that the market doesn't want to see the debt and the amount of debt
What
that's
a
being required,
shithole
right?
cycle
So I
this
think
is,
there's
Come
a tale
on.
of two cities here. There's the folks that
Please.
are paying it with free cash flow, and they get a multiple. And there's the folks that have to
No
borrow. If you
volume.
look around, even outside Oracle, but some of the smaller players that are growing
No
very fast,
volume,
but also
nothing.
have to go to the market
Nothing
for
has
debt.
volume, nothing.
It's a different valuation. It
No
doesn't mean it
volume
can't
up,
work. It
no
doesn't mean the
volume
demand's
down,
not there.
no
It just
volume
means
nothing.
that
Everything's
the
being
market right
used
now
for
doesn't want
next
to pay for that
next
incremental
candle,
risk.
and it's get
There's enough risk in AI in general, I think.
So you guys are laying your bets with those who are, have plenty of cash to fund these expenditures and have no reason otherwise to worry about this trade stumbling in 2026.
Yes, exactly right. It's the hyperscalers. It's the same story we've been hearing for a while. I know it gets old, but it is the Googles / Alphabets. It is the Amazons and Microsofts. It is absolutely NVIDIA, which we have a lot. It makes perfect sense that those guys would continue to
All right,
see
guys.
massive demand. They've got the capital to pay for it, and the growth continues.
David, the movie.
Risk is getting too crass. Severe. CNBC says, trust these numbers. Oh my god. That's what the CNBC news says, guys. Oh my god. It says CNBC numbers, trust these numbers. Economists see a lot of flaws in delayed CPI showing downward inflation. The video we just saw. Oh shit, come on. Get it over with. Come on, get it over with. Wow. They were feeding bullish news in the morning, huh? Like nothing. And they showed the floor and then they pumped it like nothing. And they got everybody bullish at the top like nothing. And then they fucking pulled it back to the top of the CPI candle. Oh shit! I'm at 8.3k now, going up. Oh shit, I was getting squeezed like crazy earlier. I was getting squeezed like crazy earlier in 490 Tesla puts into Friday. Let's go! Oh my god. Oh my god, I had 7 and I added fucking 3. Oh my god. I was getting crazy squeezed with data. Come on. Give me my shit. $1 more, is that greedy? Come on. $1 more, is that greedy? Please. Q, Q, Q. Please. Q, 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 Q. Go to 607.96. Come on. Q, Q, Q. Q, Q, Q. You can do it. Q, Q, Q. LOD test on SPY, maybe. There's a divergence on the floor, but there's no way it clears it today. But Q, 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 Q. Bullish MACD being what? Used or what? Q, 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 Q. Finally, Tesla. Took all fucking day long. Holding all fucking day long. Going into the yellow box. We are at the middle of the yellow box now. Yellow box on Tesla. Somewhere here, it could stop. Somewhere here on Tesla, it could stop. I have no idea where this is really going today. I don't know. Market is. Wild. Wild Tesla. I'm out on Tesla. I'm out. I got all my money back, $9,000. Holy shit, I was getting squeezed crazy. 1.2k profit. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was brainless, but almost crazy. That could have went terrible. It was down 2k at the top. Oh my lord. Man, I got in at 185. I got in so fucking early, and then I added 3 at the top. Holy shit. That could have been bad. Alright, good ending, guys. Good ending. I'm gonna go get a haircut. I don't give a fuck where it goes. probably it's gonna go somewhere here. Most likely, I'm thinking it's gonna go somewhere here and then end the day. But I mean, that shit's good enough. 490 to bros. 484.24. That's $6. That's $6. QQQ going lower, and IWM is the only thing holding right now. So IWM was bullish and it was chopping, yes, but Tesla, QQQ dragging the market lower into. I don't know, dude. I don't care. All right, bye bye.